5, Loneliness and Guilt, Chapter 1, The Fool. It was a windy afternoon in the Savannah apartment of Hialeah. It was mid-January 2004. Last year had come and gone in the blink of an eye. The psychic Irina counted her savings before answering the door. She was tired, so very tired. She never imagined having to work so much in her old age. She looked at her own reflection in the crystal ball. The reflective surface seemed to enlarge her wrinkles. Her only consolation was the fact that her blue eyes didn't require glasses, yet. Although she focused her eyes for prolonged periods of time, it gave her a headache. The Jew standing outside was grateful with a thin ballerino body. His face was awfully pretty, too pretty for a man, and after dying he would be mistaken for a woman. His expressive black eyes had a feral quality to them, almost as if he was expecting to get ambushed at any moment. He was called Jeremy, and in his hand he was carrying his pet Sphinx cat Tybalt. "How do you become a psychic?" asked Jeremy. "You don't become one, you are born one," said Irina. "I see. And how do you know that you are one?" asked Jeremy. He interrogated Irina about everything pertaining to her craft. The last question he asked was, "How do you explain your irregular earnings to the tax man?" Irina narrowed her eyes. This was a true question that Jeremy wanted. She said, "I file an 808 form, and even if you get paid cash, it is important to keep a logbook with your client's information. The taxman carefully monitors the little people's expenditures, though as long as you do not make much with your psychic readings, you won't have to worry about taxes." Jeremy left after getting this pertinent information. Irina smiled thinly. She didn't need a crystal ball to know that Jeremy's latest quick money-making scheme was not going to work. Her next client was her regular Karina. She was a 24-year-old pediatrician with a petite build, a well-done body, raven hair, expressive hazel eyes, honey-colored skin, and curly brown hair. Following behind her was her best friend Kane. He was a handsome devil, and at the age of 23, police officer Kane was built like Michelangelo's David. His face had even features with full feminine lips, and his sad gray eyes contrasted with his short raven hair. Both were sporting their Sunday best, and Karina was in a skimpy red dress with a leather jacket. Meanwhile, Kane was dressed in a black leather jeans and a black turtleneck. He didn't normally wear turtlenecks, however there was something that he was meaning to hide from prying eyes. Last Christmas, less than a month ago, he had gotten bitten by a vampire. Not a real vampire, mind you, just a pervert with a vampire fetish. The bite from the blunt teeth had left a nasty purple bruise, and it was a constant reminder of what he had endured. Since he wasn't in the mood to talk about it, Kane had covered up the vampire bite with a turtleneck, and from time to time he would pull out the turtleneck or rearrange it. He found it quite uncomfortable, although the alternative was dealing with strangers asking about the bite. Tonight he was going to go clubbing with Karina, and he wanted to stay home hiding under a blanket. However, Karina wasn't going to allow him to keep feeding his depression. Karina gave a reassuring squeeze to Kane's hand, and she then turned to look at the psychic. "Can you tell Kane what he can expect for this year?" asked Karina. "This year, you say," said Karina, frowning. "That's too broad. I saw in the news a Cuban psychic giving La Letra del Año, and I thought that maybe you could make one for Kane," said Karina. "That Yoruba ritual is too broad. It isn't designed for personal recommendation. Rather, it tells the entire community what big changes they can expect in their life," explained Irina. "Although it has advices that an individual can choose to heed or ignore." "Tell us those recommendations," insisted Karina. "You need to avoid alcohol, drugs," started saying Irina. "Aw, man, so it has to be a dry year this year," said Karina, resting her head on her hands. "And you're not making this up, are you? I can show you the website. Every year the head Yoruba psychic in Cuba does La Letra del Año," said Irina, booting up her granddaughter's laptop. Karina and Kane read to the readings, and Kane laughed when he read, "So this year women shouldn't see their bodies." Irina showed their friends other forms of allegory, and they eventually decided to try the Quashin. Cain went to the shrine to pray to his dead grandfather, and whenever he was grieving, he always looked to his dead grandfather for guidance. He was given a wooden cylinder with sticks. This is the most important part. Think of your question while you shake the sticks. It has to be one question only, and if you change your question at the last moment, you're going to get a false reading, instructed Irina. And don't ask stupid things, cause you will get a stupid answer. What do you mean, asked Karina? The sticks are accurate, but they do lie, explained Irina. For now, let's focus on the question. Empty your mind of doubt. And what is the thing you long to know about your future? Cain shook the sticks while focusing on his question. Am I going to find someone who will be my lifelong companion? And as of lately, he was feeling rather lonely. And Karina now spent more time with her boyfriend Bruno, and everyone was too busy to give him the attention he desperately needed. And whenever he was by himself, he would remember the assault, and this would fill him with the existential dread. And he couldn't be alone. He didn't want to be alone with his drama, nor was he too keen in processing it. The stick that fell was the number 14. Eranina tossed some moon blocks to verify the validity of the reading, and after tossing the blocks several times, she came to the conclusion that the couching sticks were not in a talking mood, and she gave Cain a fortune cookie as a consolation. Your soulmate will appear in your life when you least expect it, read Cain. All right, I like those odds, said Karina, nodding with approval. The friends paid Irina for her time, and during the car ride, Karina chatted with Cain while Cain just listened, and she tended to run her mouth whenever she was in over-conversation mode or nervous. She grew silent when she realized that her friend wasn't listening. She blamed herself for what happened, and why didn't she invite him to her family vacation? And had he left the country with her, he wouldn't have found himself alone and easy picking for the wannabe vampire. And she thought of the attacker. For more than 6 months, the bastard had been a background character. Well, not just for 6 months, for 4 books. Whatever possessed him to attack him, whatever possessed him to engage in vampirism of all things. I guess the quiet ones are the most dangerous, said Karina during a red light. Are you still thinking about him? Asked Cain, and he placed his hand to his neck nervously. What's the bite all he did? Asked Karina, looking at her friend's neck. Karina, just take me home. I'm not in the mood to quench your curiosity, said Cain, lowering his gaze. He opened his cell phone to read his messages, and he found when he saw that his grandma and his father were not home, and if Karina took him home, he was going to be in the house by himself. The line turned green. Karina tentatively asked, do you still want to go home? No, said Cain. Let's continue then, said Karina before pressing the accelerator. Wait, stop, yelled Cain, and Karina stopped the car by pressing her feet hard on the brakes. The car behind them started honking, and Cain looked left and right, and with his permission, Karina was finally able to get past this light. The ride continued at a leisurely pace, and after 10 minutes they arrived at Hoy Como Ayer, or Today Like Yesterday. It's a club. It was a live music venue. Karina parked the car and she opened the door for Cain, and Cain sighed wearily when he recognized Oberon's car. Oberon had become distant again, and he had taken care of Cain after the attack, and he had been his nurse, his feeder, the shoulder he would cry upon, and after waking up from his nightmare, and if he called Oberon would respond via text, and just blunt responses enough to give signs of life. It wasn't the first time that Oberon would become distant, and Cain just needed to wait patiently for his friend to resurface, and he was thankful that the wait wasn't too long this time. Karina and Cain entered the venue, and the walls and roof were decorated by mirrors, and the parts without mirror had warm honey-colored wood, and they found their table near the front. Oberon waved when he saw Cain approaching, and he would have ran to greet his friend, but Natasha had convinced him to play things casually. For the last couple of months, he had been nursing a secret desire for Cain, and since he valued his friendship with Cain above everything else, he would distance himself whenever he felt that he was getting a little too lustful. He didn't want to do something impulsive that would ruin everything. Oberon was 25 years old, and he was athletic with strong, well-done legs and a big caboose. His round face had a bit of a childish charm to it, due to his elegant nose and large, expressive brown eyes with long eyelashes. Cain smiled slightly when he noticed that Oberon was sporting his natural brown hair, and his haircut was also more mundane, almost military-like. "Did you join the army, Oberon?" asked Kane. "No," asked Oberon, confused. "Why do you ask?" "And what's with the Sergeant Pepper haircut?" asked Kane before gesturing towards the boring haircut. "Oh, Dad, I thought I would try something more normal," said Oberon. Did you lose your job because of me?" asked Kane, guessing the problem. "No, I didn't lose my job. I left it," lied Oberon, forcing a fake smile. He had indeed been fired for taking extra vacation days to look after his ailing friend, and he didn't want Kane to feel responsible, so he had been scrambling to find a new employment before facing his friend, and he now worked as a PTM, para toda mierda, for Eugenia. That means, the guy you call to do literally everything. It was a temporary job, something to keep the lights on in his house while he looked for a real job. Eugenia too blamed herself for the attack. After all, it had been her limo driver who had attacked her ex-boyfriend Kane, and it had even happened in her house. And the only way she could seem to make it up was to give a pity job to Oberon, the man who had taken care of Kane while everyone else had been on vacation. It was not as if they ignored the situation, rather Kane had chosen to keep the attack a secret for as long as possible. He didn't want to ruin their vacations. At the time, Kane didn't want to deal with the problem, and he knew that if they found out, they would ask questions, and only Oberon had been tactful enough not to ask Kane about what happened the night he had gotten attacked by that lunatic. "Come sit with us, Kane," said Mally, pointing at a chair that was beside him, and he was a handsome, raven-haired, green-eyed stand gentleman, and the former baseball player still maintained his athletic body. The friends turned their attention to the stage, and there was a live band, and they talked about everything and nothing, and they were later joined by a new face, Officer Lola. She had been invited to be Kane's female date, and Mally fancied that all of Kane's problems would get solved if he rolled around the hay, and this was Mally's usual go-to solution whenever he wanted to suppress a childhood trauma. A quick endorphin boost, and Kane would be back to his old self, or so he fancied. Kane was a police officer like Lola, and she was also not bad to look at. She had a short chestnut-colored hair, raven eyes, a round face, pouty lips, and a petite athletic figure. She had also been the arresting officer who had saved Kane from his attacker, and Karina fancied that Kane had to like Lola, seeing as though she was his savior. Lola was there to see how her fellow colleague was doing, and the prosecutor also needed her to convince Kane to testify in open court. As a victim, he had no other choice but to talk about the incident in order to ensure a conviction, and they only had the testimony he made on the night he got attacked. Lola looked at Kane over the top, and he seemed healthy enough, though the smile he wore on his face was obviously a fake one. "Are you working again?" asked Lola. "Just a simple desk job. My uncle doesn't want me to go on patrol just yet," said Kane, sighing before nursing his Cuba Libre drink. "You don't mind," asked Lola. "What I mind or don't mind is irrelevant. Uncle Gen is my boss. His will is my command," said Kane. "Perhaps we could have you transferred into my department. His protectionism is simply holding you back, and you will never become a detective if he keeps coddling you," mused Lola. "I don't really care about making it far as a cop, and I'm making us to pay the bills, and I have health insurance and pension. What more can a person want out of their job?" asked Kane. "You disappoint me," said Lola, resting her hand on her fist. "You sound just like my grandpa," said Kane. "He too was disappointed in me. But at the end of the day, regardless of how far you make it in life, it all turns to ash. You can't take any of that with you." "Lighten up, Kane," barked Karina, and she took his hand before saying, "Let's go dance a little." "But nobody's dancing," commented Kane. "Good, that leaves plenty of room for us to strut our moves," said Karina, while pulling at his arm. The friends danced like old sake, and Lola watched Kane dancing about with mild amusement, and her eyes lingered on his hips, and she fancied that a guy that could move his hips like that was probably good in the bedchambers, and Lola drank a little more, and the more she drank, the more she grew to desire Kane, and just when she had finished building up her courage, she got a call from the babysitter. "I am sorry," said Lola. "I need to go home. The baby has been crying for an hour." "You have a baby?" asked Karina, surprised. "And why didn't you say so earlier?" "Men tend to scram whenever they hear that I have a toddler waiting for me at home. I love the little gremlin to death, but they are nice," said Lola, rubbing her temple. Say no more, said Oberon, and he brought out his business card before saying, and next time you have some free time, give me a call and I will show you a good time. Thank you, and I will take your indecent proposal into consideration, said Lola, adding Oberon's contact information into her cell phone. And Karina frowned when she saw that Oberon had intercepted the woman they thought they had brought for Cain, and Malik nudged at Cain, and Cain looked at his friends with a confused, distressed look. And Karina gestured with her hands, and he whispered to Malik, Lola already has my number. Is that so? Said Malik, and he turned to Lola to say, as cute as Oberon might be, may I remind you that Cain is available? Oh, I wasn't aware that you wanted her, said Oberon apologetically, and you should have spoken out sooner. I don't know, said Cain. I get it. You don't want anything serious with a woman who is somebody's mother. Well, you are in luck because I'm not looking for anything serious either, said Lola before departing. Cain looked at the time and it wasn't midnight yet, and thankfully he had work tomorrow, and Cain said, I'm going to check out early. Even if it's a desk job, I'm still required to show up on time. The night is still young, said Malik. Stay a little longer, insisted Karina. If you want to continue watching the show, I can take Cain home, offered Oberon. Nah, I gotta go check out early, said Karina, puffing angrily. And it is the height of the flu season, so the clinic is going to be pretty busy. At the mention of the flu, Malik sneezed, and Karina and Cain held their breath in, and they closed their eyes, and Oberon laughing asked, and what the hell are you two doing? Something stupid, said Karina, and when I was small, my father told me that the flu gets in through your mouth and nose. So whenever somebody sneezes, I am of the habit of closing my eyes and holding in my breath. I get why you do it, but you, Cain? Asked Oberon. I was just trying to be silly, said Cain, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. And he started doing it because he saw Karina doing it, said Mary. And you do not know about this Cain, but he's a bit of a tool, and he will do anything to have someone's undivided attention. That is only because he wasn't breastfed, joked Karina. Me neither, and I turned out all right, joked Oberon. Are you done? Asked Cain, folding his arm. Almost, said Mary. Let's go home, Oberon, said Cain, starting to depart. Wait, Cain, said Mary, pulling Cain by the elbow. I haven't finished teasing you. Malik, I'm not in the mood, said Cain, laughing. Karina danced with him a little longer, insisted Malik. Fine, but only since you insisted, said Karina, taking Cain's hand. One more round, but the moment you choose to sit down, I will depart, said Cain. Is this an endurance challenge, Cain? 'Cause I can go all night if given the right motivation, said Karina. Oberon returned to his seat, and he watched with both amusement Karina and Cain getting into a dance duel. And after dancing non-stop for 2 hours, Karina's heel broke and she twisted her ankle, and she had no other choice but to go limp home. Cain drove Karina home with Oberon following behind, and he carried the petite maiden to her bedroom, and her boyfriend Oberon awoke when he heard the door opening, and his green eyes glistened in the darkness while he tried to make sense of what was occurring. And since he was still half asleep, he lay back down again when he saw that it was just Cain and Karina. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle 5, Chapter 2, The Star. Bruno was a 27-year-old lawyer who had paid for his education by playing football, and he was still a handsome devil with stunning green eyes. Karina entered the bathroom to shower, and Cain lingered a little, and if we went to the car, he would have to go home, and there was a small chance that his house would be empty, and since nobody was talking to him, he returned to the car. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Oberon slapping his own face, and Oberon's eyes widened, and they watched Cain coming over to sit in the passenger seat. And to excuse his behavior, Oberon yawned deeply. If you're too tired to drive, you can sleep over at my place, offered Cain. Nah, you have work tomorrow, and me being there is going to mess with your morning routine, said Oberon, giving a well-rehearsed excuse. Okay, said Cain shyly. And you should try to sleep while I drive, and it will make it easier for you to pass out once you make it to your bed, suggested Oberon. Cain closed his eyes and he took a deep breath, and doing a red light, Oberon removed his jacket and he draped it over Cain's chest. And even with the heater, the cold was seeping in through the windows. And after a short drive, Cain arrived home, and he sighed with relief when he saw that his father had his car parked outside. Jack was finally home, and hopefully without company. He went into the house and he unlocked the door with his house key, and he frowned when he realized that his father had forgotten to put on the alarm, and he saw a silhouette in the darkness, and he reached behind his back for his grandpa's revolver. I didn't forget to put the alarm. I just didn't want to wake up, Mom, whispered Jack. Did you stay up all night waiting for me? Asked King, coming over to sit by his father. I got back an hour ago, said Jack, and he left his seat to turn on the light in the hallway. Jack was a failed rock star and a former addict, and the 35-year-old man was the polar opposite of his son. Jack was sickly skinny, short, with a long face and delicate lady fingers and big buggy eyes. How's Lysandra? Asked King. Fine, lied Jack. Trouble in paradise already? Asked King, coming over to stand beside his father. There are good days and there are bad days in any relationship, said Jack, rubbing his chin. It is naive to expect everything to be smooth sailing. I am impressed, said King, genuinely impressed. I wish I could claim that that line is my own, but I got a little piece of wisdom from him, said Jack, pointing to a photo of his father, Raphael. Good night, Grandpa, said King, addressing the photo, and he kissed his hand before placing it on top of his grandpa's forehead. And Jack turned on the alarm before taking refuge in his bedroom, and King showered before changing into his pajama, and he looked at his bedroom, his sanctuary. It had the familiar computer, the drawing station, the books, the small television, his PlayStation 2, and he shut the bolts on the windows, and when he felt safe, he laid his head down on the pillow and he fell quickly asleep, but he awoke just as swiftly. He had suffered a night terror, and there was something heavy lying on top of him, and dry as in mind he couldn't move, and he awoke screaming for his grandpa at the top of his lungs. Jack wearily left the bed to see what his baby needed, and Omero had warned Jack about the nightmares, and it made logical sense that King would be completely traumatized by the experience. Hey, kiddo, said Jack before yawning. I'm sorry, said King apologetically. It's Jack before closing his eyes for 2 minutes, and he awoke again when he felt his son hugging him. If you're really that scared, I guess I had no other choice, do you? I'm sorry for being such a burden, said King. You're not a burden, I'm the burden, and this is the least I can do after you took me into your home, said Jack, coming over to sleep beside his son. King rested his head against his father's thin chest, and he closed his eyes, and he had pleasant dreams for a change. And the following morning he awoke refreshed, and he patted when he saw that he was alone, and his father had slipped away while the youth slept. I guess it must be uncomfortable for him to keep me company, thought King, and he went to the bathroom to perform his morning libations, and while he showered he mused, I'm not a cute kid anymore, and it makes sense that he would want me to be independent, but it's not as if he spent that much time with me when I was small. After putting on his uniform, he opened a drawer and he brought out a picture of his grandpa that he kept by his nightstand. And this picture had been taken right after Raphael had enlisted, and King looked so much like his grandpa when he was younger, and it was for this reason that Jack sometimes found it difficult to be with his son. It is not as if anything isn't lewd to you, and while you were lying helpless in his arms, said King, mimicking his grandpa's voice. And he did give me the most painful love bite in the history of love bites, Grandpa, said King. I had worse, said Raphael, back in none. That is your response to every family crisis. I know that my suffering can never compare to yours, but even so, Grandpa, reasoned King. Can you please stop doing that, said Grandpa Esther, knocking on the door, and it always freaked her out when her grandson imitated her dead husband's voice. If you need to talk, we are here for you, all right, baby? Esther was an Irish Catholic lady, aged 67, and she had long, silky silver hair, a wrinkled face, ash-colored eyes. King sighed wearily before going to the breakfast table, and he nibbled at his food without much enthusiasm. Did you read the statement that I gave to the police? Asked King. Yes, said Esther. It was short, said Jack, and we were wondering if maybe you left something else because you felt ashamed of what truly happened. What I wrote is what truly happened, and I woke up when I felt someone biting my neck, and I tried to move, but my body was paralyzed. The next thing I knew, I was being moved to a new location, and I got bit again for a second time. And I struggled and I screamed. Eric placed a rag into my mouth to silence me, and he also bounded my hands on top of my head. And I was then bit a third time, said King. But you told Natasha that Eric was biting you while trying to get aroused, interrupted Jack. You need to alter that report with the new information you remembered, insisted Esther. But I didn't remember anything new, said King. And what he truly wanted to say was, I don't want to remember. What I said was a Freudian slip. It didn't happen. I'm late for work. Esther looked at the time, and she indeed saw that her grandson was going to be late for work. And King drove to the Islanda Police Department at a leisurely pace, and he could have arrived quicker, but he didn't want to break the speeding limit. And like every morning, he reported to his uncle again. Again, Sansa was the current patriarch of the Sanson household, and he was in his late 40s, and what little hair remaining, he said, was completely white. And due to his administrative job, he was somewhat portly, and he had a propensity for stress eating, and his most distinguished feature were his cold black eyes. When Kate entered within, he smiled when he saw Gen fiddling about with one of his ancestors' torture devices. Their family was supposedly a direct descendant of the French executioner Gabriel Sanson. And what do you think this does? Asked Ken, holding up a square item with a plank and a crank turner. Let me see, said Ken, coming over to examine the artifact, and he added, giggling, Are you expanding on our grandpa's collection? This isn't a new item. I found it while dusting up my father's macabre collection, and it looks a bit like a thumbscrew. And I pulled out the dial, but it didn't crush my fingers, said Gen, rubbing his chin. And he had been secretly thinking of auctioning it off to have extra spending money. Maybe it is broken. Maybe it is a broken piece from a music box. If you add a cylinder, then the device makes plenty of sense, said Gen, examining it. And he went to his desk and he wrote back a little note about the Matchbox music box. And smiling warmly, he said, See, both devices look identical. Oh, so that is what this is, said Gen, pouting. And he brought out from his junk drawer a cylinder with ridges. And when he attached it to the mechanism, he saw that it was a perfect match. They added a modern screw to the device, and once it was all in one piece, they turned the crank to see what sort of music it played. The tune was unfamiliar but pleasant. Their moment was interrupted by a scratching at the door, and Ken looked out the door before frowning. There was nobody standing there, and the door suddenly opened. Jesus Christ, yelled Ken, surprised. The door had opened by itself, and Ken instantly pulled out his revolver, and came a little calmer, said, Put that away. Do you think you can shoot a ghost? Just when Ken was putting away the revolver, something jumped on top of his desk, and almost by instinct he aimed his revolver and he pulled the trigger. Thankfully for Tybalt, Ken had forgotten to remove the safety. The stupid cat nearly gave me a heart attack, barked Ken. A fellow of the castle had seen the incident, had a hearty laugh at their boss's expense, and they had seen the hairless cat in a pink flower dress opening the door. Meow, Ken, meowed the cat Tybalt. And why is a male cat wearing a pink dress? Asked Farley, still giggling. And Farley was in his late 40s. He was overweight, already bald, and he had satirical brown eyes, and his mouth had many laugh lines. Tybalt wears dresses because it's cold, said Ken, picking out Tybalt. Hey there, little slugger, did you miss me? Oh, look at that cute little leg. Such a cute little leg. Yes, you do. You have such cute little legs. Meow, do you miss me? Meow. Meow if you miss me. Yes, he does meow when he misses you, said Jeremy, entering the office. You really caused quite an impression on my little Tybalt, and he told me that he was worried about you having nightmares ever since I took him home. The cat spoke to you, asked Farley, incredulous. I guess. Cats don't speak. But Ken does have the look of someone who hasn't had a good night's sleep in quite a while, said Jeremy, looking at Ken's eyes. You listen to classical music, and can you tell me what is the name of this tune? Asked Ken, playing the little music box. Jeremy listened to the song with an abstracted look on his furrowed black eyes, and he nodded his head before saying, It is Hummel's Piano Sonata No. 5, in F sharp, opening 81. It was composed in 1819. That's good now, we know the age of the music box, said Gen, smiling happily. Just because the sun is old doesn't make the little trinket the same age, but it does look old. And music boxes have been around since the 19th century in one form or another, mused Jeremy, but I digress. Do you need the music box to be old? Because I know a guy that can vouch for his supposed old age. It's given the right incentive. What you're describing is technically fraud, said Kane, shaking his head sadly. And you are technically 20 minutes late for work, said Jeremy, so take that. What does that have to do with anything? asked Ken, giggling. So you are saying that any bending of the truth is fraud, and based on that logic, we have all been guilty of fraud at some point or another, mused Jeremy before picking up his cat. You win this argument, said Kane, smiling warmly, and he patted Jeremy's short hair before adding, I had fun debating with you, and we should do this again some other time. I don't like debating or arguing, and I also don't like losing a debate or an argument, and you have been warned, said Jeremy ominously before departing. And he started part ways, and he remembered something, and he brought out from his bag a plushie with a dress. And this will help you fall asleep. It is a poor substitute for my cat, but it is better than nothing. Thank you for the gift, and it was a very thoughtful present, said Kane, petting the cat plushie. It isn't a gift, it is your payment for looking after my cat, and Siddhanta forces me to leave my cat with other individuals whenever he wants to travel abroad. But you're the first person who has taken actual good care of Tybalt, and people think that just because he's a cat that he isn't able to express his grievances, but my Tybalt always tells me when people have been mean to him. And since you were good to him, I had no other choice but to repay the favor, ranted Jeremy. Instead of repaying the favor, I will be honored if you became my friend, said Kane, offering his hand. Jeremy looked at the hand before looking at Kane, and the way he was focusing on Kane's forehead was pretty unnerving, and in the end Jeremy departed after saying his piece, and Kane sighed wearily before going to his workstation, and he pondered what he had said or done that made Jeremy reject him, and truth be told, he was only interested in befriending Jeremy to play with his cat Tybalt. Alright, Latino, that's chapter for Van God bless. Gotta love them cats. Pentacle, chapter 3, 5 of wands, or wands. Lunchtime came, and when he picked up his cell phone to call Oberon, and since he didn't respond, he called the next person in his contact information, Eugenia. The woman responded immediately, and she was a ginger, skinny twig with brown eyes and a pasty face covered in freckles. Hey, Kane, how are you doing? Asked Eugenia. I'm fine, lied Kane. I'm just trying to get back onto my routine, and it's Oberon busy. No, Mom sent him home because he had a runny nose and he kept sneezing, said Eugenia. Due to her pregnancy, she could not get sick. He probably got a bug from Malik, mused Kane, and the illness just bounced off of him, but that still doesn't stop him from being a vector. Oh yeah, like, Malik had the flu last night, but it was barely affected, but he still, made other people sick because of his sneezing. I gotta warn Dad about Malik then, said Eugenia before hanging up, and Kate packed his lunch before going to his patrol car, and he found when he saw that there was traffic, and he turned on the sirens in order to speed to the car, and this allowed him to arrive to Oberon's apartment in less than 10 minutes. He knocked on the door, and when nobody opened it, he reached into his utility belt to pick the lock. Oberon alarm made the effort to reach the bed on this side of the bed, and he realized when he saw the familiar uniform. And Kane was sporting a face mask, and his first aid kit had been upgraded by Karina, so he was ready to address the most common health problems of South Florida. And he went to the kitchen to brew a terraflor, and once he was done, he brought the medicine for Oberon to drink. And Oberon took his medicine before sighing with relief. And Kane frowned when he saw the pigsty that his friend chose to live in, and he cleaned the apartment from head to toe. While Kane was fastidiously scrubbing the toilet, Oberon said, "I need you to take a break from work." "I am in my lunch break, so it's fine," said Kane. "You get a 2-hour lunch break," asked Oberon, looking at the clock. "Oh, Jesus, I gotta get back," said Kane, alarmed. And he gave Oberon his lunch, and he then lied. "I made this for you. Eat as much as you can, and don't forget to have plenty of drinks." and Kane brought up a water bottle, and he placed it within Oberon's arm reach. And once he was certain that Oberon was going to be alright, he drove back to the police station. And when he sat down at his workstation, he patted when he felt his stomach rumbling. And he went to his uncle's workstation in search of snacks, and he was delighted to find an intact bag of potato chips. This wasn't a healthy snack, but it was better than nothing. And he listened to the witness testimonies while loudly eating chips. And he wasn't skilled enough to ask questions, but he was allowed to make alternative drawings of the verbs, and he was still a forensic artist in training. Hey, time to clock out, said his co-worker Siddhanta, taking away his headset. And Siddhanta had ebony skin, a perfect beefcake body, brown hair, and intense copper eyes. And his stepmother was Egyptian, but he was born and raised in the States, or so he claimed. And then you eat all your food, asked Kane, who was still hungry. I left some fries, said Siddhanta, opening his lunchbox, and Kane ate the fries with gusto, and Siddhanta added, Jeremy always makes way too many fries. Sir Jeremy cooks for you, said Kane, smiling sadly. That's nice, and why doesn't Jeremy want to be my friend? I don't know, maybe he's still holding a grudge because you refused to return Tybalt, mused Siddhanta. That was a week ago. Does he plan on being angry with me forever? Said Kane, extremely deflated. Tell me, Kane, and be honest with me. Do you want to be Jeremy's friend or do you want his cat? Asked Siddhanta. Can I have both? Asked Kane. Siddhanta narrowed his eyes, not believing Kane, and he sighed wearily before saying, Jeremy is quite perceptive, and if you're not honest, he will know. Trust me, I learned that lesson the hard way. He may play dumb, but he isn't an idiot. Karina said the same thing, said Kane. She calls him La Mosquita Muerta. And what is that supposed to mean? Said Siddhartha, folding his arm. And despite living in Florida, he didn't speak Spanish, my love. It means that he knows more than he designed, just like you said, like Kane. Although the Spanish words themselves mean dead little bug. But don't read too much into it, because Spanish has a lot of weird sayings, like, a veces el remedio es peor que la enfermedad. That one means that sometimes the remedy is worse than the cure, than the illness. Siddhanta sighed wearily, and to end the hour conversation, he said, See you tomorrow, then. See you tomorrow, said King, and he clocked out, and instead of driving to work, he went to check up on Oberon, and before arriving to the apartment, he went a quick stop at the local Publix to buy supplies. And he allowed himself within, and he looked at the clean apartment, and he walked past a simple living room with a single couch, a lazy boy, and a television. The bedroom door was open, and Kane went to turn on the lights, but he chose not to. And he got out his flashlight from his bed, and he pouted when he saw that the floor beside Oberon's bed had vomit. And he cleaned the floor before checking on Oberon, and he touched his friend's sweaty brow, and he didn't need a thermometer to know that Oberon had a fever. Oberon, I am going to take you home with me. It is closer to my work, so I'll be able to stop by more frequently to check up on you, said Kane. Kane asked Oberon, not understanding. Kane repeated what he said. Don't worry, I'm fine, lied Oberon. I will feel better tomorrow, just let me sleep. Alright, I will let you sleep, but you should shower first, and whenever I have a fever, a shower usually clears it up. And do you need me to help you to the bathroom? Asked Kane, groveling. Oberon sighed with frustration, and due to his fever, he found Kane extremely irritating, and since he wasn't leaving the bed, Kane gingerly picked up his friend, and Oberon made a motion to push Kane, but he surrendered to the situation. And Kane set Oberon on the toilet, and Oberon undressed without assistance, and he entered the shower and he sat down. And Kane handed Oberon the shower wand, and Oberon proceeded to wash himself without assistance, and other than a mild fever, the nausea, and the runny nose, he felt alright. And while Oberon showered, Kane began dinner, and he texted his family to inform them of his whereabouts, and Esther breathed a sigh of relief when she got the message. And she had been moments away from mounting a search party. Bye-bye. Let's end that chapter. Bye-bye. God bless. First Pentacle 5, Chapter 4, Three of Cups. Kane looked at the time, and he frowned when he saw that Oberon was taking too long with the shower, and he knocked on the door, but he didn't get a response. He brought out a quarter from his utility belt, and he used it to pick the simple lock of the bathroom. Hey, yelled Oberon, annoyed when he saw the door slightly ajar. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't spend so long in the shower, especially if you have a fever. First you tell me to shower, and now not to shower, asked Oberon, laughing. And he added, after suffering a coughing fit, maybe we should call Karina. We don't need Karina. She taught me how to defeat the flu virus. I had tackled with a creature before. I can beat it again, said Kane confidently. Oberon left the shower and he wore the clean pajama and undergarments and socks that Kane had left for him. He sat in the sofa to wait for his dinner. Do you always sit in the couch? Asked Kane while seasoning the soup. I sometimes eat in the lazy boy when I have guests, said Oberon, but I prefer the couch. It is more comfortable. I have a table and a few chairs in my grandpa's storage bin, started saying Kane. I'm fine, it's fine, don't worry about it. I don't like having a lot of furniture because it means that I have more surfaces to clean, said Oberon, and what he really wanted to say, I don't want your charity. I have everything I need. Okay, said Kane, pouting. Kane continued to cook in silence, and he said that his friend was annoyed, and he didn't know why. Once the soup was finished, he poured Oberon a bowl before serving himself. Oberon turned on the television, and he skimmed through the local channels in search of anything to watch. When he couldn't find anything, he turned off the television. I had some movies saved on my laptop, said Kane shyly, and he looked back at the television before adding, I can pass you something on the television if you like. To tease Kane, Oberon asked, do you have anything spicy? I'm sorry, I forgot to buy spice. I can add some lemon to your soup if you like, said Kane innocently. Oberon took a few more spoonfuls of soup, and he wasn't hungry, but he had to eat. And he then added, I was wondering what type of porn do you have in your computer? Kane flinched at the sound of what he considered a bad word. I don't have anything like that on my computer, but I can download something if you want. Only you need to exercise a bit of patience. It might take me a few minutes to hack into your neighbor's router, said Kane apologetically. Oberon raised an eyebrow when he saw Police Officer Kane talk so casually about hacking and engaging in illegal downloads. It was nice to know that Kane wasn't as perfect as he pretended to be. Kane brought out his work computer to Oberon's apartment, and Oberon watched with good amusement Kane hacking the neighbor's Wi-Fi. What are you in the mood for, Oberon? Asked Kane, forcing a fake smile. I'm in the mood for Latinos, joked Oberon. Where would I look for that exactly? Asked Kane. Reality Labs can download videos from anywhere, but I need to know where to find them exactly. Try masizorras.com, said Oberon. Alright, here we are, said Kane, going to the website. Scroll down, and there we are. Now that is a classic. Put it up then, said Oberon, holding in his mirror. We need to download it first. The internet's not strong enough for streaming, said Kane. Excuses, said Oberon, not understanding what Kane meant by streaming. Because since this is 2004, this was before, this is during the time period where, the internet either went or the Wi-Fi will only download it, at most 1 megabyte per hour. Those were the dark days of the internet. Look, see, said Kane, booting up the movie. Every 5 seconds, it will buffer for 5 minutes. The download of the 15-minute clip began, and after waiting for an hour, Oberon was no longer in the mood to continue teasing Kane. It took an hour to download 15 minutes of footage. Johnny, he said, read me one of your boring little books. Which one do you want me to read? Asked Kane, deleting the movie in his browser history. I don't know, I'm not much of a reader, but I'm bored and sleepy, and I find the sound of your voice rather pleasant. So read me whatever until I fall asleep, said Oberon. Kane followed Oberon to the bedchamber, and he decided to read Teresita Blanco. It was boring enough to be relaxing, but interesting enough to keep the reader engaged. And after listening to Kane's soothing voice for an hour, Oberon fell into a heavy slumber. Kane softly removed the thermometer underneath Oberon's armpit, and he sighed with relief that the fever had passed. Kane nursed Oberon for 2 more days, and he would take a break from work every 2 hours to check up on his friend. On the 3rd day, Oberon finally felt well enough to go to work. At last the damage had already been done. On Friday, Kane was informed by his uncle that he was being transferred to a different department. Don't give me that look, son, said Kane, and I warn you that this could happen if you kept pushing your luck. I guess I'm going to have to search for a job tomorrow, said Kane, removing his police badge. Stop being such a child, said Kane, taking the badge and placing it on Kane's shirt again, and he added, smiling candidly, this is a good thing. You can't expect me to hold your hand forever. And at least in the new department, you won't have Farley breathing out your neck. Let me guess, instead of doing his job, he spent all of his time snitching to internal affairs about all the ways I am a corrupted cop and why I shouldn't be in the force, said Kane, folding his arm. You hit the nail in the head, but the joke's on him because there are a lot of worse cops than you in my precinct. You might be lazy and unmotivated, but you're not a crook. And you also have two high-profile arrests under your belt, and you're good with computer. Your new boss took this into consideration when he hired you. Don't worry, son, you're in good hands. So what do I do now? Asked King. Clean up your desk and Siddhanta will escort you to your new workstation, said Gen. Can I just drive myself? Asked King. Your patrol car needs to be repainted, said Gen, and you will find it in the parking lot at your new workplace once you clock out. And I'm going to need your keys in the meantime. Yes, Uncle Gen, said King meekly. King went to his workstation to pack his things, and since he couldn't take the work PC, he simply reformatted it to factory standard, and he erased anything that could be compromising, including his search history. And with that out of the way, he went to the parking lot to have Siddhanta drive him to the new police station. I ain't gonna miss you, lied Siddhanta. King said nothing. We can still see each other after work, joked Siddhanta with a slight smile painted on his face. I am sorry Dorothy broke up with you, but that doesn't give you the right to be passive-aggressive with me, said Kane. Siddhanta continued to drive in silence, and he was still peeved about being dumped, and he had gotten so enamored with the maiden that he had even bought her a wedding ring. And after a 20-minute drive, they arrived. And despite being further away, the drive took less time because the police station was right next to the expressway. It was the Buena Vista police station. Kane left the car while lugging about his things, and he breathed the salty air. He couldn't see the ocean, but he could smell that it was nearby. It's going to be fine, Kane. Just keep your head low, and it will be alright, said Kane. This was what he would tell himself every time he was going to start in a new school. And as a child, he was changed out of primary school quite often. Since he had started out life as a shy, shrimpy crybaby, he was often targeted by bullies. And he suppressed his memories to the darkest recesses of his mind. Everything would be fine as long as he did what he was told. The workday came to an end, and Kane took a deep sigh before going to his freshly painted patrol car. And he drove straight to Oberon's apartment, and he knocked on the door in order to be polite. And he had no reason to break an entry now that his friend was feeling better. Oberon looked through the peephole, and he giggled when he saw Kane standing there looking all serious. He rushed to make his bed and to hide the dirty dishes in the dishwasher he never used. And he also took a moment to change into a clean shirt, and once he felt presentable, he opened the door for his friend. Kane embraced Oberon, and Oberon blushed while his body trembled with anticipation, and Kane proceeded to cry bitterly. Oberon sighed with frustration at getting his hopes up for nothing. Oberon guided Kane to the couch to give him more comfortable spot to cry, and he offered Kane a beer. Kane took a sip before crying some more, and he placed the beer on the table. And he drew closer to embrace his friend. He was far too focused on his misery to notice Oberon's body stiffening, and Oberon was wrestling with his lust demons. And once he succeeded in temporarily conquering it, he proceeded to fraternally rub Kane's back, and after an hour he succeeded in comforting his friend. Did you lose your job, Kane? Asked Oberon, trying to guess at the problem. No, I got transferred, and it's all Farley's fault, and he has been trying to get rid of me ever since he started to suspect that I was batting for the other team, as he likes to call it, said Kane, sitting down on the couch. And why would he suspect that you are gay? Asked Oberon while rubbing his knees nervously. Do you remember when we first met that I took you to the fancy restaurant? From far away, it looked like as if we were on a date, and since Farley is old-fashioned, he tried to get me fired. And when that didn't work, he had me transferred, mused Kane. Even if you like men, it doesn't mean that you're into Farley. That man has such terrible, ugly, oily, chaffy skin, and I feel sorry for the woman that has to call him husband, said Oberon before taking Kane's beautiful, dainty hand, and he added, smiling warmly. He's just jealous of your beauty and your youth. How is your new work like? Nothing out of the ordinary. I am back on patrol duty. I just drive around until crime happens in my general direction. Though during lunch break, one of my new co-workers played a prank on me, and he showed up in a Dracula cape with fake vampire teeth. And he thought he was so clever, but I didn't give him the pleasure of seeing me cry. Not that I was gonna cry, mind you. I got attacked by a man made of flesh and blood and not a real vampire, said Kane, pouting. Then why are you crying? Asked Overton. I just miss my Uncle Gan so much, and I got used to our little chats, and it made me feel safe knowing that he was the one in charge. My new boss is just awful, complained Kane. In what way was he awful? Asked Overton, smiling warmly, and he opened his arms again to invite Kane into a new embrace. And Kane brought the pillow, and he rested his head on Overton's lap. And Overton proceeded to pet Kane's raven hair while listening to all of the petty complaints that his friend had about his new boss and co-workers. Overton eventually ordered a pizza, and Kane ate it with gusto. He wasn't in a cooking type of mood. He texted his family to inform him where he was at. How was work? Tested his father, Jack. St. John, different police station, said Kane. Good, tested Jack, and he added, are you staying over at Overton's place? I don't know, maybe, tested Kane. You can spend the night here if you want to, offered Overton. Kane informed his father that he was sleeping over, and after dinner, Kane and Overton went to the ball and Shane. That's a club. They invited Kanina, Bruno, and Lola, Alexia, Natasha, and Dorothy to hang out. And he didn't bother to ask Sidante to come and play since it was the full moon. Sidante never left his house on the night of the full moon. Dorothy was a freckle-faced brunette with satyrical amber eyes, and her body was muscular since she was a competitive swimmer back in high school. While dancing with Dorothy, Kane asked, is Sidante really a werewolf? I wish. If it was, that would make him interesting. And I stayed over at his house on the night of the full moon and nothing happened. He acts cool, but at the very core, he is very, very boring, said Dorothy, stating a fact. Heck, Jeremy and his cat are far more amusing. And did you know that Jeremy handles all of T-Ball's dresses? No, that is so cute, said Kane, laughing. I commissioned him to make some cute dresses for my doggy, said Dorothy, and there's nothing like wearing outfits made specially for your body. Dorothy then proceeded to rant about hot culture, and after graduating she had shown an interest in fashion design for dogs, and she was taking a sabbatical year before choosing a career, and since she was also staying close to home because her big sister Eugenia was going to give birth this summer. The night passed pleasantly enough in good company, and around 2 Kane felt sleepy, so he went back to Overton to the apartment, and Kane showered first and he got into a pajama, and the shower, instead of helping him relax, made him reawaken, and since he was no longer sleepy, he watched with Chica da Silva with Overton, Channel 51 always aired that show at ungodly hours. No, seriously, you have to watch that show at 3 p.m., but then eventually they moved it to not p.m., a.m., you know, like a vampire hour, or 5 a.m. at night. But it was worth staying up late to watch the show. It was really good, because they would air the uncensored version. You got to see all this, everything. But enough about old public television back in the day. Alright, so then, yeah, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle 5, Chapter 5, Two Swords. He rested his head on Overall's lap, and the gentle hand caressing his short hair eventually lulled him to sleep. Overall studied the beautiful face, and how he longed to kiss those rosy, moist lips. And that night, since he had drank too much, Overall was able to work up the courage to steal a kiss. And when he sat up, he saw that Kane's eyes were wide open. Since Kane wasn't moving or saying anything, Overall, emboldened, gave his friend another kiss and another. He caressed Kane's beautiful face with one hand, and with the other he lifted the shirt to feel about the silky, well-toned torso. And when his hand reached the masculine reproductive organ, Kane sat up, and he jumped for his car keys before running away from the situation. Overall ran after Kane, apologizing the entire way, and before he was able to reach him, Kane had driven away. Overall returned to his apartment, and he paced about the living room, and he picked up his cell phone to call Kane. And it was then when he realized that Kane had left his cell phone. He had also left his police uniform and his grandpa's revolver. Good, good. He left most of his things here, said Oberon, pacing about the living room while carrying the revolver. Now he has no other choice but to return, and we will have a civilized discussion, and I will beg forgiveness, and after he forgives me, we can pretend like nothing ever happened. Oberon spent the night rehearsing his apology. As for Kane, he drove without any sense of direction, and since he was flustered, he almost ran over something that rushed past his car. He stopped abruptly to get his bearing, and when he stopped, he saw a very familiar-looking black dog. Due to his size and the shape of his tail and ears, Kane guessed that it might be a wolf. And he opened his car door and he whistled at it. The black dog barked at Kane while wagging his tail. He eventually jumped into the passenger seat. Rough night, asked Kane. The dog barked in response. And why did he have to kiss me? That stupid horn dog ruined everything, said Kane, venting to the mud. The dog whimpered in response. His conversation was interrupted when a police officer knocked on his window, and the officer asked, "Sir, have you been drinking?" "I drank 3 hours ago, but not much, mind you, and I think it should already be out of my system," said Kane. "Hey, I know you," said the officer, lowering the light. "You're the new kid, the one who got bitten by the vampire. The guys from the morning shift told me all about you, and let me see the bite mark." Kane showed his neck to the police officer. "Good God, it looks ghastly. What was your name?" Kane, like the guy who murdered his brother Abel." "It is actually Kane with a K. It is derived from Kanye, which means better version of what came before, or warrior," said Kane, explaining why he was named the way he was. "Cool dog," said the officer, coming over to look at the black, wolf-looking dog. "He's not mine. I almost ran him over. He's the reason why I halted so abruptly," said Kane. "Ah, so he's a stray," said the officer, petting the dog's nape. "Neat. I have been looking for a new canine recruit, and he certainly has the makings of a formidable police dog. He has a wolf's tail and ears, and dogs with wolf's blood are difficult to tame, or so I read," said Kane. "He looks pretty tame to me, and let me take him off your hands," said the officer, opening the door. The dog growled before showing his teeth, and the moment that the officer reached for the nape, the creature bolted, and he was completely lost in the night. "Well, that sucks," said the officer, and folding his arms, he said, "Are you all right to drive home by yourself?" "You can escort me home if you had nothing better to do," said Kane dryly. "Just for that sass, you're going to have to prove to me that you're sober. Now step out of the vehicle, sir," ordered the officer. Kane took a deep breath before doing what he was told, and he walked in a straight line, and he did all the balancing tests, and he was saved from the situation by Officer Lola. And since she had ran the rook issue that was bothering Kane, he was able to run away from the situation. And he drove to the nearest house or apartment that could provide him shelter. And that night he ended up inconveniencing his friend Alexia and his fiancé Byron. And since Byron was busy writing, a bored, half-asleep Alexia was the one who opened the door. "My prayers have been answered. Hallelujah," joked Alexia. He had a maiden build, had dyed blonde hair, and the type of boring face that one never gives a second glance to. "I'm too drunk to drive home. Can I crash in your couch?" asked Kane. "You can crash anywhere you want," said Alexia, taking Kane's hand. And he added, "The bed is more comfortable. Let us both crash there." "Alexia," growled Kane. I kid, not. It has been such a dull night," said Alexia, looking at his fiancé's office. Byron opened the door just to say, "Keep it down. You're breaking my concentration." "Fine, we'll make love as quietly as two church mouses," joked Alexia. Byron brought out a condom from his junk drawer before saying, "Do whatever you want, just use protection." Alexia, flustered, went into the bedroom to scream into a pillow, and he hadn't expected such an indifferent response from the man that he loved. Love was a strong word. Fondness better describe what he felt for Byron. Though with Byron ignoring him all the time, the only thing he felt for the man was irritation. And at times Alexia felt that he was living by himself, and if his mother didn't travel so much, he would go back to living with her. "And what's the matter, Alexia?" said Kane, sitting down beside his friend. "I'm lonely. I know that doesn't compare with your worlds, but even so, I cannot help but feel miserable," said Alexia. "Well, Byron did give you permission," said Kane while thinking of Eugenia, and she had an open marriage, and she regularly cheated on her partner Santiago, and he cheated on her as well. I don't want his permission, said Alexia, hugging Kane. I want him to pay attention to me, if only just a little. Well, he did acknowledge your existence 5 seconds ago, said Kane. And the guy's a writer. Let him work when the inspiration strikes him. He isn't a writer, he's a reporter, and he hasn't published anything decent ever, barked Alexia. All the more reason for you to be supportive instead of a critic, and maybe he will pay attention to you more if you at least pretended to care about what he's passionate about, advised Kane. You sound just like my mother, whined Alexia. Have you even read any of his books? Asked Kane. I tried once, but I found it boring, said Alexia. I will read it to you, said Kane, reaching for a book. After listening to the book for 20 minutes, Alexia fell into a heavy slumber, and Kane smiled thinly. His plan had worked. He flopped off the pillow before making himself comfortable in Alexia's bed, and with a warm body beside him, he was able to fall into a heavy slumber. He felt safe knowing that Byron was awake, typing away, and if it was a home intruder, there was going to be someone awake to tackle the problem. That night he dreamed of Oberon kissing him, and in the dream world he surrendered to Oberon's dexterous finger, and when the man drew him into the mating embrace, he felt sharp teeth biting his neck, and the dream was warping into a nightmare, and once again he was lying in that cold, desolate beach with the moon hanging overhead, and he tried to move but he wasn't able to, and he was completely paralyzed under the mercy of Eric, who was pointing a gun at his temple. He awoke when Byron shook him by the shoulder, and Kane was screaming at the top of his lungs, and he sounded as if he was dying. So Oberon had no choice but to stop writing to check up the uninvited guests. I'm sorry I'm such a burden, Grandpa, said Kane apologetically, and in the darkness Byron's silhouette resembled Grandpa Raphael. I'm not your grandpa, said Byron dryly. I know, but I wish you were, said Kane, remembering that his grandpa was dead. If you're done having your nightmare, I gotta get back to work, said Byron, returning to his office. It wasn't every day that he actually had inspiration. Kane settled back to bed and he stared at the roof, unable to sleep, and he turned his head to look at Alexia, and his friend was staring at him. Have you gone to a psychologist to talk about your nightmares? Asked Alexia. I spoke to Unla about it, and she could recommend that I go to a support group for men and women that have suffered as I did. I do not even know why she wants me to go there. It was not as if there was any penetration. It wasn't as if I was any penetration. I wasn't fed up. I was drugged and beaten by a lunatic. Nothing else happened, said Kane. I do not have experience in that department. And have you talked to Malik about it? Asked Alexia. I'm not in the mood to talk about it again. I already told everyone who was here to listen to what happened, and it hasn't helped me feel better about the situation, protested Kane, hiding under the bed sheets. And he added, smiling sadly, it is funny to think that half a year ago, the biggest problem I had was Karina pressuring me into marrying her. Why didn't you marry her? Asked Alexia. Because she always leaves me as soon as she finds someone more interesting. And it is not as if I said no. I told her that she was going to have a trial period, and she dated me and only me for a year. Then only then would I marry her, and a few days later she replaced me for Bruno. Well, the joke is on her because at least I love her, while the strongest emotion Bruno feels for her is irritation, barked Kane. And what makes you think that Bruno doesn't love Karina? Asked Alexia, gossiping. Call it a hunch, and there have also been small incidents here and there that made me realize that he doesn't love her. In fact, I think this is the very reason why he's still with her, because he prefers to be loved than to love and to be rejected, said Kane. I think you're just projecting, Kane, said Alexia. The friend gossiped about Karina's relationship with Bruno for half an hour, and as he was falling asleep again, Kane asked, Alexia, have you ever been kissed by a woman? Have you? Joked Alexia, and he added, yes, I had kissed women before. And did you like it? Asked Kane. Meh, said Alexia. Then again, with enough booze, you can poke anyone you find tolerable. Back in college, I dated a girl just to make my mother happy. I tried to like women, I really did, but I wasn't able to. Did you always know that you like men? Asked Kane. Did you always know that you like women? Asked Alexia, drawing closer. And he retreated when he felt his engagement ring around his finger, and he removed it to place it beside his bedstand. I was taught that I should like women by my grandpa, and he even gave me my first nudie magazine, said Kane. But I don't know, when I looked at those pages, I didn't feel attraction. I felt disgust even. They were also grotesquely exhibiting their reproductive organ. But you ended up sleeping with a woman in the end, said Alexia, resting his head against Kane's shoulder. Yes, Karina was my first time, and she made me feel many wonderful things, but also painful things as well, said Kane. And did you kiss her down there? Asked Alexia. Not the first time. It isn't my favorite thing to do. I can't stand the smell, and the taste is repulsive, said Kane. Byron doesn't taste like roses either, but I do so enjoy watching the effect that my kisses have on his stoic disposition, said Alexia, smiling slyly. "Oh, don't kiss me last night," said Kane finally, and instead of staying and talking about boundaries like a normal person, I fled like a thief in the night. A kiss doesn't mean anything. No matter how many times I was kissed by a woman, it didn't turn me heterosexual, said Alexia flatly. Just accept his apology and go back to being friends. I also allowed him to feel me up, said Kane. No fair, and I was here first, protested Alexia with an over-exaggerated display of grief. And I have been your friend for longest, and you allowed that stranger to kiss you and to fill you up all your dirty pillows. Alexia knew that Kane was allergic to most adult language, and he would blush if he so much heard the word nipple. Kane had been raised by two old prudes, and Kane laughed when he heard Alexia's euphemism for breast. Well, you did leave me for Byron, so take that, said Kane. Take what? Asked Alexia, not getting the reference. It is from a stupid vision novel I'm playing, said Kane, and that is not relevant to this case, Your Honor. The point is that I allowed Oberon to kiss me, and I could have stopped him at any point, but I allowed him to kiss me, and I allowed him to fill me up, and I allowed him to touch the most sensitive part of my body. And when he touched it, I freaked out. It is stupid. Lots of women had touched it before, and I have been super blasé about it. I don't know how I should feel about it. It isn't important how you should feel about it. Tell me, how do you feel about it? Asked Alexia. Confused, said Kane. With your permission, I will clear up your confusion, said Alexia, sitting up. Just do what you must, said Kane, folding his arms. Alexia kissed Kane, and Kane felt neither attraction nor disgust. He felt absolutely nothing. Alexia pouted when he saw the lack of response to his kiss. Alexia proceeded to unbutton Kane's pajama, and Kane stopped Alexia when he saw the door slightly ajar, and he fancied that he had seen Byron washing them, and since he had been cheated on before, Kane didn't allow Alexia to continue. I was thinking, Alexia, Byron may give you permission, but I think that he's equally hopes that you won't cheat on him. I know what it is like to be cheated on, and I in good consciousness refuse to be the lover in this story, said Kane. Alexia settled down, and he turned his back on Kane, and he proceeded to pretend to sleep. And Kane started petting Alexia's hair, and the youth eventually fell asleep in spite of himself. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. 5, Chapter 6, Temperance. The following morning, Kane awoke to the smell of breakfast, and his mouth watered at the sound of burning bacon. It was then when he heard his grandmother's voice, and alarmed he placed his bedsheets over his head. He frowned when he remembered his age. He was an adult. He owned a house, and he was employed. He had earned the right to come and go as he pleased. He walked slowly towards the door, and he placed his ear in order to listen, and he turned as pale as a ghost when his grandmother opened the door. You always wake up at the sound of bacon, said Esther, and you can stop scurrying about and come sit with us. Kane meekly did as he was told, and shyly he asked, How do you know that I was here? We placed a tracker on you while you were sleeping, said Esther candidly. Where is it at? Asked Kane, feeling his skin and his mouth. Is that even allowed? Asked Byron, raising an eyebrow. I guess, said Esther. Though with that woman it was impossible to know if she was lying or telling the truth. Esther finished making breakfast, and Byron and Alexia dug into the home-cooked meal. Byron was a vegetarian, but even he wasn't able to resist the temptation that was Esther's spicy, salty, crispy bacon. The spice combined well with the boiled eggs. That gossip told your grandma that Oberon kissed you, tattled Oberon while Luke pointing at Alexia. No, I told her that I kissed her grandson and that he liked it, said Alexia, twisting the truth as it is common among journalists. Esther lowered her fork, and she started to rhythmically tap the table with her bony index finger. Alexia had expected the old woman to cry or explode, and Alexia felt that he was doing Cain a favor by throwing him out of the closet. Oberon called asking about you, said Esther, completely knowing everything that Byron and Alexia had said. He is currently in your house with your things, and I can ask him to leave if you find his presence unwelcome. I think I better go talk to him. I can't just avoid him, said Cain, lowering his gaze. But you can. You're not obligated to speak to someone that you don't want to. And if he becomes persistent, we can file a restraining order, said Esther dryly. I don't think that is necessary, and if I tell him to leave, he will leave. He will leave, said Cain as a single tear fell from his cheek. And Esther came over to whisper to her grandson, and the gossips Alexia and Byron leaned closer, and they held in their breaths to listen to every word. You don't have to tell him to leave if you don't want to. You haven't done anything wrong, whispered Esther. I'm sorry, Grandma, said Cain, covering his face. There's nothing to apologize for. You're not in trouble. I still love you, Cain, and there's no reason for you to be afraid, whispered Esther while patting Cain's back. And you can tell me whatever you want, and I won't judge you. Cain cried while his grandma hugged his head, and Byron commented, Your friend is a bit of a wuss. There's nothing wrong with being in touch with your emotions, whispered Alexia dryly. It is better to cry it out than to explode in a violent, murderous rage. Byron quieted down, and he continued to study the situation and to take mental notes. And he found the interaction between Cain and his grandma interesting. And he realized that his book would be far more interesting if the mother of the protagonist behaved more like Grandma Esther, supportive but sphinx-like in her words. The mother in his book required a bit more nuance to make her more interesting for his readers. Cain eventually stopped crying, and he finished his pancakes, and he got in the car, and he drove back home with his grandma. And when it came time for him to leave the car, he hesitated. Did Oberon say anything? Asked Cain. He told me that he wanted to apologize, said Esther. I see, said Cain. Why does he want to apologize? Asked Esther. Well, you heard what Alexia and Byron said Cain, sinking into his car seat. I will believe what you want me to believe, said Esther sternly. That isn't a very practical thing to do, Grandma, said Cain, pouting. What do I care for the idle gossip of strangers, said Esther, patting her grandson's hand benevolently. You are the boy I raised. You are the boy I know. You are the other one I trust. You are the one I love. You are the person that I choose to believe. I love you too, Grandma, said Cain, kissing his grandma's hand with reverence. And his grandma always knew what to say to make him feel better. Cain finally left the car with his grandmother following close behind, and he opened the door with confidence, and he already felt certain about what he wanted to say when he came face to face with Oberon. And Oberon jumped from the couch the moment that Cain opened the door, and by the looks of things, he had been conversing with Cain's father, Jack. Oberon here was telling me about his failed gymnast career while I was boring him with stories about my quick rise and fall from stardom, said Jack, smiling warmly. I'm sorry, Oberon, said Cain first before Oberon had a chance to speak. No, I'm the one who should apologize, said Oberon, bowing. I do not know what got over me. Me neither, said Cain, laughing nervously. I shouldn't have voted, but I overreacted, and I should have stayed and talked about it, but I'm a coward. And since I was small, my first instinct when dealing with any awkward social situation was to run away. And it was reckless for me to run away half drunk in the middle of the night. No more social drinking for you, mister, barked Esther. Yes, Grandma, said Cain meekly. Mom, he's only 23. Mom, he's only 23. Let him live a little, said Jack. 2 drinks, said Esther, folding her arms. No more, no less. Yes, Grandma, said Cain, lowering his gaze. If you two are done apologizing, then run along, said Esther, gesticulating with her hands. With a weary step, she went to her bedroom to rest her legs. She was tired, so very tired. But she had to put on a tough front for the sake of the baby. The so-called baby. Cain went to the porch to speak openly with Oberon. So what do you want to do, Cain? Asked Oberon, breaking the silence. What do you want to do? Asked Cain, throwing the ball at Oberon. I had a psychic today, but I had to cancel it, said Oberon, and he had an irregular job as a party clown or superhero impersonator. It all depended on the theme of the children's birthday party. "Nah, go to your party and fine, everything's fine between us," said Kane. "Am I still your friend?" asked Oberon. "Yes, we're still friends," said Kane, amicably placing his hand on Oberon's shoulder. That single touch was enough to reignite Oberon's passion. However, since he was sober, he was able to keep his lust demon under control. "Would you like me to assist you?" asked Kane. "I can't do acrobatics, but I can shoot a mean water gun." "Well, it's a choreographed act, and this helps avoid accident, and we will see next time, and I'll make no promises," said Oberon non-comedically. Oberon left Kane's house, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that things hadn't changed between them. And with nothing better to do, Kane went to the porch with a book, and just stopped fiddling with his guitar when he became aware of his son's presence. "You can continue with your practice, Dad. I'm just here to read a book," said Kane. "And did you work out today?" asked Jack. "No," said Kane. "And yesterday?" asked Jack. "No," said Kane, closing his book. "I better go jog at the very least." Kane changed into his shorts and a hoodie, and the weather was a bit chilly, and he jogged around the block, drawing safety from the familiar neighborhood. And since the running lifted his mood, he returned home to do a bit of weight training. And Jack changed the rhythm of his guitar to match the rising and falling of Kane's waist. With the workout done, he showered before getting dressed to go out, and after weighing his options, he decided to go paint a little to distress. And he placed his art supplies in the trunk of the car, and after a half-an-hour drive, he arrived at Sebastiano's Artist Collective. And it was a painter studio shared by a dozen artists, and from the outside it resembled a rusty blue cargo container with windows cut into the sides. And he went room by room in search of an empty easel to use. And he sat down in the back, and he placed his canvas before looking at the still life that the apprentices were painting. And he started by doing a rough sketch of the fruits with a light pastel brown paint. And once the shapes were defined, he painted the background. "Your brushstroke is still a bit sloppy," said a familiar voice over his shoulder. It was Sebastiano. But when Kane was in high school, Sebastiano was his art teacher. "Is this better?" asked Kane, attending broader strokes. "You're painting the canvas, not stabbing it," said Sebastiano, taking Kane's hand, and he moved smoothly left and right. "What are your little paintings so recently?" said Sebastiano, bringing out a check. "And here's your cut." Kane looked at the $50 check happily, and he placed it in his wallet to deposit it later. And he asked, "Which of my paintings sold?" "The large painting of the sad girl with a transparent blue splatter over her eyes," said Sebastiano. "And who bought the painting?" asked Kane. "A psychic by the name Irina," said Sebastiano. "And she was giving a reading to one of my students when her eyes were drawn to your painting. You're finally doing it, Kane." "Irina is the grandmother of the little girl I saved, and she merely bought the painting because of her life's depths," mused Kane while he painted the orange. "You didn't sign that work," reminded Sebastiano. "She doesn't know that you made the painting." "Irina does know. She is the genuine article," said Kane. "If she's a genuine article, then why hasn't she won the lottery?" asked Sebastiano, doubting Irina's ability. "And just be happy with the check and don't stop doing something you enjoy." Kane smiled sadly, and his teacher had never told him that he had painting talent. And as things stood, he couldn't quit his job to become a painter. Quit his job. And this was the first time he had seriously considered leaving his job as a police officer. He had originally become an officer in order to become the man that his dead grandpa could be proud of. And after working as an officer for more than 2 years, the guilty feeling hadn't left. If he left his job, what could he do for money? He certainly couldn't pay his mortgage with his $50 check for a painting that he made a month ago. Being a painter just wasn't a viable alternative to his job as a police officer. He could return to being a mechanic. Doing that job, he never made more than $12 an hour. No, he couldn't afford he wouldn't be able to afford his house if he went back to working as a mechanic. Why did he buy that stupid house? He looked at a nearby standing mirror, and he still had a beautiful body, and he danced well. Maybe he could become an exotic dancer. No, his grandma would have a heart attack if he left his job to become a pole dancer. And what other options did he have? He could go to college, but study what exactly? He would still need to keep his job as a police officer to afford the classes. No. This wasn't a viable option either. It was not as if he was passionate about becoming a doctor or a lawyer, and he dreaded being the final arbiter of another person's fate, and he could easily shoot a bad guy to protect an innocent. And it was a different matter to have a person die or wind up in jail due to his negligence. He was distracted from his ruminations by his cell phone ringing, and he smiled happily when he saw that Oberon was calling. "Did you finish your work already?" asked King. "Already. It has been 4 hours since last we spoke. And did you eat lunch?" asked Oberon. "I think I skipped lunch," said Kane, looking at the clock, and he added, "I got distracted while painting. I didn't even notice the passage of time." "Cool. What do you paint?" asked Oberon. "I'm going to send you a picture. It is nothing special," said Kane, photographing his still life. "Those are some nice-looking grapes," said Oberon, struggling to come up with a compliment for the boring-looking painting. "I like how they shine." If you like it, I can gift it to you," said King happily. Oberon looked at the painting before saying, "Fruits are not really my thing, and if you have any new sketches that look nice, they could really jazz up my living room." "Male or female sketches?" asked Kane. "I was joking, Kane," said Oberon, giggling. "I am not. As an artist, I regularly sketch men and women, though most of the time I do not have a live model to work with, but I try my best," said Kane shyly. "I can bring over one of my sketchbooks, and you can pick the ones you like. I can even make frames for them, and your apartment could use some wall decor." "Nah, don't bother. Tonight I have a date. So it's not as if I'm going to have time to look through your artwork," said Oberon, smiling thinly. "I see. Have fun then," said Kane, as his eyes watered in spite of himself. "Hey, Kane, just because I have a scene doesn't mean that I don't want to hang out with you. And do you need me to call someone, or can you find a date for yourself on so short notice?" asked Oberon in a condescending tone. "I can help for myself, thank you very much," said Kane, pouting. And he hung up the cell phone after saying this. And he called again, and he said apologetically, "I didn't mean to sound cross. I just don't have a long list of singles I can contact on such short notice." "You can always call Lola," teased Oberon. "Yes, I can always call Lola," said King without much enthusiasm. He called Lola, and on the weekend she spent all her time with the kids, so it was a no-go. And if he wanted to hang with her, he had to wait for her to call him. And since this response reminded Kane of his ex-girlfriend Eugenia, he immediately friend-zoned her forever. And he looked through his contacts, and the only other single woman he knew was Dorothy. And he found nothing for the maiden, not even attraction. And since he had known her as Eugenia's little sister, he saw her as a sister as well. And it was weird. He felt weird about dating the little sister of his ex-girlfriend. No, she wasn't a good option for a date. And since he couldn't find a date, he called his best friend Karina. She wasn't single, but she was always looking for an excuse to party. "Hey, Karina, are you busy with Bruno?" asked Kane. "No, we're not particularly busy," said Karina before yawning. And she was playing chess with Bruno in order to bond, and she was looking for any excuse to get away from that situation. "Can you come with me tonight? Oberon has a date, and I called Dorothy and Lola, and they were too busy to go out with me. And I don't know any other single woman," answered Kane nervously. "I know just the girl that might be interested in dating you," said Bruno. Kane realized that Karina had him on speaker, and Bruno added, "My secretary is a really nice girl, but shy among strangers, and she reminds me a bit of you, so she might make good company." What's her name?" asked Kane. "Her name is," said Bruno, and he looked at his cell phone before saying, "Darcy. I'm going to send you a picture of the girl." "And why do you have a picture of your secretary on your cell phone?" asked Karina, clenching her fist. "Why do you have a cell phone?" Because she's jealous of her boyfriend. "I don't have a picture of the girl on my cell phone. I am getting her picture from the company website," said Bruno, showing Karina the photo. "She's fat," giggled Karina, seeing the class 2 obese maiden. Bruno gave a queer smile before calling Darcy. Darcy answered immediately when she saw that Bruno was calling. "Bruno, what a surprise," said Darcy happily. "Are you doing anything tonight?" asked Bruno. What am I doing? This is also sudden, said Darcy, jumping about her living room, and she fancied that the love potion she had placed inside Bruno's coffee had worked. And when she stopped hyperventilating, she added, no, I'm not busy, Bruno. My nights are pretty open. Kane needs someone to dance with, and you know how to dance, do you, Darcy? Asked Bruno. She doesn't need to know how to dance, said Kane, who was on speaker, and as long as she's pleasant company. You heard that, Darcy? You don't need to know how to dance to go on this date, joked Bruno. What do I wear, casual, semi-casual? Asked Darcy, extremely deflated, and she had been hoping against all hope that Bruno was asking her out on a date. You're going to a nightclub, so wear something flashy or sparkly. Sing something. What is it called? Do you know what I'm thinking? What word is it? Asked Bruno, rubbing his temple. Sequin, said Karina, guessing the word. Yes, sequin. I think that is what they're called. You wore a nice sequin dress that last time we had an office party. Wear a shirt made of that material and some jeans and a jacket, and just in case it gets cold, said Bruno, deciding Darcy's wardrobe. And I will get dressed right away, and I will text you my address, and I will be ready to go out by 8, said Darcy. With that said, O'Kane went home to prepare for his date, and he wore the first clean outfit that fell from his closet. And his father frowned when he saw O'Kane wearing an orange turtleneck with a green camouflage pants. And the pie was no longer ghastly black, just red-purple. Still, it was noticeable enough for a person to ask about it. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 7, The Empress. He picked up Darcy right on time, and she blushed when she saw Kane from up close. He was much taller in person. She had always seen him from far away whenever the youth allowed himself into Bruno's office. Darcy fancied that she wasn't much to look at. Her mother had forced her to go to the hair salon, and she had wasted $200 straightening her curly brown hair. She had a round face and a suspecting black eyes. The petite maid spent the entire car ride ogling her date, and Kane's shirt clung to his skin, thus perfectly delineating his muscular shoulders and six-pack. Even if nothing came of it, Kane was the hottest guy that had ever taken her out of the house. When they got to the nightclub, she brought out her cell phone to snap a picture of Kane, and she added with a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I should have asked for permission. We can take a photo together if you like, said Kane, opening the car door for Darcy. Yes, that would definitely work better, said Darcy, standing beside Kane while holding up her cell phone. She placed her hand around Kane's waist before taking her photo, and she smiled quite happily before sending the photos to her mother. The pair entered the Blue Martini. A side of the club was open, and this gave a perfect view of the nearby lake. A cold wind swept through the Blue Martini, and Darcy shivered nervously inside her thin coat or jacket. She clung to Kane's arm for warmth. After a short line, they entered the club, and the pair drew plenty of curious glances, but nothing else. Darcy breathed a sigh of relief when nobody said anything about her dress or her weight. And this was her first time at a nightclub, so naturally she assumed that it was going to be awful like her high school prom. At least this time her date was a school jock. While Darcy was making up stories in her head, Kane was searching for Overton, and he flinched when he felt someone pinching his behind, and following his natural instinct, he turned around to punch the person who had dared to disrespect him. He stopped when he noticed Overton had company. The person that had pinched him was actually Overton's date, an acquaintance with benefits. They're not even friends with benefits. They're acquaintances with benefits. Overton hadn't called that acquaintance in over a month, and he was starting to remember why he didn't hang out with him anymore. This is, said Overton, pointing to the person whose name he had forgotten. In the cell phone, the number was listed as booty call 27, number 27. Adrian, said the stranger, shaking hands with Kane. Wait a minute, said Overton, finally remembered the name. And why are you giving Kane a fake name, Arden? Because we work together, said Kane, narrowing his eyes. He had seen through Arden's disguise. Arden was sporting a long-sleeved green dress that covered his Adam's apple, and the blonde wig and makeup were there to hide his identity. Arden wasn't into wearing dresses. The man hiding within the dress and wig was a beefy, raven-haired individual. His pitch-black monolith eyes were always looking about, worried about seeing someone that recognized him. Since he was a closet case, he always wore a disguise whenever he went out looking for a man that could satisfy him. He had met Oberon while on the prowl 2 years ago, and they would go out whenever their schedules coincided. And despite all the times they had gone out together, Oberon could barely remember Arden's name, while Arden was only familiar with Oberon's favorite positions. "You took work together," said Oberon, rubbing his chin. He was equally surprised and delighted. "Not until recently, mind you," said Arden in a high-pitched feminine voice. Cain laughed in spite of himself, and the fake voice that Arden was using reminded him of Tootsie. Oberon too laughed. The fake voice sounded more ridiculous than the last time he had heard it. And Arden felt worse because even Darcy was laughing at him. "Can you please not tell anyone a word that you saw me looking like this?" said Arden, lowering his head. "Who would I tell? I don't know anyone," scoffed Cain. "I have only been working there for 1 day, and I only recognize you because you poked fun at me getting attacked by a vampire." "Hold on, you were attacked by a vampire?" asked Darcy, surprised. "He did say vampire, did he? I didn't just hear you speak crazy, did I?" "It wasn't a vampire per se, just somebody with a vampire fetish. He beat me while he struggled to get aroused," said Cain. "That's the second time you say that. You really should update your testimony," said Oberon, pouting. "And what difference would that make?" scoffed Cain. "If harassment is involved, it becomes aggravated kidnapping, so that would add a couple of more years to his sentence," said Arden. "And he did drug you, and you don't drug a person if all you're planning to do is take a bite out of them." "I take it you're an expert," said Cain, annoyed by the situation. "Well, I am a criminal investigator," said Arden, "and for all we know, the man that attacked you was a serial killer, and every little detail counts." Cain interrupted. "I am not in the mood to talk about him, and can we do literally anything else?" The night passed leisurely enough after this conversation, and Cain danced with his companion, and Darcy didn't know how to dance, so she would just do a clumsy mimicry of Cain's movements, and she was just happy to be doing something that her mother considered normal. And she also drank and took photos with Cain and Oberon. And while she opened her mouth to ask Cain to make love to her, but she changed her mind at the last minute. She didn't want to be laughed at, and her repressed desire made her cling feverishly to Cain, and while he struggled to dance with her, and he felt her arms wandering about, and this greatly irritated him. He sang with frustration, and here was another woman who just wanted to sleep with him. Darcy only ever opened her mouth to ask for a drink, a picture, or a dance. And Oberon, noticing that Cain was irritated, decided to cut the double date short, and he feigned tiredness before going to his car. Cain drove Darcy home and waited for her outside the house with her mother. It was 11, and this was the longest that Darcy had ever stayed out on a day. In every respect, she had succeeded her mother's expectation. Darcy thought that things had gone well. However, as soon as she got out of the car, Cain sped away, and he didn't even bother to leave her his phone number. Darcy sighed wearily, but she was used to being rejected because of her look. Little did she suspect that she had been rejected due to her lecherous fingers. Cain arrived at his home, and he fell face first on his pillow, and he left the bed to shower and to change into a clean set of pajamas, and he saw on the corner of his bed the cat plushie that Jeremy had made for him, and he picked it out to examine it closer. "I wish I had the real Tybalt," pouted Cain, hugging the cat close to his heart. He didn't fall asleep right away, and he spent a good portion of the night thinking about Oberon, and he liked spending every minute and every second with Oberon, and Oberon knew what to say to make him feel better about his miserable existence. And he was good at giving hugs, and he was fun. And when Oberon spent time with another man or woman, Cain would become sad, and he was jealous of Arden, and the more he thought about it, the more he fancied that he was in love. He began to weigh the pros and the cons of romantically pursuing Oberon. Then again, Cain was inexperienced on romance, and he was often the prey and not the hunter. And as far as he knew, Oberon had never been in a stable relationship, and Cain was afraid of destroying the beautiful friendship. Grandpa, what should I do? Said Cain, bringing out the picture of his grandpa. Stop being a sissy and just tell her how you feel, said Grandpa Raphael's picture. I have feelings for a guy, Grandpa, said Cain. Ah! Alright. Bye-bye and God bless. Pentacle, Chapter 8, The Hierophant. I have feelings for a guy, Grandpa, said Cain. Then you're out of the family, said Grandpa Raphael's picture. I don't have a grandson anymore, and if I see you on the street, I will pretend not to know you. And what do you think, Grandpa Raphael? Won't approve of your relationship? Asked Jeremy's plushie. Cain had fallen asleep while hugging the plushie. He made me feel rather foolish after I gave Malik that love letter. And it was not as if I was physically attracted to Malik. I was just jealous that he was spending more time with Karina than with me. I did my research about what to expect about sleeping with a guy, and no one had done anything to have Malik's undivided attention, and he was my first friend, and back then I was lonely. I was so very lonely, said Cain before falling into a deeper slumber. A week passed after this incident, and during that time Cain's feelings for Oberon festered like an infectious disease. And try as he might, he couldn't suppress the longing he felt for that man. And as for Oberon, his love for Cain grew stronger, and since he couldn't have Cain, Oberon decided to use Arden as a poor substitute. It was the last day of January, and Cain had gotten used to his new situation. He went on patrol, and he would type up his reports from his car laptop to avoid his co-workers. And during lunch break, he would dine with Alexia, and the magazine he wrote for had an office close to Cain's new job. And during that time he would make political cartoons for his friend. Since he avoided his co-workers like the plague, Cain was quickly getting the reputation of being a lone wolf, and his co-workers naturally felt that they couldn't rely on him. And like every day, Cain went on patrol to wait for crime to happen in his general vicinity, and his walkie-talkie received a distress call. One of his peers needed backup, and he drove to the address, and even from a block away he could hear the bullet storm. He double-checked his bulletproof helmet and vest, and he examined his revolver to make certain that it was in working order, and after checking his gear, he got out of the car. He saw the shooter hold up in his home, and whenever the arresting officer tried to get close, he would get shot at with a machine gun. Cain took careful aim, and then he shot a single bullet. The bullet then blew off the finger and the thumb of the criminal, and when the criminal doubled over in pain, he took aim and he shot both shoulders just to be safe. And his Vietnam War veteran grandpa had taught Cain where to shoot to render the entire arm useless. He lingered a little to see if the arresting officer needed more help, and when he saw more cop cars arriving, he returned to his patrol car. There was no need for him to stay since he wasn't the arresting officer. Only the arresting officer needed to write reports and do actual police work. Plus, it was almost lost time, and he didn't want to miss his lunch date with Alexia. He drove to the police station to clock out at exactly 11. Wait, said one of his co-workers. The boss wants to talk with you. And he will, after I come back from my union-mandated lunch break, hissed Cain. And why must you bring unions into this? Asked the co-worker, laughing. Cain didn't answer. He simply ran to his patrol car to get away from the situation. If asked why he didn't come right away, he would pretend not to have heard the message. Because his co-worker didn't speak loud enough. No, that wasn't a good lie. His co-worker didn't deliver the message. Rather, he poked fun at him of getting bit by a wannabe vampire, or had asked at some point or another about the curious incident, as they like to call it. Each time they asked him insensitive questions, Cain grew to dislike them even more, and he no longer bothered to remember their names or their faces. If one of them greeted him outside of work, he treated them like the strangers that they were. He erased from his mind those strangers while he struggled to earn his daily bread, and he fancied that there wouldn't be so much crime if the fool spent less time in idle gossip. And he parked in the usual place while walking up to a nearby beach camping area, and Alexia was sitting by the sand on top of a tower with his lunchbox, and he giggled when he saw his friend approaching. "Cain, what's up?" said Alexia. "What's up?" said Cain in an exaggerated tone. "In all seriousness, what is up with you?" asked Alexia. "I'm fine," said Cain, opening his lunchbox to munch of his egg salad. "You don't look fine," said Alexia. "I hate my co-worker, that's what's up. But you get used to it. It is amazing what you can get used to. It feels like middle school all over again, said King, rubbing his temple. And just talking about it was giving him a headache. And you would think that those bastards would have matured after getting a badge and a gun, but no. They all act like a bunch of toddlers with their stupid questions, and then they wonder why I avoid them like the plague. They're just curious about you, Cain, mused Alexia. They are not curious about me. They are curious about the vampire that attacked me, barked Cain bitterly. They don't care that I suffer as long as they quench their stupid curiosity. Maybe they want to help, said Alexia before taking a bite from his tuna sandwich. They are not the lead investigators, so their interrogations are only self-serving, barked Cain. Well, maybe they're investigating the matter on their own, mused Alexia before taking another bite. Why are you playing devil's advocate, Alexia? asked Cain. I just don't like to see you so angry all the time, said Alexia, and being armed and angry doesn't usually end well. I suppose, said Cain, removing the bullets from his revolver, and he asked, giving a fake smile, do you feel safer? That wasn't what I was worried about, said Alexia. If I could find anything that paid the same and that came with health insurance, I would leave this job without a moment's hesitation, said Cain, finally voicing his desire to quit the force. And maybe you could try your luck in another department, suggested Alexia. I am already in a new department. A new place will be more of the same. At least I know what to expect from them. Más vale mal conocido que bueno por conocer, said Cain. The alarm on his cell phone began to ring, and he needed to get back to work. And he just needed to make it through the second half of the day. In just 4 hours, Friday would. In just 4 hours, he could continue with his life. He arrived at the station with 10 minutes still left on his lunch break, and he waited 5 more minutes before entering within. And he crashed when he heard someone asking about him, and all he needed was to clock in to be able to return to his patrol car. And a nearby officer laughed when he saw Cain sneaking about, and he was almost there, just a few more steps, and he would be able to clock in. And he looked at the clock with the corner of his eyes, and he only had 30 seconds to make it to the machine. And he sprinted the rest of the way, and he clocked in at 12, not a second earlier, not a second later. And his happiness was short-lived when his co-workers started clapping and hooting. If you're done fooling about, the boss wanted to speak with you, said an unfamiliar face. Yes, sir, said Cain, making his way to his boss's office. His eyes immediately turned glassy as soon as he opened the door, and the man gestured for Cain to sit down, and Cain saw the man's lips moving, but he heard nothing. He had completely detached himself from the situation. To occupy his mind, he focused on a new visual novel game he was playing. In that game, he was a lawyer, and he was stuck in a witness testimony. And trying as he might, he couldn't find a contradiction, and he fancied that maybe he should look up an online guide, but the gamer in him wanted to win it without help. And whenever the man stopped talking, Cain would respond by saying, yes, sir. And at a certain point, his boss noticed that Cain wasn't paying attention, and the man sighed with frustration. He wasn't used to dealing with such a thick-headed individual. If that is all, I will return to my patrol route, said Cain. A computer came in today, and it belongs to a criminal, and we need you to work your hacker magic on it to help us retrieve the incriminating information, said the boss, finally returning to the work-related subject. And the files we are looking for are lewd, so you will know it when you find it. Yes, sir, said Cain, standing up. The computer's in the forensics lab, said his boss. Yes, sir, said Cain, opening the door. And Cain wandered about the station searching for a room labeled forensics lab. And he should have asked for direction, but he wanted to avoid human contact as much as possible. Are you looking for the bathroom? Asked a familiar voice. And looking up for a second, Cain saw that it was Arden. Cain said dryly, I'm busy. Busy being lost, mused Arden, and he had seen Cain pass by his office twice. I would sooner put a bullet through my vein than get help from you, thought Cain. He walked past Arden to resume his wandering, and after an hour not finding the location, Cain finally said grudgingly, where is the forensics lab? It is in room 208, second floor to the right, said Arden. Thank you for your assistance, said Cain coldly. It is the least I could do after you saved me from that sticky situation, said Arden. He had been the cop that had called for backup, and he was also happy that Cain hadn't told anyone that he preferred the company of men. Cain said nothing, and he was doing his job, and there was no need to be thanked for doing what he was being paid to do. This is at least what he thought, and he was in too much of a foul mood to have said any pleasantries. He found the forensics lab, and waiting for him was the charred laptop. The pair had burned it in a foolish attempt to burn the evidence. Kane hacked the laptop to pieces. The analyst said, "You were supposed to hack it, not hack it to pieces. I can't do anything with a burned laptop, and I need to salvage whatever pieces still work," explained Kane. He dug up what remained of the memory chips and must have fried, but there were a few intact. And he said to the other analyst, "I need a new laptop, preferably one that it has all of its parts. There is one that's no longer needed." No, this is one. "This is one that's no longer needed," said the analyst, bringing out a different laptop. "I need a Windows laptop," said Kane. "Well, we don't have one available," said the analyst. "And what about that one?" said Kane, pointing to the analyst's laptop. "It's mine," he protested. "Is anyone using this old computer?" said Kane, pointing to the office computer that was turned off. "No," said the analyst, "but I don't think you are." Kane opened the computer and he attached the memory chips into the old Windows computer. And now that the hardware was installed, he needed to see if this cannibalization had worked. He turned on the computer and he found when he saw that the computer wasn't reading the chip. And while the PC was on, he jabbed the chip with his screwdriver, and after some minor twitching, a file manifested in the desktop. And after opening it, he realized that this was the information that his boss wanted. He took a photo of the file of the laptop and he wrote down all of the steps. And he smiled when he saw that the workday was almost finally over. And he fiddled with the computer for a bit in order to pretend to work for another hour. And once it was almost 4, he finally reported that he had concluded the task he had been given. "I concluded the task you gave me," said Kane, entering his boss's office, and he handed a floppy disk to his boss before adding, "And here's a copy of the data stored in the PC just to be safe." "Did you look at it?" asked his boss. "I was in order to look at the so-called evidence," said Kane. "Then how do you know that this is the information we seek?" asked the boss. "This is all I was able to salvage from the computer. Whether it is what you're looking for, that remains to be seen. In any case, it isn't. In case it isn't, I did a system restore on the chip and it summoned back whatever old data was deleted. And the system restore data is on the CD, and do with it what you will," said Kane, and he added, "It's 4, have a good weekend." "Kane, can we have a serious conversation for a second?" asked his boss. "Will you pay me for the second of my life that you plan to waste?" asked Kane bitterly. "And what the hell is your problem?" said his boss, smacking the table with both his hands. "You are the chief of police, and you must have solved a few crimes back in the day. And why don't you figure out what my problem is?" said Kane coldly. "Is Arden bothering you because you're gay?" asked the chief of police, and he always saw Kane looking extra irritated whenever he spoke with Arden. And Kane laughed bitterly, and he found it laughable that one didn't need to sleep with a man to be branded as gay. And his reputation had followed him to a new job, and his mouth sadly was thinking about Overton. And this was what his life was like wherever he went. "If you're done asking stupid questions, I will be on my way," said Kane. "I have another question," insisted the chief of police, and he brought out from his pocket $20, and he added, "For your patience." Kane eyed the money with suspicion, and in the end he chose not to take it, and he fancied that this was a test to see if it could be bought. And for all he knew, this was a trap, and he was going to get recorded as setting a bride, and that the chief would hold a piece of evidence over him like a sword of Damocles. And Kane thought of this while glaring at the chief. Why do you have to make things so difficult?" asked the chief, sighing wearily. "You chose the difficult path to tread, not I," said Kane coldly before finally leaving the office. And he clocked out, and he had survived the first 2 weeks. He got paid today, and it was a direct deposit, so he could see his money right away. And he checked his account over the phone, and he frowned when he saw that no money had been deposited. He saw Arden walking over to his car, and he came over to ask the pertinent question. "Today is payday, and at what time do they usually send the money?" asked Kane. "Do you have some outstanding bills to pay?" asked Arden, raising an eyebrow. "And I can lend you a bit of money if you like. After all, I do owe you for helping me out of that scrape." "Just answer the question," insisted Kane. "It usually clears up around 5, said Arden. Kane returned to the police station and sat down before the Human Resource office to wait for his check to clear. If it didn't, he was going to ask Eugenia to lend him one of her lawyers, and they were all going to rue the day that they decided to stiff Kane Sanson and while he waited, he tapped his fingers nervously on the nearby table, and the officer from the night shift nervously eyed the unfamiliar face, and Kane had the look of a man who was waiting for the right opportunity to commit murder. "The check is late. It is 5 minutes late. These thieving bastards have ruined me," thought Kane. And he breathed in and out while he felt the urge to make a scene, and he removed his grandpa's revolver from his holster before staring at it, and then he looked at the Human Resource Office before staring at the clock again. And Arthur went into the Human Resource Office to speak to the teller, and the woman had sent the check, and if there was a delay in the reporting, it was the bank's fault, not hers. And Arthur opened the door, and he beckoned Kane to come within, and the woman showed the computer information, and she assured the grumpy, psychotic-looking Kane that it wasn't her fault that his bank sucked. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. First Pentacle chapter 9, Knight of Cups. Kane sighed wearily before going to his car, and he will have to visit the bank tomorrow to make certain that there was not a hold or anything suspicious going on with his account. The ride back home was a slow one, and since he had left at 5, there was a lot of traffic, and he finally arrived home around 6, and he took a moment to bask in the sight. There was his tree, his thorny, flowerless rose bushes, his pasca flower, his flowering hibiscus plant, and he saw the neighbor's cat giving him a disdainful look before jumping into his ferns. Everything was as it should be, and after he finished admiring the garden, he became aware of the unfamiliar car. Uncle Ged's car was also there, and just what he needed, more controversy. And he peeked into his window, and his grandmother was pouring tea for the chief of police and his wife. And Kane ran to his car with a vague hope that nobody had noticed his approach, and when he turned on the car, he screeched when he became aware of his father's presence. Ah! Jack had an extra set of keys to Kane's patrol car, and Kane's first instinct was to flee, but his father's fragile, delicate hand on his shoulder kept him from escaping. Jack took his son's hand to comfort the youth. "And why do you let that man in there?" barked Kane. "It's bad enough that I had to put up with him from 8 to 4, but now he must harass me in my home as well." "In what way has he been harassing you?" said Jack patiently. "He asks stupid questions, and so do his underlings. It is maddening to be asked at least once a day about Eric, and how am I supposed to move past it when they keep bringing him up?" said Kane, resting his head on the steering wheel. "Did he specifically ask you about Eric?" said Jack. "He didn't ask, but he gossiped about it in my proximity, and he stopped talking about it when he saw me. But I could tell that he was fighting the urge to ask me about it, and he's dying to know just like everyone else," said Kane before sighing deeply. "I will tell him to leave," said Jack, getting out of his car. And Kane moved his car a few paces to allow the unwanted visitors to drive away. And much to his annoyance, the chief of police walked towards him, and he locked the car doors, and he placed a disc with heavy metal music, and he raised the music to maximum, and try as he might, the chief wasn't able to get his voice to reach Kane, and he wrote a message on his notepad, and he placed the note in front of Kane's windshield wiper, and this made it impossible to ignore. "I am sorry," said the message. Kane lowered the music to listen to his boss' terrible apology, and the man finally said, "It was insensitive of me to speak about Eric in your presence, and I will send a memo tonight to forbid your co-workers from asking or even speaking about it in your presence." "Don't bother. It isn't illegal for them to harass me with a thoughtless question," said Kane. "They will stop asking if I order them to. And the situation is creating a toxic work environment, and we all need to tolerate each other's presence to function as a unit," said the chief. "If my presence is causing problems, just transfer me over and save yourself the hassle," said Kane bitterly. "I am the one who doesn't fit in." "I'm not going to do that. It isn't right," said the chief vehemently. "You know what isn't right is you harassing me outside of work just because your men are completely incapable of being sympathetic towards a victim. Those men and women and their cruel professional curiosity have no business calling themselves cops," concluded Kane. Kane's words stayed with the chief of police, and he went back inside to fetch his wife, and the unwelcome guest finally left, and with them gone, Kane was able to wash away the filth he had accumulated throughout the day. And he had been planning to go out tonight with Oberon, but Arden was probably going to be there, and he wasn't in the mood to be near a co-worker, and he texted Oberon to inform him that he wasn't going out tonight. He was so tired, so very tired. Oberon read the text message twice. Tired, so very tired line didn't inspire him much confidence. He decided to go visit Kane to see how he was doing, and around 9 Oberon arrived, and he knocked on the door 3 times before going inside with the house key. And Oberon found Kane lying on the couch listening to an audiobook, and sitting nearby was Jack practicing his guitar, and Grandma Esther was watching an old sitcom while sewing. Everything was peaceful and serene. "You see that he is fine," whispered Alden, who was standing behind Oberon, "and can we go out to party then?" "Oberon, welcome," said Kane, springing from the couch, "and Grandma made more food than usual, and you can have some if you like." "Grandma's leftovers sounds awesome," said Arden, allowing himself within. "You," hissed Kane. "Yes, what about me?" asked Arden, twirling a curl from his blonde wig. "Nothing, do whatever you want," said Kane, returning to the couch to sulk. "What did you do?" asked Oberon, folding his arm. "Why do you assume that I did something wrong?" said Arden, shrugging his shoulder. "It is fine, Oberon," said Kane, going to the kitchen to bring out the leftover. He made a plate of food for Arden and Oberon dug into it immediately, while Arden pecked at the food just to be polite. He didn't truly eat anything. He just moved it around left and right. "Hey, it is a sin to waste food," said Oberon, taking Arden's plate. "And if you didn't want to eat, you shouldn't have said you wanted food." "So you two work together," said Jack, coming over to interrogate Arden. "Unfortunately, yes," said Arden. "I am not going to sugarcoat things. Your son hates me." "Hate is a strong word. As long as you are not within my line of sight, I don't remember your existence," said Kane dryly. "Did you ask my son about the bite mark on his neck?" asked Jack. Kane moaned like a wounded animal, and he rested his face on his hand before going to his room. And Oberon finished his plate quickly before going after Kane. And as Oberon entered, Kane locked the door, and he didn't want Arden to intrude on his happiness. "Why did you invite that tick?" asked Kane. "I was under the impression that he wasn't a good friend of yours, just a plaything. Have things changed?" "Nothing has changed. It is just as he works with you. He expressed concern when he heard that you were not feeling well," said Oberon. "If he was truly concerned about my well-being, he would have respected my desire for me not to see him anymore," said Kane. "Does it bother you at work?" asked Oberon. "Only on the first day, and he wore vampire fangs and a stupid Dracula cape in an attempt to scare me. I don't know if that was his idea of a joke or not, but it wasn't funny," whined Kane. "Oh, poor Kane," said Oberon, hugging his friend. "Were you scared?" "Yes," lied Kane, "but I didn't give him the pleasure of seeing me cry." "I'm going to have a serious talk with that asshole," said Oberon, making his way towards the door. "No, don't," hissed Kane. "Why?" asked Oberon, confused. "Because," said Kane, and his ears turned red while he struggled to come up with a good reason. Oberon in the end went to yell Arden's ear off, and Arden said in his defense, "Look, I am sorry, alright? I didn't think he had been attacked for real. I'm sorry. They told me that Kane had a vampire phobia, and I thought it was a joke, so I went to see if they were pulling my leg." "Who told you about the vampire attack?" asked Oberon, folding his arms. "Please stop calling it a vampire attack," said Jack. "Vampires aren't real." "That's debatable," said Grandma Esther. "Mom, you can't be serious," laughed Jack. "And do you truly believe in vampires?" Esther shrugged her shoulder before returning to her needlepoint. Whether they were real or not, it didn't affect her life. "I am curious to know who started the office rumor about me," said Kane. "Roberto is the one who told me about the vampire phobia," said Arden. "And he called Roberto Diaz to ask him where he had heard the rumor about Kane. My father was discussing one of his patients during dinner, and he mentioned that the man had engaged in vampirism with a certain Kane Sansom, and we laughed thinking that he was joking, and he then said that it wouldn't surprise him if this Kane Sansom developed a phobia for anything related to vampires," said Roberto, who was on speaker. Like his father's like the criminal psychologist who was dealing with the wannabe vampire. His father Angel was a criminal psychologist who was being tasked with deciding if Eddie was mentally fit enough to stand trial, and his tongue Eric opened his mouth. He sounded even more insane. He was fascinating, like any charismatic psychopath. "Why did Eric attack Kane?" asked Jack. Angel came to the phone to answer the question. "Eric claims that Kane is a descendant of a vampire by the name of Gabriel Sansom, and he wanted to drink of Kane's dormant vampiric blood in order to become a true vampire. Esther laughed heartily in spite of herself, and she started laughing when she saw Cain pouting. And then asked the pertinent question, is Gabriel a vampire? Nobody in this house has ever called Gabriel Samson a vampire, said Esther. How did Eric learn of Gabriel? Asked Oberon. Last summer, Eugenia was writing a paper about my ancestor, and I told her about him what Eric drove us about, and this is probably how Eric came to know Gabriel, said Cain, rubbing his temple. But enough about Eric. I am sick of talking about him. Now that all of that is settled, do you forgive me, Cain? And if I did harm, it was out of ignorance. It wasn't my intention to poke fun at what happened to you, and I went through something similar when I was younger, and I'm not going to bore you with the details. The point is that I understand you, said Arden, extending his hand in friendship. Cain looked at the hand before looking at Arden, and he didn't believe Arden one bit, and his jealousy was blinding him to the sincerity of Arden's words. And Cain looked at Oberon, and Oberon clearly had believed every word that Arden said. And since he wanted to make Oberon happy, he shook hands with Arden. And as the man shaking hands, Cain coughed nervously, and Oberon was still looking at him with concern. And Oberon eventually asked, Do you want me to stay to watch a movie or something? I feel a little better, lied Cain, and we can go out together if you don't mind me being a third wheel. Oh, Cain, you are never going to be a third wheel. You can intrude in my playdays as often as you like, said Oberon, hugging Cain. Cain smiled shyly before changing out of his pajama, and the friends went to the twist, and Oberon danced with Arden while Cain danced with whatever stranger brushed up against him, regardless of their gender, and whenever he was prepositioned, Cain would go dance with somebody else, and Arden started curious that Cain was comfortable dancing with men. I want to dance with Cain, can I? Asked Arden, pointing at Cain. Oberon danced his way towards Cain before trading dance partner. Have you ever felt, started saying Arden when Cain rolled his eyes. No need to beat around the bushes, Arden. Just ask me what you want to know, and let me guess. You want to know if I'm gay, and you want to know if I like to take it where the light don't shine, and you want to know if I salivate at the sight of a male reproductive organ. The answer to all of your questions is no, said Cain dryly. Ah, that's a shame. If you are straight, why do you dance with men? Aren't you worried about what people are going to say about you? Said Arden, and he was afraid of what his peers would think if they found out that he liked the men. I went to public school, and I got used to people trash-talking me on a daily basis. It is amazing what a person can get used to. If you like me, great, and if you don't, I don't care. I admire your courage, said Arden, drawing Cain closer into the dancing embrace. The new song was even louder than the previous, and he was having a hard time listening to Cain. And since his hands didn't wander, Cain tolerated Arden's proximity. And Oberon narrowed his eyes, and from when he danced, it seemed like Arden was embracing Cain. Did your parents ever make a big deal about you dancing with men? Asked Arden. My mom died when I was young, and my father's a failed rock star who did everything and everyone. He doesn't feel like he's in a position to judge me. And my grandma has loved me unconditionally, and the only person who ever had an issue with me loving a man is my grandpa. But he's dead, said Cain. He blushed when he said more than he intended, and sometimes it is easy to be more honest with a stranger. Oberon frowned when he saw Cain blushing. Cain's nervous laughter didn't inspire him much confidence either. And what was they talking about? My, you're in love with a man, laughed Arden. So all that talk about you not liking men is a lie. Stop yelling, said Cain, covering Arden's mouth. You hear that, everyone? Said Arden, removing Cain's hand. Cain loves. Cain fell on top of Arden to cover his mouth with both his hands, and Arden laughing said, I'm just messing with you, and since you haven't told anyone my secret, I will keep yours. Arden, why do you do to Cain? Asked Oberon, coming over. It's fine, Oberon. A guy pushed me and I fell on top of him. Help me get him up, said Cain, sitting aside. Arden rose to his feet while holding on to his wig, and Oberon returned to dancing with Arden while Cain danced with literally anyone else. Arden suspected that Cain was in love with Oberon, and to test that theory, Arden kissed Oberon while he was within Cain's line of sight, and just like he had expected, Cain had a visible negative reaction, not one of anger, but of bitter resignation. I wish you hadn't kissed me, Oberon, thought a dejected Cain. The play day came to an end, and Cain went home to sulk while Oberon went to his apartment to mate with Arden. And during the heat of passion, Oberon called Arden by Cain's name, and Arden laughed heartily, but he wasn't going to allow the slip of the tongue to ruin his fun. The weekend came to an unsatisfactory end, and Kane put on his police officer uniform without much enthusiasm. When he arrived to work, he was greeted by looks of pity, and somehow this felt worse than being constantly questioned about Eric. "Did your check finally clear?" asked Arden, making polite conversation. "I don't know, I forgot to check," said Kane before sighing deeply. "And we just wanted you to make an artist sketch," said Arden, finally getting to the matter of hand. "And did you already talk to the witness?" asked Kane. "We did, but we didn't get anything useful out of him," said Arden. "If she didn't say anything useful, then how am I supposed to make the drawing?" asked Kane. "Don't you ask the question," asked Arden. "My former master was the one who asked the questions. And then you have another forensic artist on staff, someone more experienced in asking questions," said Kane. "Our old guy retired because he's as blind as a bat," said Arden. "Let's just get this over with," said Kane, bringing out his drawing pad. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. God bless. Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 10, 8 of Wands. He felt tense on the way to speaking with the witness. An artist's sketch only caught someone 8% of the time. Its true purpose was to stir public interest with the hope that someone might come forward with a tip or a clue. Whether he did a good sketch or not, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Still, he had to play his part. He focused his mind on his teacher, and like an actor rehearsing his line, Kane thought of all the usual questions his teacher asked the witness. Arden didn't emotionally prepare Kane to interrogate a small child, and based on the bruise around the kid's neck, he could tell that the kid had been choked. In Kane's time with frustration, the child echoed his sigh, and the mother who was with the kid encouraged him to speak. "When I was your age, a bad man got inside my house," said Kane. "Did you call the police?" asked the child. "No," said Kane. "Did you call your mom for help?" asked the kid. "I did nothing. I allowed him to put me to bed, and I closed my eyes and I pretended. That is to say, I acted like nothing was happening. I was a coward, but you are a brave child, and I can tell from that wound around your neck, and you tried to protect your mommy, didn't you?" said Kane. "What difference did it make?" said the child sadly. "We still got robbed." "It did make a big difference in your mother's life, and now she knows just how much you love her, and your friends in school now know that you're brave enough to stand up to any bully, regardless of their size," said Kane. "I guess," said the kid, staring at his feet. "Do you remember what the bad man looked like?" asked Kane. "It was dark. He was wearing a mask most of the time. I didn't get a good look at him," said the kid. This was the reason why he had been brought into questioning. He had seen the thief's face, and Kane said, "After all this time, I still remember the face of the man who snuck into my house." "You do?" asked the kid, incredulous. "But that happened ages ago. How can you still remember?" "He had an ugly hook nose," said Kane, drawing an ugly hook nose. "And did your thief have an ugly hook nose?" "Nah, his nose was more round," said the kid, coming closer to watch Kane draw. And through this indirect method, Kane was able to do an artist sketch of the perp, and as soon as it was over, he breathed a sigh of relief. He handed in his work before going on patrol, and he needed to get away from that toxicity. And when driving about, he recognized a familiar face, and he was one of the homeless men he would feed at Camilo's house. The man was being harassed by a fellow police officer. "Is there a problem?" asked Kane, stopping his patrol car. "There is no problem. I'm just teaching this man some manners," said the other officer. "The best way to teach a man some manners is to have him rot in a holding cell for a week," said Bart Kane coldly. The homeless man shrunk into his skin, and he meekly entered Kane's patrol car. And once he was a few blocks away from the other officer, Kane asked, "So where do I drop you off?" "You're not arresting me," asked the stranger. "If I didn't see you do anything wrong, then I had no reason to arrest you," said Kane flatly. Like his grandma, he was a firm believer that seeing was believing. "I left my things behind that bush. Can you return for them?" asked the stranger. "It isn't an entire card, is it? Because I don't have much room in my trunk," said Kane. "It isn't much," said the stranger. Cain returned to the underpass, and the stranger was able to recover his belongings, and he dropped them off at Camilo's house, and since it was close to noon, Cain figured that he might as well make lunch. "You're not staying for lunch, Mr. Sansom," asked a homeless old woman. "My new job doesn't give me as much flexibility with my activities, and if they find out that I'm here instead of on patrol, I could get in a lot of trouble," said Cain. We will pretend not to have seen you, officer," said the old woman. "Good, good. Although just to be safe, here are some wanted posters that I made today, and if they ask, I will tell them that I was doing some actual police work," said Cain, giving the posters. "What did the prick do?" asked the old woman. "He broke into a woman's apartment and he choked the baby for good measure," said Cain, showing the wanted poster. "He choked a baby," asked one of the volunteers, shocked. "He choked a little kid, and I think he was 3 or 4 years old," said Cain, remembering. "And if you have any anonymous thieves, well, just call my department." And Cain left a business card along with a few wanted posters, and at least if he was asked why he was not in his patrol role, he could claim to have been running his own parallel investigation. And he returned to work in time to check out for his lunch break. "And did you hand out the wanted posters you just made?" asked William, who was talking with a different colleague. "Yes, and did someone call already?" asked Cain. "Yes, a few minutes ago, actually. And I like your initiative. Continue your good work," said Williams. "I will," said Cain, lowering his gaze. "By and by, do you have a bachelor's degree in computer science?" asked Williams. "I wasn't aware that I would need a degree to be a cop," said Cain dryly. "Oh, a degree isn't necessary. I was just asking about it since you're pretty good with computers," said Williams. "I learned by doing, or should I say by destroying. My grandpa was heavily invested in nurturing what little talents I had, and since I was good with computers, he gave me plenty of old PCs to dismantle, and I learned much by ripping them apart and putting them back together. And the rest I learned through self-study, and I also go to computer classes in the university sometimes, just to see what they're teaching, and what they teach in school is pretty far behind with what is being done to computers these days. Which reminds me, have you been stupid enough to open an email titled, 'I love you'?" ranted Cain, and he took care to omit his little tricks to fortune in the dark web. "Yes, I did recently open an email called 'I love you.' Did you send it?" asked Williams jokingly. "No, but it falls on me to inform you that your computer is going to implode if I do not remove the virus that is currently circulating its operating system," said Cain. Cain spent his last time removing Blasterworm for his boss's personal computer, as well as a bunch of other PCs that had gotten infested. Even if he didn't have a degree, he was skilled with computers, and he impressed William enough to make Cain their temporary forensic computer analyst. If he continued to make himself useful, this position would become permanent, with a raise that reflected his new task. Cain felt enthusiasm, and he didn't believe that he was ever going to get a raise or a new position, and he no longer believed that good things could happen to him. And since last summer, his orderly, peaceful life had gone to hell, and everything had started when Karina sent Jack a letter, and it was because of her that he had met Eugenia, and it was because of her that he had crossed paths with Eric, and it was all her fault. And the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Possessed by a singular thought, Cain went outside to call Karina, and since she didn't answer her cell phone, he said, "You ruined my life, Karina, and why do you have to meddle in my affairs, and why couldn't you just accept me as I was, and why do you have to bring chaos to my peaceful, predictable existence? Why couldn't you just let me be happy?" After saying his piece, he immediately regretted it, and rationally speaking, Karina wasn't responsible for all the random little incidents that had brought him to this point. And he placed a device underneath his cell phone and deactivated the spyware he had on Karina's cell phone, and he erased the message that he had sent her. And little did he suspect that Karina had managed to hear the message, though not completely. She only heard the beginning. Karina spent her day pondering why or how she had ruined Cain's life, and she admitted that she had caused unnecessary pain by forcing her friend to confront his distant father, and that to have reconciled since during her intervention, so now she fancied that their reconciliation had come at a high price, and she was not as close to Cain as she once was, and she could feel him drifting away little by little. The workday came to an end, and Cain drove home to prepare to go out with Oberon, and he was sick of the club scene where he wanted to breathe the same air as his friend. and he was surprised to see Karina's car outside his home. And she probably heard my message, thought Kane. And he found Karina sitting on the couch, and based on her scrub, she had driven directly from work to his house. And he sat down beside her, and he stared at the floor, and he was quiet for some time before working out the courage to speak. "I'm sorry, Karina, I didn't mean what I said. I'm just under a lot of stress," said Kane apologetically. "I know that doesn't excuse." "Relax, Kane," said Karina. "I'm sorry," repeated Kane. "I am telling you that you need to relax," said Karina. "That is what I'm trying to do every night I go out," said Kane. "Apparently it's not working. Stay at home today. Watch a boring movie with your grandma, or do nothing while lying on the couch for a couple of hours. Let's get a pizza," said Karina, making plans for her friend. She was often dictatorial and pushy, and since she always meant well, Kane always forgave her for bossing him about. A part of him did like that she told him what to do, and this removed the burden of deciding what he wanted to do in this round green earth. And that night he decided to go out. That night he didn't go out with Oberon, and he stayed home chilling with his best friend Karina. The following day he went over to watch telenovelas with Karina at her house, and Oberon was not amused by the change. And why had Kane suddenly decided to stop going out? "He's probably jealous," said Arden that night while dozing off on top of Oberon's chest. "Jealous of who?" asked Oberon. "Of little me," said Arden before snuggling closer. "Don't be ridiculous. Kane doesn't like men. He has no reason to be jealous of you," said Oberon. "And yet he acts like a jealous bitch, throwing shadows at anyone who gets close to you," said Arden. "The poor fool is in love, and you have to be pretty blind not to see all the signs." "What signs?" asked Oberon, confused. "I already said too much," joked Arden. "Tell me the signs already," insisted Oberon. "I would tell you, but it would cost you," said Arden ominously. "I just paid the rent. I don't have any cash to spare," said Oberon sadly. "There is something else you can pay me with," said Arden, caressing Oberon's fair nether regions. Oberon didn't like to take away the lightning shine, and since he wanted to know of the signs, he allowed Arden to break him. And Arden stopped at a certain point when his guilt overcame his lust. "Wow, you really do like that Kane guy, don't you?" said Arden sadly. "And you are both very lucky to have found each other." "The signs! Tell me the signs!" insisted Oberon. "Kane told me that his grandpa wasn't alive to tell him that he shouldn't fall in love with a man," said Arden. "Yeah, that corny line totally sounds like Kane," said Oberon, smiling sadly. "The only obstacle you need to overcome is his grandpa," said Arden. "Grandpa Raphael is dead," said Oberon. "He may be dead, but he casts a dark shadow over Kane's mind. And you are someone that his grandpa would disapprove of, and you need to convince the memory of that man that you are worthy of Kane's affection," mused Arden. "How long ago did Kane say that he had the heart for me?" asked Oberon, getting dressed quickly. "You misheard me. He doesn't have the heart for you. He loves you, which is very different," said Arden. "Since when are you a Kane expert?" asked Oberon. "I am studying to become a full detective, and as part of my homework I was instructed to people watch, to try to stitch a person's past based on whatever evidence I can find. And just from a photo alone, I learned that Kane still takes his grandpa's opinion seriously. The way he stares at that photo of his own man that he has on his desk, I almost feel like they are having a silent conversation," explained Arden. "You don't say that the photo talks back?" asked Oberon, biting his thumb nervously. "Don't be ridiculous, Oberon. Ghosts aren't real," said Arden, laughing. "That's debatable," said Oberon, pouting. "Don't tell me. And too, Oberon, you can see dead people?" teased Arden. "I am not in the mood," said Oberon, and he stood up before Arden, and he asked, "How do I look?" "Muy macho," laughed Arden, and he added, "Seriously, a jeans and a tank top, is that how you plan to woo your man?" "It is not as if I have anything better to wear," said Oberon. "And what about that tuxedo that is sticking out of your closet?" asked Arden. "That is just a working tuxedo, and I have to look fly to drive Eugenia around," said Oberon, sighing. "You could try out for the police academy. I know people, Anne," said Arden. "Guns made me nervous," said Oberon, and he had a similar discussion with King. "But Bouncer, come now. Don't you know how to do anything else other than fighting in that stupid clown show you do on the weekends?" asked Arden. "I wasn't given the opportunity to become educated," said Oberon. He opened his mouth to say more, but he chose to remain silent. He noticed that Arden was probing in order to get more information out of him, and Oberon didn't consider Arden his friend. He was just some guy that only called to arrange a play date, and he had no plans of forming a relationship with another closet case. And if Arden wasn't brave enough to stand by his side, then he wasn't worthy of Oberon's friendship. He threw Arden out of his apartment before locking up, and he called Kane to get a read on his whereabouts, and Kane was at home sleeping. It was then when Oberon realized how late it was. "Tomorrow we need to talk," wrote Oberon. "I'd rather we get it out of the way right now," tested Kane. "Otherwise it's going to be difficult for me to sleep since I'm going to be worrying about tomorrow." Oberon arrived to Kane's house in less than 20 minutes, and there was no traffic at 1 in the morning. And Kane opened the door softly, and he held his index finger to his lips. And Oberon tiptoed within, and Kane turned on the alarm again before slipping into the bedroom. And with Oberon following close behind, and he sat down at the edge of the bed, and based on how he was clasping his hands, Oberon could tell that Kane was nervous. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle 5, Chapter 11. Oh yeah, what's the chapter? Yeah, Chapter 11, Page of Swords. Oberon took the beautiful trembling hands into his own, and he brought them to his lips before kissing them. "Please don't kiss me, Oberon," begged Kane. "And why don't you like it?" asked Oberon, drawing closer, and he wrapped his arm around Kane's shoulder. "I can't," said Kane, blushing a deep red. "You can't what?" asked Oberon, kissing those sweet lips. The kiss silenced all resistance, and the next place he kissed was the same spot that Eric had bitten, and at the touch of his lips on his neck, Kane was overcome with a crying fit, and Oberon pulled at his hair, and all he could do was apologize for his stupidity. Kane silently cried for half an hour, and he had placed a pillow to his face to muffle the sound. He didn't want to wake up his father. "Let's both be honest here for a second," said Kane when he was calmer. "You are physically attracted to me, is that correct?" "Yes," said Oberon. "I want you so bad that it is driving me mad." That's just Oberon's thinking. "I don't feel the same attraction," said Kane sadly, "and maybe it would be simpler if I lost it after you, but I don't, I'm sorry." "Te voy a matar, Arden," thought Oberon, and he clenched his fist while he struggled to hold in his nerve. "I don't know, what is attraction really?" "My grandpa," stammered Kane. Oberon rubbed his temple at the mention of the infamous grandpa. It wasn't the worst night of his life, but this one ranked among the top 10. "Don't give me that look. My grandpa, he raised me to believe that mating was necessary for finding true love. A woman expected for you to show them a good time in the bedchamber, otherwise they would leave you for someone more interesting. And he also told me that I should also expect perfection for whoever was unfortunate enough to mate with me. But the thing is, Oberon, with women it always felt like an obligation, and with Eugenia it became a source of stress," concluded Kane. "Maybe you're just bored of women and you wish to experiment. I get bored of doing the same person all the time, and would you like for me to school you how fun and pleasurable and relaxing mating can be?" asked Oberon, smiling happily. "Let's say that I let you do with me what you will. What is going to happen tomorrow?" said Kane, lying down on the bed. It had been ages since he had experienced either of those three things: fun, pleasure, or relaxation. "We can worry about the consequences tomorrow," said Oberon, removing his shirt, and he felt that Kane would be more at ease if he undressed first. "Oh, Oberon, I'm so sick of one night stand. If you're not even going to be monogamous with me, then just leave me alone," said Kane, throwing the bedsheets over his frame. He was afraid, but also very lonely. "I can be monogamous with you if that is the price that I must pay to sleep with you," said Oberon, warming himself beneath the bedsheets. "You will be monogamous for a night, and then you will go back to your old ways," said Kane bitterly. "And please, let's just leave things as they are. We function better as friends. Good friends are so rare these days, and what is a friendship over a longing and a petty desire?" "Stop worrying about tomorrow and let's live in the now," insisted Oberon, locking Kane in the maiden embrace. Kane's body yielded to the tender caresses, and it had been months since his body had experienced pleasure, and more than pleasure, he truly missed feeling loved. When he was with a woman, he always made love, and he expected his partner to do the same for him. and since this rarely happened, he would become bitter and frustrated. The slow tempo was creating for Cain the illusion that he was with someone who loved and desired him. I'm not very good at mating, and I get frustrated and anxious really easily. You're going to get bored of me very, very quickly, and then you will leave me just like who came before, said Cain, thinking of his ex-girlfriend Eugenia. Stop thinking about other women and just focus on me instead, insisted Oberon, warming his hand into Cain's pajama shirt. Cain allowed Oberon to undress him, and he allowed Oberon to caress every inch of his body. And just when his friend was getting carried away, Cain said the words, "I love you." Those 3 words immediately killed Oberon's inspiration, and his loss was quickly overtaken by the feelings of pity and guilt. And even a self-centered bastard like himself could tell that Cain truly meant those words. And that night Cain slept peacefully while locked inside Oberon's embrace. And as for Oberon, he did more thinking than sleeping. And come morning, he had decided to give monogamy a hard try. It had been ages since he had attended a serious relationship, and the last person he had ever been serious with had broken his heart. The following morning, Oberon awoke to find himself alone, and by the nightstand there was a note. Breakfast and lunch was waiting for him inside the refrigerator. He left the bed with a swift step, and he frowned when he noticed that he had 4 missed calls from his boss. It was only 10, and if he left now, he would only be 3 hours late for work. He ate his breakfast sandwich while speeding to work, and just when he was 5 blocks away, a police car sounded the alarm. He continued to drive while hoping that the cop didn't want to pull him over, and in the end he realized that it was with him. He moved aside to accept his speeding ticket, and he handed his license and registration to the officer, and he shrunk into his frame to become as small as possible. "You were going there a little fast, Oberon," said the officer. "Here's my license." "Hey, wait a minute. Not funny, Cain," said Oberon, recognizing the officer. "I'm going to leave you off with a warning," said Cain, pretending to scribble on his notepad. "Drive carefully." Cain lowered himself and he kissed Oberon on the cheek, and Oberon giggled before caressing his cheek. The 2 went their separate ways. Cain returned to his work, and his co-workers were staring at him again, but he didn't care. He was happy. It had been a long time since he felt happy with his existence. And the single kiss he gave Oberon was enough for him to make it to the rest of the day with a positive disposition. His personality took a 180, and he went from being cold and distant to friendly and approachable. Oberon arrived at his work at 11, and he went to the pool area to see if Eugenia needed something. At 3 months, she had a noticeable little belly, and from time to time she would take a sip from her smoothie. And he frowned when he saw that the guest house was being demolished. Eugenia, looking in that direction, said, "Too many bad memories." "Yours or Cain's?" asked Oberon. "Both," said Eugenia, huffing. "And my father needed you down in the office, and while you're out and about, I need you to inform Jeremy that the police was looking for him." "Again?" asked Oberon. And last December, Jeremy had been a suspect in a series of thefts that had occurred in the rich neighborhood. "This time he is being sought after as a witness," said Eugenia. "Apparently Cain wasn't the first man that Eric had beaten." "So the wicked love bite that Jeremy had a few months ago was Eric," said Oberon thoughtfully. "Seems like it. The lunatic claims that Jeremy was his new feeder. And in exchange of $100, Jeremy would allow Eric to buy him for as long as he wanted, and he needed both human and vampire blood to finish his metamorphosis," said Eugenia, rubbing her temple. "He could be lying to avoid jails," mused Oberon, "and perhaps the interview guy asked him why he engaged in vampirism with Cain, and the guy sort of latched on to that idea since it made him look crazy. Father thought so as well, and he was none too pleased to find out that our Jeremy was holding himself for such little money. And one would think that we pay him enough, and he must have a secret drug problem," mused Eugenia before sipping her judgmental milkshake. "He might have a gambling addiction instead," fancied Oberon. "He doesn't give me the vibe of a gambling addict. Then again, I do not know what to think of Jeremy. I almost like him at least," said Eugenia, sighing wearily. Oberon left Eugenia's house to see about Jeremy and Michael, and he found Jeremy by the streetlight waiting for the dog Coco to drop her little presents. And the dogs grew tense when Jeremy felt himself being watched, and Oberon lowered the window to allow himself to be known. "The police is after you again," said Oberon. "Tell me something I don't know," said Jeremy sarcastically. They need you to tell them about your relationship with Eric," said Oberon. There isn't any relationship, and he doesn't have any proof that we have been together in the same room. It is his word against mine, said Jeremy, getting defensive, and he picked up his cat keyboard in order to pet him nervously. He's a liar that wishes to ruin me. You don't need to tell me, tell the police, said Oberon. Make me, hissed Jeremy, and Thibault hissed in mimicry of his owner. Suit yourself, said Oberon, running out the window. Wait, said Jeremy, coming closer. Do you need a roomie? My apartment only has one bedroom, said Oberon. It's fine, I can sleep on the couch, and I'm used to doing without, and I just can't stand to live in the house anymore, said Jeremy, rubbing his shoulder. And why don't you want to live in the nice house, asked Oberon. And he has seen Jeremy's house, and it looked nice from the outside. Sidante has been bullying me non-stop ever since he got back from the trip. And to make matters worse, he spent part of my money on a trip to a country that he didn't want to visit to spend time with a girlfriend that dumped him in the end, said Jeremy. Yes, about that, said Oberon, laughing. He added, and since I'm not earning as much as before, I could use someone to help shoulder the burden of the ever-increasing rental prices. You could try for a house or a small apartment of your own, said Jeremy. It is important to own a property now before things get really expensive. Since when did you become a financial expert? Asked Oberon, smiling warmly. I am not an expert. My psychic Irina's animal familiar Cassandra is the expert. And she said the houses are only going to go up, and then they're going to crash down, and then the rentals are going to be super expensive. And she says that it is not now or never situation, and as we speak, Irina is house shopping with her family in the suburbs. And you should jump on the last train before you miss your opportunity, said Jeremy. Think about it. I still have some money saved up, and I can pay for the down if you can put your credit. Jeremy reached into his pocket and he handed a cashier check to Oberon, and he wrote on the back of the check, down for house or apartment. Oberon looked at the check with suspicion. It seemed real enough, and he carefully folded it before putting it inside his wallet. He always wanted to buy a property, but he could never scrape enough to afford a down, and now he was in possession of $12,000. He drove to Michael's office, and along the way he mused, dog walkers earn a lot of money, and he must walk dogs at night for other clients. And maybe I should try to be a dog walker too, said Oberon. Then again, dogs hate me, and I hate them as well. I'm not good at anything. Oberon parked before making his way to the lobby, and he was always staring whenever he entered the Michael skyscraper, and Michael didn't know the building. He just rented the top offices. Oberon didn't know this, so he fancied that Michael owned the entire skyscraper. Oberon eventually made it to the top offices, and when the elevator door opened, he was greeted by Malik. Michael suddenly had an emergency, so I was instructed to manage you, explained Malik. Manage me how? Asked Oberon, shrinking into himself. Don't worry about it, come to my office, said Malik, walking ahead. And Oberon followed after Malik, and his eyes naturally wandered towards the windows. And from up high, he had a great view of the city, so this was what it felt like to be on top of the world. Malik gestured to a table with a pen, pencil, and some papers. We need you to answer some questions, and take your time with them. Even if you don't know the answers, skip to the next question, instructed Malik. Oberon meekly sat down before the papers, and he frowned when he saw that the first item on the menu was a simple math question. Don't put on that face. I also had to do the stupid exam when I joined the corporation, said Malik dryly. Just answer as many as you can so we can both continue with our life, and whether you do good or bad, this is just a formality, so there is no pressure. Oberon spent the rest of the day answering the questions, and he got so hyper-focused on the exam that he didn't notice Michael entering the room, and his boss quietly judged him for hours, and when he finally concluded his exam, Oberon realized that darkness had fallen. Took it long enough, said Michael, taking the exam. I'll give you a grade tomorrow, and here's some pocket change for the overtime. Oberon accepted the $100 bill happily, and he frowned when Michael took it back, and his boss broke down the overtime paid into smaller bills. And Oberon departed with his money before Michael had a chance to take it away again. And while he was in the elevator, Oberon counted his money, and he frowned when he noticed that he had $5 extra. He returned to the top floor to return the $5 to his boss, and Michael smiled thinly. Oberon had passed the real test. Michael didn't return home right away, and he patiently graded the exam. And Oberon looked at his cell phone, and he noticed that he had 10 missed calls from Kane. He called Kane, and Oberon spoke first. I'm sorry for not answering sooner, and I had a thing at work that completely ate up my time. That's okay, said Kane. And you wanna come over to my house? We're making barbecue ribs, your favorite. Gosh, sheesh, you didn't need to go to the trouble of making my favorite meal, said Oberon, giggling. It was no big deal. I love to cook. I cook practically every day, and if I could, I would cook for a living. Huh? But come home already, alright? Insisted Kane. I will, said Oberon. Oberon arrived at Kane's house around 9, and he ate a late dinner, and he placed in the refrigerator the lunch he had forgotten to eat. So how was your day? Asked Kane, sitting down before Oberon. It was fine, boring even, said Oberon, and he was speaking in between his bites and sometimes with his mouth full. Boring is good, said Kane. Boring means that there were no problems. Huh. I never thought of boredom that way, mused Oberon. If he was bored, it meant that everything was alright in his world. Are you an orphan, Oberon? Asked Kane. Did you do a background check on me? Asked Oberon, raising an eyebrow. No, my uncle did, and he claims to have found nothing out of the ordinary, so I didn't ask him what he had found, said Kane. In answer to your questions, I have parents who casted me out when I was 17, and if it wasn't for Natasha, I would have starved to death on the street, and she placed a roof over my head while I struggled to get back on my feet, said Oberon. And he also had a sister, but he was angry at her at the moment. And why don't you live with her then? Asked Kane. It is complicated. I moved out of her house when I got a job, and her parents hate me, and she likes her privacy, and well, me being there was making it difficult for her to find a lover, explained Oberon, putting his fork down, and he was no longer hungry anymore. At least it didn't cast you out when you were 5, said Grandma Esther. And why did your parents abandon you? Were they poor? Asked Oberon, feeling a sort of kinship with Grandma Esther. No, they weren't poor. I remember living in a nice house, and one day they just left me in the park and they never returned for me, said Grandma Esther, stopping her needlework. Did you ever confront them? Did you ever force them to explain why they wanted nothing to do with you? Asked Oberon, while mutilating his steak with his fork and knife. No, said Esther. Why? Asked Oberon. I don't know. When I was smaller, the reason why I was abandoned seemed worth finding out. But over time I stopped caring. I was too busy being a wife and mother to devote energy into something so trivial. I am certain they had their reasons, but at the end of the day, having an explanation wouldn't have brought me any happiness, or so I fancy. Huh, sighed Esther. I suppose that why isn't important, all things considered, mused Oberon. I am sorry for opening up all scars, said Kane apologetically. Oh, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle 5, Chapter 12, 8 Swords. Oberon finished his meal in silence, and he sat on the couch to watch the news. And Kane raised his hand and he placed it around Oberon's shoulder, and Oberon rested his head on his boyfriend's chest before sighing. My boyfriend, thought Oberon. It was going to take some time to get used to the idea. His last boyfriend had thrown him under the bus as soon as things got difficult, and as for his last girlfriend, she had dumped him as soon as she found out that he had slept with men before dating her, so he battled for both teams. Big deal. Kane smiled shyly before kissing Oberon on the forehead. Oberon thought, he's such a fruitcake. For a big, tough cop, he can act quite feminine at times. I have work tomorrow, said Kane, getting up. Good night, Oberon. Good night, Kane, said Oberon before kissing his boyfriend on the cheek. No need to hold back on my account, said Esther. And I actually with earplugs, so you boys can make as much noise as you want. For real, cheese? Thank you, said Oberon, smiling happily. It wasn't every day that an elderly person approved of his lifestyle. Don't forget to use protection, said Jack, offering a preservative to his son. And Kane blushed before gradually accepting the gift, and he turned on his head towards the bedroom, and Oberon was already making himself comfortable on his bed. Okay, said Jack sadly, if you truly haven't done it yet and you don't feel comfortable sleeping with him, it is not too late to. It's fine, Dad, I'm just nervous. It's been a while since I had any intimacy because of what happened, said Kane, placing his hand onto his neck. Don't tell me, tell him, and he's looking a little too eager, and I do not want him to hurt you, said Jack, placing his hand on Kane's shoulder. And he added, if you're not able to talk to him, I will speak to him for you. I can manage, Dad, said Kane meekly. Jack sighed with relief, and he wasn't used to playing the role of father, and that little bit of wisdom he had stolen from his own father, and he remembered bittersweetly his first time. Jack had needed his father's encouragement to build up the courage to sleep with Bella, Kane's mother, and more than encouragement, Jack wished that his father would have given him protection. Had he won protection, Kane wouldn't have been born. Jack wouldn't have been forced to marry a woman he didn't love. Jack dismissed such a mean-spirited thoughts, and it was too late to bemoan the past. All that a person could do was make the most of the present. Kane entered his bedroom with a lighter step, and he was going to explain this to Oberon, and hopefully his boyfriend would show himself empathic to his situation. Oberon looked at the time and he said, "Oh, don't forget to wake me up at 7, and just because I'm working for one of your friends, it doesn't give me the right to arrive to work late." "I'm sorry, it's just that you look so tired that said Kane apologetically. "I have work ethics, rain or shine, sick or well, I always show up to work on time. I had to be at my desk door to miss a day of work," said Oberon, folding his arm. "I'm sorry," repeated Kane. "Hey, baby, don't put on that face. Taking care of one's friend is more important than work," said Oberon, jumping out of bed. And he kissed the pouty Kane on the cheek until a smile manifested, and then he kissed those smiling lips. Kane sat on the edge of the bed, and to buy himself some time, he said trembling, "Did you shower today?" "God, you're such a neat freak," said Oberon, jumping out of bed and entering the shower. And he gave himself a quick cat bath, and Kane said shyly, "You forgot to wash your hair." Oberon returned to the shower to wash his hair, and he rinsed it to make certain that he didn't have any shampoo. I didn't use conditioner," said Oberon, coming out of the shower without a towel. "But at least now I smell like roses." "Your hair is still wet, and let me dry it a little," said Kane, going towards the drawer, and he brought out a hairdryer. Oberon rolled his eyes before sitting in a chair that was under the sink, and he allowed Kane to comb and dry his hair. And Oberon found pleasant the sensation of having his hair combed, and once he finished, Kane hugged Oberon's head before kissing him. "Undress for me," ordered Oberon, not bothering to turn around. And Kane's ears turned red, but he did as he was asked. And Oberon saw reflected in the mirror the well-toned athletic torso, the six-packs, and the muscular arms. And his gaze then lowered to admire his boyfriend's magnificent instrument. "I am jealous," said Oberon, pouting. "Jealous of who? If I gave you the impression of being interested in someone else, I want you to know that," said Kane, turning his gaze. "I am jealous of that," said Oberon, pointing at Kane's instrument. "It isn't that big," said Kane, covering it with both his hands. "Remove your hands," said Oberon. "Let me admire it for a little longer." And Kane stood there like a stone idol, and he couldn't help but think of Karina, and she too found the size of his instrument quite fascinating. And he got saddened after thinking of the first maiden who had ever rejected him, and he always felt he was always her friend with benefits, but never her boyfriend. And when Oberon got his full of ogling Kane, he noticed that his boyfriend was a little pouty, and smiling warmly, he said, "I know what will put a smile on your face." And Oberon reached for it, but Kane took a step back, and blushing, he said, "The bed is preferable, and aren't you cold?" "A little," said Oberon, looking down at his own instrument, and frowning, he said, "It isn't normally so—" "Hidden?" said Kane. "Small." "You are allowed to say small," said Oberon, pouting. Oberon guided Kane to the bed, and Kane sank into the bedsheets, and as Oberon locked him into the mating embrace, and Kane felt comfortable with a warm body pressed up against his back, and he grew nervous when he felt Oberon's dexterous hand exploring everything he had to offer, and he relaxed when he realized that Oberon was trying to give him a back rub. "You're so tense," commented Oberon before adding cream to his hands. "You need to relax." "I am trying," said Kane, sitting up. Oberon then said, "I overheard you and your father talking, and I understand that you are nervous. It is one thing to like a man, it is another thing to do the deed. And I was pretty nervous myself the first time I slept with a man. It has been a while since, well, you know, and after that incident with Eric, I found it difficult being lightly dressed," said Kane, shivering. "All right, you can put on your pajama if it makes you feel more comfortable," said Oberon before sighing with frustration. Kane got dressed again, and he returned to sitting beside Oberon, and the fabric around his frame made him feel safe, and blushing, he said, "Even if I'm close, I do not mind that you continue to explore. Just do warn me when you're about to get serious, so as not to be surprised. You know that I spook easily." Oberon that night limited himself to explore delicate caresses with his hands, and every so often he would kiss those sweet, feminine, trembling lips to reassure his boyfriend of their bond. And when he felt inspired enough, he took care of that problem without Kane's assistance, and this sufficed Oberon's lust demons for tonight. Kane that night didn't sleep much, and Oberon was far more experienced, and he couldn't avoid sleeping with him forever, and the thought of being rejected again due to his underperformance was maddening. He needed to do something about it, but what? The following morning, Oberon was awake when he saw Cain kissing him on the cheek, and the kisses continued until he was finally left the bed. I thought that this was a nicer way of waking you up, and if you hurry you can eat breakfast with the family, said Cain. And he was already dressed and ready to go. Oberon looked at the time, and he had about 38 minutes to head out, and this was more than enough to shower and get dressed. And while he showered, Oberon meditated on his relationship with Cain. And after he showered, he found his clothing clean and neatly pressed. Since his outfits were clean, he wore the same thing again, and he ate his breakfast quickly before speeding towards his work, and he slowed down remembering Cain's lecture about speeding. And like every morning, he made his way towards the pool, and Eugenia was typing on her laptop while sun-tanning herself, and he looked over her shoulder to see what she was looking at, and it was a bunch of graphs and numbers that didn't make much sense to him. They are stuck, said Eugenia. Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations with what? Asked Oberon, raising an eyebrow. Eugenia reached into her purse to bring out confetti popper, and she popped it in Oberon's general direction. And he began to eye Eugenia with suspicion, and she was a recovering addict, and she was only making the effort to be sober since she was with child. You finally graduated high school, said Eugenia. What? Asked Oberon, still confused. That exam my dad had you take, that was your GED. He wasn't expecting you to pass, but you did, so congratulations, said Eugenia, clapping. I see, said Oberon, narrowing his eyes. And how much did that cost him, and I will pay him back? Nothing. My dad donates to various charter schools, and you were given a grant to take the exam, and a tax-deductible grant, and it costs us nothing, therefore it costs you nothing, said Eugenia. And she added, consider it part of your employees' training. What grade did I get? Asked Oberon after a long period of silence. D-. You can study to take it again, but it won't make much of a difference since, well, you graduated, that's all. And a GED is not something that employers look very close to, and they just want to know if you have it or not, explained Eugenia before sipping her smoothie. Are there any other surprise tests? Asked Oberon, suspicious. That's the only one, and we do have other training opportunities for employees, but whether you want to take advantage of those options, that all depends on you, said Eugenia, giving Oberon a little pamphlet. Oberon eyed the pamphlet, and he went to read it by the poolside, and he read it for a couple of minutes before placing it inside his pocket, and he returned to Eugenia's side to see what she wanted. I am going jogging, said Eugenia, springing to her feet. Is that allowed? Asked Oberon, pointing to her tummy. I asked the doctor, and it is fine, but plus, I miss jogging with the dogs, and Jeremy's going to return any minute, and when he's here, we're all heading out together, said Eugenia. Jeremy arrived with his charges, and he stared at the floor when he saw Eugenia approach, and as of lately, Jeremy was refusing to look at her in the face, and things had become awkward ever since Dorothy had broken up with Sidanta. Did you think of a little business proposal? Asked Jeremy. I completely forgot all about it, said Oberon, face-palming himself. It's alright, I forgive you, said Jeremy while staring at Oberon's forehead. Whenever he did, Oberon couldn't help but feel that Jeremy was reading his mind. It was a silly notion. What business proposal? Asked Eugenia, jumping into the conversation. We wanted to buy a house together, said Oberon. Why don't you live with your brother? Asked Eugenia. It is time to leave the nest, said Jeremy. Are you still mad that your brother spent your money on a vacation that you didn't want to go to? Asked Eugenia. Yes, and he only apologized when things didn't go his way, and had things gone the way they were supposed to, it would have been me who was attacked by Eric, explained Jeremy. Wait a minute, and you were Eric's original target? Asked Oberon, alarmed. Isn't it obvious? I was the person who was supposed to stay behind house sitting, and since Sidanta changed my vacation plans, Eric had no other choice but to go after Cain, explained Jeremy. I am so sorry, Jeremy, said Eugenia apologetically. There's no need to worry. Nothing happened to me, and had things played out the way they were supposed to, we would not be having this conversation, said Jeremy. The party went jogging in silence, and after an hour they stopped by the beach to cool off, and Oberon couldn't help but stare at the yellow tape in the nearby sea grape bushes, and the place where Cain had been attacked was so close. It didn't happen there, said Jeremy, looking at the yellow tape. The wind made the yellow tape fly away, and do you see? It is barely attached to the branches. The captiva went to the yellow tape to play with it, and Eugenia laughing seeing the silliness of the cat trying to catch the floating tape. And the cat eventually got enough impulse to catch it and hunt it, and he proceeded to try to eat it. And Jeremy was forced to fetch the plastic pieces out of the cat's mouth. He doesn't really eat it, he just chews it to annoy me. Even so, it is better to be safe than sorry, said Jeremy, pulling out the plastic pieces from his cat's mouth. I do not have I do not have a I do not have credit enough to buy a home, said Oberon. I have a decent credit. You can use mine, said Jeremy. You shouldn't be so hasty to be rid of your brother forever. And once the anger passes, you will regret not being in speaking terms anymore, said Oberon. I have my reason for not wanting to deal with Sidanta ever again, said Jeremy, and he added, just like you have your reasons for not speaking to your sister anymore. Oberon's eyes widened, and he was surprised and alarmed, and now he was certain Jeremy could read his mind. I ran into your sister while walking the dogs, and she asked me a lot of questions about you. And I wasn't certain that she was your sister, but she seemed a little too interested in your well-being for her to be one of your little girlfriends, said Jeremy. And when I asked her if she was your sister, the fool said yes, and my second guess was that she was your cousin. But even if I had said cousin, she would have corrected me by telling me that she was your sister. Yeah, that is very clever of you, Jeremy, said Eugenia. Since Oberon didn't want to talk about his family, he changed the subject. And why don't you want to live with Sidanta anymore? Because of Dorothy, when he started dating her, he didn't take my feelings into consideration, and he just brought her into our inner circle, expecting me to go along with his plans. And he thinks that he owns me just because he puts a roof over my head, and he needs to be reminded that I can survive without him, and I just find it more comfortable for him to take care of me, said Jeremy, while he absent-mindedly petted one of the chihuahuas. But what does it have to do with you wanting to get a house? Asked Oberon. Forget the house idea, it was stupid. Can I sleep on your sofa then? And if that bothers you, I can get a futon. I'm used to sleeping on the floor, so I can keep your sofa nice and clean, said Jeremy. I don't, started saying Oberon. Trust you, I get it. We haven't interacted enough, and here I come asking for big favors, and I will ask someone else to give me sanctuary, said Jeremy. Who? Asked Eugenia. That's for me to know, and for Sidanta to find out, and who knows? I might just up and go to a place where nobody will be able to find me, said Jeremy dryly, and he added, and just in case I do decide to pull a disappearing act, I am going to train you to walk these dogs. That chapter, but venga, bless. The Lover's Pentacle, chapter 13, Two of Pentacles. The rest of the afternoon was spent with Oberon getting a tutorial on dog walking, and he was taught how to keep the leashes from being tangled, and how to force them to march, and how to scoop the poop. And at the end of his first lecture, Jeremy said, it is all about projecting the strength that you don't have, and people think that dogs have a proper read on you, but they don't, and they just react to your sweat and heartbeat. And if you get into a happy, sad mindset, you are going to be able to fake it until you make it. Thank you, Sensei, said Oberon, bowing sarcastically. Jeremy didn't respond, and he simply avoided Oberon's gaze. The party returned to Eugenia's mansion, and Jeremy showed Oberon how to brush off the sand from the dogs. And Oberon dutifully performed these tasks, and he was happy that Coco didn't try to bite him, and she actually seemed quite friendly. Jeremy grew visibly tense when he saw Dorothy approaching, and he lowered his gaze to focus on his cat Tybalt. Sidanta has stopped answering my calls, said Dorothy, and she brought out a letter from her pocket. And in public he avoids me like the plague. Can you give him this letter? I don't live with Sidanta anymore, and we're no longer in speaking terms, said Jeremy. Come now, brothers are not supposed to fight. And sure, my sister sometimes drives me crazy, but I don't move out of the house when she pisses me off, said Dorothy. I already made up my mind, and from this point forward, Sidanta and I are strangers, said Jeremy sternly. Where are you staying? Asked Eugenia, worried. In a place that I said cash and cats, and I wanted a more permanent address, but things didn't go as planned. And nothing ever comes out the way I want, said Jeremy, sighing sadly. And do you still have the cashier's check? Yes, said Oberon. Good, return it, said Jeremy. And Oberon returned the check, and then Jeremy added, since I already trained my replacement, I wanted to inform you that I will no longer be walking your dogs. Jeremy brought out his letter of resignation, and it was addressed to Michael. And after saying his piece, he took his cat and he drove away on his motorcycle. Oberon pouted, seeing Tibalt Gold, and he was going to miss Jeremy's cat a lot. Jeremy left his cell phone, said Eugenia, looking at the coffee table by the pool. He probably left it there on purpose because he doesn't want Sedante to know where he ran off to, said Oberon. I am going to keep it safe with me until he comes back for it. Liar, you just want to look at it to quench your curiosity, said Dorothy, taking the cell phone from Oberon. And Dorothy opened the cell phone and she couldn't help but comment, Jeremy and my dad test each other a lot. That's weird, said Eugenia, coming over to look. What do they talk about, asked Oberon. They talk about cats, like when is the best time to feed them, or what to do when they are extra fussy at night. And they also exchange a lot of cat photos or memes, said Dorothy pensively. You don't think? Nah, father doesn't like men, said Eugenia. But Jeremy is rather girly, mused Dorothy. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You think your dad is banging your dog walker, asked Oberon, trying to get the entire gossip. The last time he cheated on my mom, he used a type of cold talk to arrange his affair, said Dorothy. On the surface, it looked as if he was discussing the measurements and fabrics of his tuxedos. And 2 years later, the tailor's daughter shows up in our doorstep with my half baby brother. If Dad is sleeping with Jeremy, then it's a good thing, said Eugenia disdainfully. And Jeremy can't get pregnant, so there won't be another half sibling I need to put up with. Hey, said Dorothy, pouting. I'm sorry, I'm just a little irritated because I'm hungry all the time. Pay me no mind, said Eugenia, going to the kitchen. She didn't eat anything, rather she said to look at the clock to wait for the time she was allowed to snack. And she was on a strict nutritional diet curated around the well-being of the baby. Eugenia ate her snack before immediately throwing it up, and Oberon stood with her with a wet towel, and Eugenia cleaned her face before saying, It is time for Dorothy's work. I'll hop to it then. Are you sure that you don't need anything, sis? Asked Dorothy before fetching a glass of water for her sister. I am fine, I'm fine. I'm just going to lie on the couch for a bit. And if I fall asleep, don't wake me up until it's dinner time, said Eugenia before lying down. Oberon went with Dorothy to work out in the home gym, and Dorothy didn't need a personal trainer, and she was fit from her swimming years. But she did like to stay in shape, and she also liked working out with company. And both worked out for half an hour without saying anything of substance. And she talked about movies while Oberon ranted about music. You used to be a bodyguard, right? Asked Dorothy while Oberon assisted her with her weight. I was a bouncer, said Oberon. Do you know how to use a gun? Asked Dorothy. Guns make me squeamish, said Oberon. Did Ken ever teach you how to fire a gun? Asked Dorothy. He taught me and Eugenia. And we used to be squeamish about guns as well, but he said that it was better to have a gun and not need it than to need it and not have it. I prefer a baseball bat for home defense, said Oberon. You ever clobbered anyone with a bat? Asked Dorothy, sitting up. Just once, a guy held me at gunpoint and a baseball bat happened to be nearby. And one swing was all it took to lay him flat on the ground, lied Oberon. Where did this happen? Asked Dorothy. At home, lied Oberon. So you already own a bat to fight robbers, commented Dorothy. Yes, lied Oberon. What type of bat was it? Asked Dorothy. One made of metal, lied Oberon, and he sighed before finally saying the truth. And what really happened was that my cousin found the keys to my father's gun rack, and the gun had a bullet in it in the magazine, and when he pulled the trigger, you got shot, said Dorothy as her eyes widened with delight. It only grazed me, but it still stung like hell for weeks, said Oberon, pointing to an old scar on his shoulder. And even with a bullet hole, my dad still forced me to perform. And my wound actually reopened during the elimination rounds, and I bled all over the pommel horse, and it was quite ghastly, and thankfully I was allowed to do my floor exercise after getting new stitches. Wow, your father sounds like a real asshole, commented Dorothy before jumping on the bike to do some cardio. Ah, if only you knew, sighed Oberon. Well, at least now it makes sense to me why you don't live with your parents, mused Dorothy. And why don't you speak to your sister? That was nice to her, but mean to me, that is why, said Oberon dryly. And she always takes his side. And she has even called me a lazy good-for-nothing who doesn't appreciate how much his family sacrificed just to make me a big star. And to think of all the time I wasted twirling and jumping around for a crowd of idiots, all for nothing. I can see why you feel that way, and I took pour a lot of energy and effort into becoming a big Olympic swimmer, but I was never able to be as fast or as strong as my competition, and I find myself at a loss as to what to do with my time on this earth, pouted Dorothy. It must be nice to have the luxury to ponder on all of your career choices, said Oberon spitefully, and he added, lowering his gaze, I am sorry. It's fun. I'm used to people being randomly mean to me because they envy my father's wealth, said Dorothy dryly. They think, oh, look at Princess Dorothy with all that money. Her life must be rainbows and butterflies. Or my favorite, what do you have to be sad about when you have so much money? I'm sorry, repeated Oberon. I heard you the first time and you were forgiven, said Dorothy, sighing. And money gives you security, but it also isolates you from others. And it makes it difficult to know if folks are being nice to you just to get a piece of your pie. Poverty is also isolating, and everyone wants to party with you on the good times, but the moment that you have a real problem, they run for the hills, said Oberon, vibing with Dorothy. I am starting to miss Siddhartha, pouted Dorothy. Then why do you reject his marriage proposal, asked Oberon. It just felt so sudden, and plus there's Jeremy to consider. The guy's an asshole, a polite but an asshole nonetheless, and he was positively insupportable during the vacation we took together with his constant whining. I am surprised my father allowed the little toad to keep his job, and I wasn't about to marry Siddhartha if it meant putting up with his brother, said Dorothy. Your sister isn't perfect either, and plus she's having a kid, and I bet that might deter some guys into tying the knot with you, mused Oberon. I suppose, mused Dorothy, and my sister's sometimes difficult to deal with, but she has a good heart. And that Jeremy, however, is evil. He is pure evil. And what has Jeremy done to make you think that he's pure evil? Asked Oberon. He taught my chihuahuas to hate me, and they now growl and snap at me whenever I try to walk them, but they only act that way when Jeremy's around, said Dorothy. Maybe they're just reacting to your negative energy since you grow tense when Jeremy's around, mused Oberon. And other than the dog thing, what else has he done that is pure evil? If I ask him for something, he gives it to me with an attitude, or he drops it if it's fragile. And when I ask him to take a message, he writes it down, but he never delivers it. And he once pushed me into the deep end of the pool, and I was so surprised that I swallowed so much water. And when he's around, stuff in my room disappears for days, only to reappear when I no longer need them, whined Dorothy. And he also puts roaches in my shoes. Did the camera record him putting roaches in your shoes? Asked Oberon. No, but he did shove me into the pool, and Dad just laughed it off. I am glad he finally left his job for good, and if Dad didn't monitor my expenses, I would have paid Jeremy to go away ages ago. You could write Jeremy a good letter of recommendation, and that way it becomes easy for him to become someone else's problem, suggested Oberon. Good idea, said Dorothy, picking up speed, and she couldn't be openly hostile to Jeremy because her father felt sorry for the kid, as she liked to call him. The workday came to an end, and instead of going to Kane's house, Oberon visited Natasha, and he needed to tell her that he was dating Kane now. And when he arrived, he saw Jeremy's motorcycle parked outside, and Oberon allowed himself into Natasha's house, and he laughed when he saw Jeremy nearly while holding a wedding ring. And by the looks of it, the ring was extremely expensive, and Natasha's parents were there clapping at the fact that her daughter was engaged to a man. Hold your horses, Jeremy, said Natasha, pushing her back her raven hair. Her thick eyebrows were furrowed in anger before she folded her strong masculine arms, and she was a bodybuilder by trade, and her most feminine feature were her sweet, honey-colored eyes. But I love you, said Jeremy, smiling warmly, and let's get married and form a family, just the two of us, and we can have as many beautiful children as you want, and you will birth them, and I will raise them as your dutiful little wife, just like you always wanted. I do not know who told you about my desire to have a stay-at-home husband, but you failed the audition. A weirdo like you isn't marriage material. And after the stunt you just pulled, I do not even think I can be your friend, said Natasha, taking a step back. Well, I can say I didn't try, said Jeremy, standing up, and he dusted himself before saying, it was nice knowing you. Jeremy departed with a huff, and as soon as he left, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. And she told her parents, Siddhanta called me last night, and he got in a stupid fight with his little brother, and now the brat doesn't want to live with him anymore. And the whole wedding proposal thing, that was just Jeremy's way of whistling into my house. And he doesn't really want to marry me. That's a shame, said Natasha's mother, Nadia, and that looked like quite the expensive wedding ring. He probably stole them, mused Natasha, and if it is stolen, I don't want it. Why would you assume that Jeremy's a thief? Asked Oberon. Siddhanta warned me that Jeremy's a bit of a klepto, said Natasha. Siddhanta says a lot of things about Jeremy that we have no way of knowing is the truth, mused Oberon, sitting down on the couch. And Jeremy left his job today after training me as his replacement, and he left his cell phone as well, and he probably doesn't want his brother to know his whereabouts. Natasha took that cell phone in order to snoop, and she also commented, why does Jeremy talk to his boss so much? I don't know, the girls think that Jeremy is Michael's lover, said Oberon, switching to gossip mode, and while he was at it, he grabbed a handful of cookies. How do they know? Asked Natasha. Well, Michael used cold talk with his last infidelity, and this is the only way that his daughters were able to explain their father's sudden interest in cats, said Oberon. Do you think he paid Jeremy for sex? Asked Natasha, furrowing her brow. Maybe, said Oberon, shrugging his shoulders. It would explain the expensive wedding ring, said Nadia, sipping her tea. And was that all you came to tell me? Asked Natasha, sitting back down to brood. No, I decided to give monogamy a try, said Oberon after giving a long pause. So you finally matured. Congratulations, said Nadia, laughing, and her laughter was echoed by her husband Iago by a lesser degree. Ha 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 ha! You gave monogamy a try. Ha 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 ha! Who is the lucky guy? Asked Natasha. Cain, said Oberon, smiling shyly. Makes sense, mused Iago. It is your classical Florence Nightingale syndrome. You got it all backwards, Iago, dear. The Florence Nightingale syndrome applies to the caregiver and not the patient, explained Nadia, who was a nurse. Though it isn't uncommon for a patient and a nurse to hook up together, said Nadia, holding her hands with her husband. The rest of the night was spent gossiping about Cain, and Oberon lied about how far he had gotten, while Natasha pretended to believe her friend's lie, and it was still too early for Oberon to seal the deal, or so Natasha fancied. It wasn't easy for someone so repressed to be their true self. And that night, Oberon spent it chatting with his friend, and every so often he tested Cain to give signs of life, and when it was close to bedtime, Oberon pondered if he should go home or visit his boyfriend. Alright, so that's that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. The Lover's Pentacle 5, Loneliness and Guilt, Chapter 14, Ace of Wands. It is not as if we're doing it yet, said Oberon, speaking his thoughts aloud. Put him on ice and let him thirst for you, suggested Natasha. Cain is used to dry spells. Starving him of physical contact is not going to work. And I don't want to make him sad, said Oberon, pouting. Oh my God, you do like him, said Natasha, jumping on her seat. And she laughed heartily before adding, it has been ages since you took someone else's feelings into consideration. Is there something you want to tell me? Barked Oberon. I'm just teasing you a little. Little brother, joked Natasha. And she would call Oberon her little brother to remind him of their power dynamics. And this was also her way of making certain that her friend didn't develop romantic feelings for her. And they had grown up together. For her, Oberon was always going to be her little brother. That night, Oberon drove to Cain's house, and he allowed himself to enter within. And he found Cain sleeping on the couch beside his grandmother, who was sewing. And apparently the Jew had stayed there waiting for Oberon to come home. And Oberon gingerly picked up the doorman, Cain, and he placed Cain back in the bed before tucking him in. And once his boyfriend was well rested, Oberon went to the kitchen to get a late-night snack. I must say, you're remarkably strong, commented Esther, who had seen the smaller youth carrying her big grandson. I work out whenever the time allows, said Oberon, being modest. It is important for young men to stay in shape, said Esther, and once you start moving, it becomes almost impossible to regain one's locomotion. You seem pretty fit yourself, Grandma, joked Oberon, and when Esther didn't smile or say anything, he said, "Too soon?" "Good night, son," said Esther, departing for her bedroom. "Son, repeated Oberon. "Good, good." He went to the bedroom, and he was happy to know that King was still asleep, and Oberon took his place in the bed, and once he was comfortable, he closed his eyes, and he had good dreams for a change. The following morning he awoke when he felt something stiff pushing up against his back, and he giggled when he realized what it was, and the stiff object completely deflated at the sound of the alarm, and he pouted when he felt the warm body departing the bed, and it was time to wake up to go to work, and during breakfast King placed a little box near Oberon. Oberon eyed with suspicion. He already had a house key, and what else could be the box? And maybe some ear studs? From time to time he saw King giggling, and Oberon opened the box before immediately closing it. "Did you like it?" asked King. "And what is it?" asked Jack, reaching for the box. "Nothing," said Oberon, placing it inside his pocket. He didn't want to cause controversy, and he felt that he was already on thin ice. And yes, Esther and Jack tolerated his presence, but they didn't seem to support King's decision to give his heart to a man. And perhaps Oberon was overthinking things, and his father had, after all, thrown him out of the house for sleeping with a man, and his mother and sister had just stood there doing nothing. And he found suspicious Esther and Jack being super blasé about his presence, and he couldn't shake the feeling that both were constantly watching and judging him. And this was in fact true. Esther didn't believe that Oberon had really committed to her grandson, and meanwhile Jack fancied that Oberon was going to leave as soon as he got bored mating with his son, and considering King's track record, this was going to happen sooner or later. Oberon went to work, and with Jeremy gone, he found him to walk the dogs, and they were easy enough, and Jeremy had trained him well, and he followed the routine to the letter, and while sitting in the shaded area by the beach, he noticed a familiar face approaching. And this was his sister Veronica, and he had spoken to her in over half a year. And he did see her from time to time, but from a distance, and whenever she attempted dialogue, he would run away from her presence. On this day, one day Veronica had asked, "But if you like women, why do you also sleep with men?" "I sleep with men because I like sleeping with men," said Oberon. "If I didn't like it, I wouldn't do it. It's as simple as that." "But why?" "And do you like to take it where the light don't shine?" asked Veronica. "No," said Oberon, starting to become offended. "And do you like the taste of it?" asked Veronica. "It is not my favorite meal, and I prefer chocolate over that acrid flavor every day of the week," said Oberon, as his face slowly contorted into a grimace. "And maybe if you explain to me why you like sleeping with men, I can help that make sense of your condition so that you can finally come home," blurted out Veronica thoughtlessly. My condition, hissed Oberon, becoming hysterical. "I don't have a condition, I'm not sick. You and everyone else are the ones who have a condition called homophobia." And from that point on, Oberon started avoiding his sister like she had the plague. Today he wasn't angry when he looked into his sister's black eyes. And Veronica was a petite like her brother, and she had raven hair and an elegant hourglass shape. And since both belonged to an athletic family, they had to maintain their form. And while Oberon had suffered through gymnastics, Veronica had been groomed to play tennis. And after her brother left, she suddenly had her father's undivided attention. And over the years, she grew to understand why this wasn't a good thing. Oberon grew tense seeing his sister approach, and it was then when he felt in his pocket the box with the ring. And he wore the ring in the first finger that fitted. And Veronica didn't see Oberon opening the box, and she simply saw that her brother had a ring in his ring finger. "Did you get married?" asked Veronica. "Yes," lied Oberon. "Are you happy?" asked Veronica. "I was until you showed up," said Oberon, folding his arms, and the put shifted position to rest her head on Oberon's lap. "Can I see the ring?" asked Veronica, coming closer. Oberon removed the ring before handing it to her sister, and she commented, "Real gold. And it is inscribed, Cain, huh? I suppose in the end you ended up married to a man. And was the ceremony in a church?" "We haven't officially tied the knot. He proposed and I accepted," lied Oberon, "and we still need to figure out a housing situation. And his house is bigger, but he lives with his grandma and father, and they don't particularly like me for the obvious reason. And my apartment gives me my... And why am I telling you all this?" "Can I meet him?" asked Veronica, returning the ring to her brother. Oberon worried again, and he said with a defeated tone in his voice, "You can do whatever you want. It is a free country." "Do I have your permission to meet him?" said Veronica, rephrasing her question. She didn't want her brother to think that she was there to intrude, and she still felt guilty for ruining her brother's last relationship. And she had accidentally blurted out that her brother used to sleep with men, and this has caused Oberon to lose the first serious girlfriend he ever had. Oberon left the sun and he took his dogs before returning to Eugenia's mansion. It had been mentally exhausting to speak with his sister. And when he returned, he recognized a familiar motorcycle parked outside their house, and he knew that Jeremy was there to beg for his job back. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Sidanta with Tybalt. Tybalt was on his leash to keep him from escaping, and the cat looked at Oberon with pleading eyes before saying, "Help me, help me, help me." "What's the matter, buddy?" asked Oberon, kneeling down to be at eye level with the cat. And he pet the cat lovingly, and he noticed that there was slight redness around his belly. And he moved the harness from the cat. And the moment that the harness was removed, Tybalt bolted. And Sidanta saw the cat fleeing, and he then yelled, "And why the hell did you do that? That giant rodent is escaping." "The harness was too tight, and you were hurting the cat," protested Oberon. "If I leave it loose, the stupid cat escapes," complained Sidanta. "If he escapes from you, he must have his reason," said Oberon, folding his arms, and he added, "You are lucky that Jeremy isn't here to see you bullying his cat." "Oh, so he isn't here," said Sidanta sadly. "And you two get into a stupid fight again," asked Dorothy, coming into the room. "Yes, and when you told me that Jeremy was sleeping with your father, I lost it, and I said things to Jeremy that I shouldn't have, so he started packing. And since I couldn't convince him to stay, I grabbed hold of Tybalt, and I thought he wouldn't leave the house without his stupid pet. But he left, and I haven't seen him since then," said Sidanta. "Why didn't you chase after him?" asked Oberon. "I can't face him when he gets really angry, and he's dangerous to himself and others when he explodes. And it's best to give him some space to allow him to decompress," said Sidanta, fumbling with his words. "He hasn't stabbed you, has he?" asked Dorothy, remembering that Jeremy always carried a dagger. "He even had the dagger when they traveled abroad, and he pondered how Jeremy had managed to smuggle the darn weapon through airport security." The hours passed and still no Jeremy, and since Oberon worried about Sidanta's rough handling of Tybalt, he decided to take the cat home. And Kane squealed with delight when Oberon came in with the cat. "You got me Tybalt, and how do you convince Jeremy to give you his cat?" said Kane, hugging the Tybalt. Gotta love them cat. Jeremy got in a fight with Sidanta and he ran off, and his brother's still looking for him, so we are cat sitters until Jeremy returns, explained Oberon. "Oh, boo, and here I thought we were going to keep Tybalt forever," said Kane, kissing the little round belly of the cat. "Oh, poor Tybalt has a nausea, and mama kisses make it all better." Oberon laughed heartily, seeing Kane fussing about Tybalt's bruise, and as the night progressed, he started to become jealous of Tybalt. The cat knew just how to act in order to monopolize Kane's attention, and that night, instead of cuddling with Oberon, Kane had cuddled with Tybalt. And more than a week passed after Jeremy's disappearance, and while Sidanta searched the streets, Kane and Oberon visited the hospital. And Kane figured that Jeremy must have gotten run over or something due to the seizures he sometimes suffered. And much to Dorothy's surprise, her father Michael mobilized his resources to track down Jeremy. And come Sunday, those participating in the search reconvened in Eugenia's home movie theater. The party sat there and they waited for Michael's spy guy, Dave Parker. And Parker was a former agent Romeo who now worked in the private sector. "This is all we know," said Parker, and last Thursday at 8, Dorothy called Sidanta to inform him that Jeremy was having an affair with her father. And Sidanta talked with Dorothy for over 47 minutes. And as soon as the call ended, Sidanta got into a verbal dispute that lasted 10 to 20 minutes, and Jeremy fled the house at exactly 9:14. And we had the surveillance of the front neighbor to collaborate the time, and a few blocks away, a different camera saw Jeremy passing by at 9:37, and after turning a corner, he vanished without a trace. "What do you mean he vanished without a trace?" repeated Michael, scratching his head. "It is exactly as it sounds," said Parker, rubbing his fat chin. "And if he jumped the fence, a different camera would have seen him. And if he crossed the street, a different camera would have shown him. And if a car picked him up, 2 different cameras would have shown the arrival of such a car. And I even went to check to see if he was hiding on top of a tree, but he wasn't there. He vanished." "Maybe he had the cameras," mused Kane, "and such a thing has been done before. Or maybe they tampered with the analog cameras or putting on a different tape," said a worried Sidanta. "I have the tapes right here," said Parker, "and they haven't been tampered with." And I had been searching nearby houses, and he was not there, said Gem. And he has also not been using his credit cards or bank accounts, and nobody has seen anyone that matches his description. And it is not as if he has a common face that is easily overlooked. The dude looks identical to Nefertiti, said Michael, referring to Jeremy's face. Is that why you found him so irresistible? Barked Eunice, choking a handkerchief with impotent fury. I've never slept with Jeremy, said Michael. He's never slept with Jeremy. Technically, he wasn't lying. And I assume Jeremy never admitted to sleeping with me, did he? He meant sleeping in the literal sense. They did everything but sleep, said Siddhartha, and I was so mean to him. Whatever possessed me to call Jeremy a cheap prostitute. Is the shoe fit? Said Dorothy dryly. Your comments are not helping, barked Eunice, punching her armchair. And whose comments are not helping? Asked a familiar voice. And Dorothy's comments, barked Eunice, not turning around, and every time she opened her mouth, it started to complain or to tattle. Hey, if you don't want me to complain, don't give me a reason to, whined Dorothy. And your sister doesn't need this stress. She's going to have a baby, barked Michael. I'm sorry, Daddy, said Dorothy, lowering her head. And Tiba turned his head, and you will have to be a little more patient, said King, comforting the cat. No, he doesn't. I'm already here, said Jeremy, coming over to fetch his cat. Jeremy, all screaming in unison. He back. Jeremy, come. So, chapter 15. 5 of Wands. I'm sorry everyone for making you worry about me, said Jeremy while staring at the floor, and he added, forcing a fake smile. But I really needed some time away from Siddhartha, and ever since Dorothy broke out with him, he has been positively beastly with me. It almost feels like he blames me for Dorothy's inability to fall in love. Hey, I've fallen in love, lied Dorothy. The only man she loved was her daddy. No, you haven't, sis, whispered Eugenia. Fine, just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean that I'm incapable of falling in love, said Dorothy, scratching her hair nervously. Where were you, Jeremy? Asked Natasha. I was home up until a few hours ago, said Jeremy, petting his cat. And I saw that my cat wasn't home, so I assumed that King stole it again, and I asked his grandma, who told me where to find Tybalt, and so I came here for my cat. And before then, asked Siddhartha, coming closer, and where have you been these last days? And surely you yes, and I've only been gone back. And Siddhartha moved back a pace, and they didn't want Jeremy to feel cornered, and he feared giving the youth another reason to disappear again. And we should still examine him for evidence just in case, said Kane, going to his patrol car. Evidence of what? Asked Jeremy, getting defensive. And whatever's against your planning, I don't want to be part of it. Please, Jeremy, please don't go. Please stay with me. Don't ever leave me again. I'm sorry about all the terrible things I said. I didn't mean it, said Siddhartha, wrapping his arms around Jeremy's thin shoulders. You meant it when you said it, hissed Jeremy. And you really do think I will be so cheap as to put out for a mere dog walker's salary? Honestly, Siddhartha, I know my own worth, and if that man wanted to buy me, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Michael indeed fancied that Jeremy was sleeping with him for a dog walker's salary, and mind you, Jeremy was a well-paid dog walker. And Michael didn't know that Siddhartha and Jeremy used to be a couple, and since Dorothy had slept with Siddhartha, Jeremy slept with Dorothy's father in order to even things out. And from time to time, Tiba would scratch at Siddhartha, but the guy didn't care, and he was just that happy to see Jeremy alive and in one piece. And Jeremy was examined from head to toe, and this didn't provide any evidence of where he had been during the time he was gone. And the clothing he had in the washer was examined and taken as evidence. You have a bruise on your forehead, said Siddhartha, poking at Jeremy's skull. Ouch, don't touch it, backed Jeremy, slapping the hand away. I will get the first aid cream, said King, coming over with a kit, and he cleaned the wound before adding the cream and a band-aid. I walked into a branch, and you know how distracted I can get when I'm angry, said Jeremy. And where did you go this past few days? Insisted Siddhartha. I don't know, repeated Jeremy, and stop yelling at me. I wasn't yelling at you, shouted Siddhartha. And Jeremy started crying, and Siddhartha once again started apologizing, and he wasn't going to press Jeremy for answers, and as long as he was finally home, everything was alright in Siddhartha's world. The missing case concluded satisfactorily with Jeremy's return, though nobody could say for certain where Jeremy had disappeared to. And much to Michael's disappointment, Jeremy didn't return to his job as a dog walker. And as a type of severance package, Michael refunded Jeremy all of the money that the youth had been forced to spend in a vacation he didn't want to go. And with the wedding ring refunded, Jeremy had a cushy $35,000 to sit him, and he had more than enough resources to take his time to find a good job. And those involved in the search went their separate ways, and the only person that still continued the investigation was Parker. And he found the incident far too peculiar, and he went to other houses to get their surveillance tapes, and he wanted to see the exact moment when Jeremy returned home. Alas, the home that had recorded Jeremy's return had been broken into, and the only item stolen had been the surveillance tapes, and when he checked his old tapes, they only displayed static. And it smelled like cover-up, but who or why the evidence had been erased was a matter of debate. And with Jeremy's return, Oberon returned to his old work routine, and he didn't particularly care much for Jeremy. And he simply felt sorry for Sidanta that had gone mad searching for his brother, and while sitting at the beach, Oberon couldn't help but think of his sister. He had become distant not because of something thoughtless, she said. And he spoke to Coco, and my sister only spoke out of ignorance, and it is her fault that she asked stupid questions. My father is homophobic, therefore my sister sometimes echoes his values whether she wants to or not, and she can't help it. Coco barked in response. You're right, if I explain this to her, then she will understand why I sleep with most men and women, mused Oberon. And Coco whimpered before furrowing her eyebrow. And Oberon looked at the ring. He had forgotten that he was still wearing it, and his sister wanted to meet Kane. And maybe if she met my boyfriend, she would understand me, fancied Oberon. And Oberon finished walking the dogs, and he helped Dorothy with her work routine, and he ran various errands for Eugenia. And once he was no longer needed, he returned to his apartment, and the first thing he did was tidy up the place. And then he called his sister to inform her that he had time for her. And did they find your gay friend already? Asked Veronica. Yes, said Oberon. Good. And now that you're not busy, can I come over to meet Kane? Asked Veronica. Sure, said Oberon. He frowned when he heard a knocking on the door, and when he opened it, there was his sister, and raising an eyebrow, he asked, How long have you been camping out there? A few days, like Veronica, and she sighed before saying, I asked Dorothy to tell me when you stopped being busy, and she allowed you to go home early to give us a chance to catch up. So about this Kane fellow. He's not here, said Oberon. Can you call him over? Asked Veronica. Fine, said Oberon, sighing wearily. He went to the bathroom to have a private call with Kane, and Kane answered the cell phone immediately, and he was a little pouty since Oberon had gone to his apartment. Kane, we need to talk, started Oberon. You're breaking up with me already, and over the phone too? Why? Cried Kane. Please, just shut up for a second. I'm not calling to break up with you, alright, baby? Said Oberon, sighing. Baby, asked Kane when he was calmer. Would you prefer honey? Asked Oberon. No, baby's fine, said Kane, smiling happily. He was somebody's baby, and it was the first time my lover had given him a nickname. Can I call you honey? Oberon half with frustration before saying, My sister wants to meet you. Oh, I see, said Kane, growing somber, and why didn't you tell me that you had a sister? We grew apart for reasons and not in the mood to talk about. The point is that I'm trying to mend the relationship. And to aid in this process, we need you. I need you, said Oberon. And what do you need me to do? Asked Kane, getting all serious. Nothing, just come over to my apartment and have my sister get to know you a little, and just be yourself, act natural around her, and let her get to know the real Kane, explained Oberon. Okay, I will see you in a jiffy, said Kane. Kane concluded his con, and he went to his bedroom to prepare for the visit, and despite being told to be himself, he decided to show Oberon's sister the best version of himself. He opened his closet and he looked through his wardrobe, uncertain about what he would wear. In the end, he called the only man he knew that had fashion sense, Karina's boyfriend Bruno. Bruno, are you busy? Asked Kane. Not particularly, like Bruno, and he needed an excuse to stop watching telenovelas with Karina. I need help getting dressed. There's an important date that I started, explaining Kane. I will be there right away, said Bruno, jumping from the couch, and he kissed Karina on the cheek before saying, Sorry, babe, duty calls. And did you just call me babe? Asked Karina, raising an eyebrow. I did, said Bruno stoically. All right, carry on, soldier, said Karina, before rubbing her cheek thoughtfully. He called me babe. And I haven't decided if I like it or not. Bruno drove to Kane's house, and he arrived there in less than 10 minutes, and during that ride, Kane made a basket of supplies. and Bruno allowed himself within with a house key that Karina owned. And what is the occasion that you need to dress up for? Asked Bruno. I am meeting Oberon's strange sister, said Kane. A sister, said Bruno before rummaging into Kane's closet. He brought out a deep blue suit jacket and pants, and underneath the jacket Kane wore a black and white striped shirt. And Bruno brought out some shades. He then said, these look great with anything. But it is almost night time, said Kane, and I am going to be indoors all the time. A first impression can go a long way, and just remove the shades like this. And when you walk into the room, said Bruno, showing Kane how to properly remove the shades. Kane raised an eyebrow, but he decided not to question Bruno's experience. And Bruno combed Kane's hair back to add an air of sophistication, and he brought out his mask. Kane frowned and said, perfume makes me sneeze. That's a pity, said Bruno, putting the mask away. How do I look? Asked Kane, showing front and back. Awesome, lied Bruno, and what he really wanted to say, good enough, all things considered. Should I buy flowers? Asked Kane before heading out. You are not courting the sister, reminded Bruno. Do not buy her flowers. Okay, said Kane, lowering his head. Everything's going to be all right, said Bruno, patting Kane's shoulder. And if it doesn't, just roll around the head into Oberon forgives you, and that is what I do whenever I do something that angers my girlfriend. Kane forced a fake laugh, while Bruno gave a queer smile. And Kane got inside his patrol car, and before getting out of the driveway, Bruno knocked on the window and he dangled his car keys. Take my convertible, said Bruno. And Kane looked at the car keys, and he remembered that folks normally became tense whenever there was a cop car around. And in the end, he took Bruno's car, and this was the first time he drove Bruno's convertible. How he loved the way the engine purred, and he drove around the block a few times to get a feel for the vehicle. And once he felt confident with it, he drove to Oberon's apartment, and he jumped out of the car with a swift step. A man whispered at him, and Kane raised an eyebrow and said, I beg your pardon. I wasn't whistling at you, boy. What year is it? Asked the stranger coming over to ogle the convertible. I don't know. I walked past his beauty and I immediately fell in love with her, said Kane, caressing the wooden axles of the steering wheel. I can see why. She's something else, said the stranger, petting the shiny red paint. Get a room, you do, said Kane, bringing out his supplies. As much as I would like to hang out and chat, I have an important date to get to. Have a good day, sir. Sir, I like that. You don't see a lot of young kids these days with manner, commented the stranger. And Kane walked towards Oberon's first-floor apartment, and he frowned when he saw the stranger following him. And his first instinct was to reach for his revolver, alas his hands were full carrying his supplies. And he breathed a sigh of relief when Oberon opened the door for him. Close the door quickly, ordered Kane. And Oberon closed the door, and he wasn't about to question why Kane was so agitated, and was within Kane explained, there was this creepy old man following me. Is he still out there? Asked Veronica, coming over to look through the peephole. And Kane placed his supplies on the table, and with his free hand he brought out his revolver. And Oberon said, whoa, whoa, whoa there, cowboy. There isn't anyone out there. Good, said Kane, returning his revolver to his back. I really wish you wouldn't have brought your revolver, said Oberon, staring at Kane's back. All right, if it bothers you so much, I'm going to remove the bullets, said Kane, placing the bullets in his pocket. And he also removed his sunglasses to neatly place them inside his coat pocket. So this is the famous Kane, said Veronica, coming over to inspect the merchandise. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. First Pentacle, chapter 16, 10 of Pentacles. Kane was certainly tall, although he appeared taller when standing next to the petite Oberon, who was a head shorter. I'm going to start dinner, and what are you in the mood for? Beef, lamb, chicken, fish, said Kane, bringing out the meats. And he cooks, said Veronica, rubbing her chin. And who taught you how to cook? My grandma. I was raised by my grandparents, said Kane. And what about your parents? Asked Veronica. Kane was a teenage pregnancy, explained Oberon, and the old gents did all of the heavy lifting. Veronica continued with interrogation while Kane cooked, and she asked about all of the basic facts about his life, as well as the career and level of education. Are you really a cop? Asked Veronica. Yes, don't I look the part? Asked Kane, brandishing his revolver, and he twirled in the same fashion as cowboys in the old movies he used to watch with his grandpa. That's a neat trick. So you solve cases, arrest criminals, give parking tickets, asked Veronica, and she only knew from popular media what cops was supposedly did. I am not a detective yet, so I don't solve cases, and my role is to drive around the neighborhood until a crime happens. And most of the time I am taken in speeding or drunken drivers," said Kane, downplaying his responsibilities. "Come on, Kane, that isn't all you do," said Oberon, coming over to stand beside Kane, and he placed his arm around Kane's waist before adding, "Kane here is a forensic artist." "Neat, and what does that mean?" asked Veronica with an over-enthusiastic smile, and she leaned forward on her seat to appear more interested. "Do you know those criminals drawings? Do you know those drawings that they show on the news? Those drawings of the description of the criminals?" "I made those drawings," said Kane before seasoning the chicken. And Veronica liked chickens, and he was cooking 2 meals, chicken for Veronica and rice for Oberon. "So if I describe someone, can you draw him?" asked Veronica. "I can try, but I didn't bring paper or pencil." "Well, you're in luck, because I brought some," said Veronica, bringing out a sketch pad and pencil. Oberon, can you massage the chicken for me while I draw?" asked Kane. "Can I what?" asked Oberon, confused. "While the chicken is in the spices, you're supposed to massage the meat, or so my grandma claims," said Kane, washing his hands. Oberon took over the massaging of the chicken breast, and although he felt that this was pointless, Kane drew the person that Veronica described, and she was satisfied with the drawing, so she decided to keep it. "Hey, can you draw the person who followed you to my house?" asked Oberon, remembering that creep. "Why?" asked Kane. "Well, it isn't the first time that a widow has become obsessed with you," said Oberon. "Yes, I better draw the stranger before I forget what he looks like," said Kane, sketching the stranger. He held up the drawing of a tall 40-something man, and his face had many lines of suffering, especially around his eyes and forehead. The mouth had thin lips, and the eyes looked like they were always sizing you up, and the head was starting to bald, and he had coloring pencils, he would have rendered the stranger's ashen red hair and the light brown eyes, and the color completely left Oberon's face when he saw the drawing of that man. Veronica casually said, "That's our dad." "Did he also come to meet me?" asked Kane, smiling sadly, and he added, "Well, tell him not to be shy, and there's plenty of Joseph Merrick to go around." "Who is Joseph? Is he another one of your husbands?" asked Veronica thoughtlessly. "No, Ken is the only one," explained Oberon, and he reads and quotes books sometimes. You know, Joseph Merrick is the Elephant Man from like the book and that depressing movie. Ken went outside the apartment and he looked with his eye for the stranger, and smiling warmly he said, "Hey, Oberon's dad, there's no need to be shy, come inside." And Oberon's father flinched when he realized that he had been spoken to, and he really didn't want to have dinner with his estranged son. However, he had come to keep an eye on Veronica, and he didn't like the look of the neighborhood. "Dad, please," begged Veronica, coming outside. And Oberon froze on the spot when his father entered with him, and he had not spoken to his father since the day he had been thrown out of the house. And Veronica had tried to mediate, and she had told Oberon that his father would allow him to return home if he explained this new phase of him. And Oberon said he would only return if his father got on his knees and apologized. And since that never happened, Oberon never returned home. And Kane didn't know this. Oberon never talked about his past. Francis sat down on the couch, and then he said, "Don't you have a real dinner table?" "Oberon doesn't normally have guests," said Kane apologetically. "And if we eat, it is usually at my house." "And do you live by yourself or with your parents?" asked Francis, and he asked the same questions as Veronica. Once again, Kane patiently answered the same questions while he made dinner, and he set the food first, and he made the first plate for Oberon, and since he looked pouty, and he served everyone else before getting his own plate. "Let us say grace," said Veronica, stretching her hands, and Oberon looked at the roof in search of a god that he thought had abandoned him, and his father stretched his hand towards it, and Oberon took it without much enthusiasm. It was just as coarse and harsh as he remembered it, and as a child he never liked to sit beside his father because the man squeezed his hand too hard during prayer. This time his father's hand didn't squeeze at all. Kane said grace since nobody was speaking, and at the end of the prayer Veronica said, "That was a very lovely prayer, and do you go to church?" "Not really. When my grandparents married, my grandpa promised that they would never step foot inside a church ever again," said Kane, reminiscing. "So you don't go to church because of your grandmas?" asked Veronica. "Yes, too many bad memories." And Grandma was raised in a Catholic orphanage, and most of her early life was spent praying or getting beaten by nuns for accidentally sneezing during Mass, explained Kane. At the age of 14, my grandma got a job as a waitress, so she was finally a master of her own destiny. Our congregation is a lot more merciful and less corrupt than the Catholic Church, said Veronica, trying to convert Kane. I am happy where I am, and I was even baptized, and just because my grandma is at war with priests and nuns, it doesn't mean that she stopped being a Catholic, said Kane. So you're a Catholic then, asked Francis. I am complicated. My grandpa started as Jewish, but when his parents divorced, his mom remarried, and he became an Anabaptist. He switched to Catholicism since he wanted to marry my grandma in a church, and when he came back from the war, he grew fond of Buddhism, and he tried that religion for a spell, but that didn't bring him peace, and he switched to Hinduism, and by the time he died, he believed in everything and nothing, explained Kane. And what does your grandpa have to do with you, asked Veronica. Well, Grandpa's the one who spent the most time with me, therefore it is only natural that I take his opinions about religion very seriously, said Kane, smiling sadly. Does he know about you? You're my brother, asked Veronica. His grandpa's dead, his Oberon. Or when you're paying attention. Settle down, ordered Francis. Settle down, settle down. You lost the right to scold me the day you threw me out of the house, barked Oberon, punching the table in a display of infantile fury. And he saw from the corner of his eye, Crane growing silent, and the conversation immediately died with this outburst. And Oberon didn't eat anything, and he just simply moved the rice about while ripping his ribs to shreds with a fork and knife. And Kane sighed wearily before putting the pie his grandma had baked in the refrigerator. And thank you for the lovely meal, said Veronica, breaking the silence. I can pack the leftovers if you like, said Kane, to be polite. Leave them, said Veronica, and by the looks of the fridge, Oberon needs the food more than I do. I don't need the food, whined Oberon. I just never learned how to cook. Francis left the table, and he started making his way towards the door, and he sighed with frustration when Veronica went to the kitchen to help Kane with the dishes. I am sorry you had to see this, said Veronica apologetically. There's no need for you to apologize. And did Francis really throw Oberon out of the house? Asked Kane. And why didn't you ask my brother? Asked Veronica. He looks mad, and if he didn't want to tell me, he must have his reasons. And we're entitled to our own little secrets, said Kane, being evasive. Thank you, Kane, for respecting my privacy, barked Oberon moodily. And he hadn't moved from his spot, and he was still sitting at the folded-up table. And based on how he was moving his left leg, he was nervous or angry. And Kane dried his hands, and he embraced Oberon's head before kissing him on the cheek, and Oberon closed his eyes to focus on the sensation. And Francis observed with curiosity this embrace, and there wasn't anything lustful about that embrace. Oberon sighed wearily, and with his anger subsiding, his hunger returned, and Kane said, Grandma baked a pie. Do you want some? Yes, said Francis, returning to the table, and he wasn't about to let Oberon ruin his appetite. Kane sliced a piece of the pie for everyone, and for himself he sliced a thin piece, and he was feeling tense and nauseous, and the pecan pie succeeded in bettering everyone's mood. Although Veronica didn't bother to attend a conversation again, and her impression of Kane was that he was calm, level-headed, and sometimes sweet, and he was also a handsome devil. And with the dessert concluded, there was no other reason for Veronica and Francis to linger there, and Veronica shook hands with Kane and her brother before departing with her father. And as soon as they left, Oberon sighed deeply with relief. Finally, and I thought they were never going to leave, barked Oberon, pacing about the living room before falling on the couch. Kane didn't know what to say, so he kept quiet, and he picked out the dirty dishes, and Oberon giggled coquettishly before opening the door to the bedroom. And Kane gasped when Oberon picked him up before being flung into the bed. And Oberon undressed quickly before pouncing on Kane. Wait, stop, said Kane, pushing Oberon back. Oh, please, Kane, I had a really bad day, and I truly need this, said Oberon, asserting more of his dominance. And his dexterous fingers ripped Kane's shirt up before removing the belt in one fell swoop. And when Oberon's hands touched the most sensitive part of his flesh, Kane wrestled with Oberon until he locked him into a key. And Oberon laughed at first, thinking that Kane wanted to be dominant, and when nothing happened, he felt equally frustrated and angry. Oh God, you're just the absolute worst, Kane, snapped Oberon, struggling to break free. When I tell you to stop, I'm not ready yet, said Kane before releasing Oberon. You know what I think, Kane? I think you are never going to be ready because you're not physically attracted to men, barked Oberon, folding his arms. I'm sorry, said Kane, lowering his eyes. Don't apologize. And why don't you like me? Barked Oberon, biting his lower lip. But I love you, said Kane as his eyes watered. And just get the fuck out of my apartment and take this stupid ring with you, said Oberon, flinging the ring at Kane. Kane picked up the ring before departing, and he didn't have any intention of fighting for his love, and he was already used to being rejected. It was nice while it lasted. As soon as Kane left, Oberon caught Arden. I'm back on the market. Come to my house now. And Arden drove there quickly, thinking that Kane had been the one to break up with Oberon, and the moment that he walked to the door, a physically starved beast pounced him, and both rolled around the hay for hours, and once he was satisfied, Oberon immediately regretted what he did. So why did Kane break up with you? As Arden switched into gossip mode. He didn't break up with me. He didn't fuck me, so I told him to fuck off, said Oberon, fiddling with their cheeks nervously. And when I say it out loud, it sounds terrible, doesn't it? Is your conscience bugging you? Asked Arden. A little, said Oberon, shrinking into his frame. A pity it should bother you a lot, said Arden, leaving the bed. And Arden got dressed quickly and needed to return home before sunrise, and his parents would get sad if he wasn't there to eat breakfast with them. What do I do? Asked Oberon. Why are you asking me for advice? Kane is your boyfriend, is he not? And you know now what? And you should know now what to do to make him forgive you for your many, many things, said Arden. You won't tell him what we did, will you? Asked Oberon. If I did, he wouldn't believe me, would he? Mused Arden. Yes, he would. He has been cheated on by every person he has ever dated, said Oberon, feeling ashamed. So why break tradition, then? Well, as much as I would like to stay and gossip, I have places to be. Goodbye, said Oberon. Arden stopped a moment, and he noticed a jacket that was too big for Oberon. If you're looking for an excuse to go see Kane, here it is. The poor fool left his jacket. Return it to him, and while you're at it, beg for forgiveness. Oberon was left alone with the jacket, and he caressed it lovingly, and it still smelled like Kane, and inside the inner pocket he found sunglasses. And Kane had suddenly looked cool wearing them, and in the front pocket he found a folded printed paper with information about a reservation. Kane had apparently booked a little vacation for himself and Oberon. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle chapter 17. Eight of Cups. He looked at the time, and since he was afraid of facing Kane, Oberon decided to return the jacket tomorrow. The following morning came, and Oberon had not slept a wink, and his night had been filled with foreboding thoughts. And he got dressed for work, and since he was half asleep, he kept swirling to the side every so often. And he meekly arrived to the edge of the pool to speak with Eugenia. And sitting beside her was her fiancé Santiago, and he was at home in the morning for a change. And this was unusual, and Oberon asked, and did you finally finish your exams? And what are you doing here, Oberon? Today is Saturday, said Eugenia. Is it? Asked Oberon, feeling foolish. That jacket is a little too big for you, commented Dorothy, looking up from her book. It belongs to Kane, said Oberon, petting it lovingly. Did you finally break him? Oh, please do tell me all the dirty details, ordered Dorothy. No, we got in a stupid fight and I broke up with him, said Oberon. The longer you take to apologize, the harder it is going to be for you to get back with him, said Eugenia. Tell me, Eugenia, why did you break up with Kane? Asked Oberon. I didn't love him, but he loved me. It wasn't fair for him to continue in a loveless relationship, and Kane is not like Santiago that can handle being with someone who doesn't love him, said Eugenia coldly. And before you feel sorry for him, let me tell you that he doesn't care much for me either. Is this all because I didn't go with you to see the sex of the babies? As Santiago folded his arm. I told you I had exams that days, and we could have moved the other date. I looked at all your syllabus, and you didn't have exams that day, said Eugenia. It was a surprise exam. Professor Pyron is fond of those little surprises, said Santiago. I suppose, said Eugenia, choosing to believe the lies. Are you going to go then, or are you expecting overtime hours? Asked Santiago, focusing on the attention on Oberon. Oberon opened his cell phone, before closing it again, and said Oberon wasn't going to call, and Eugenia took the initiative, and she called Kane up on her cell phone, and Kane picked up after the first ringtone. Kane, there's an idiot standing here beside me who wants to tell you something, said Eugenia before giving Oberon her phone. Oberon didn't say anything, and he felt his mouth dry. And Kane heard Oberon breathing, and he said dourly, "What do you want to say?" I see you, let's get back together. It was a stupid fight, and I was tense because my father was there, and I really needed, but that's not important anymore, and I should have been more sensitive. I'm sorry, said Oberon, scratching his head. Bruno, who was eavesdropping, whispered to Kane, "If you forgive that fool right away, he's just going to walk all over you again when the mood strikes him." "I want to forgive you, I really do, but I can't," said Kane while tears rolled down his cheeks. Bruno closed Kane's cell phone to end the call, and the last thing Oberon heard was Kane crying. And after hearing this, Oberon drove to Kane's house and allowed his father and grandmother didn't allow him to enter within. And like Bruno, they were of the opinion that a reconciliation should not be given so easily. Oberon knocked on Kane's window and the youth wasn't there. He then drove to Karina's house, and Bruno guessed in this mood to Kane to paint at Sebastiano's artist collective. And for the entire day, Bruno amused himself by giving Oberon the runabout, and he took a sick twisted pleasure in outsmarting Oberon by always having Kane be in another house or venue. Night eventually came, and Oberon returned home to eat leftovers from the day before, and he was still sporting Kane's jacket. And once again he tried to search for Kane, and he got on his car and he drove to all of the homes of Kane's friends and family. And little did he guess that his boyfriend was hiding in the house of Jack's boss. How could he apologize if he wasn't given the chance? Sunday came and he was still nowhere near close to reconciliation, and it was then when he remembered his sister, and she had a phone and an unfamiliar voice. "I need your help, Veronica," called Oberon sullenly, and Veronica drove there immediately, and she arrived after a 2-hour drive, and her family lived further up north in Hollywood, Florida. "What happened?" asked Veronica when she turned up. "And did your test came back positive?" "What test?" asked Oberon, confused. Never mind," said Veronica, shaking her head. "So what do you need help with?" "I need your cell phone," said Oberon. "A second thought, you call him." "Call who, Dad?" asked Veronica. "No, I think I better explain the problem from the beginning. I got in a stupid fight with Kane, and now he refuses to see me, and I've been chasing him all over Miami, but he's always in another house," said Oberon. "Did you cheat on him already?" asked Veronica. "No," lied Oberon. "Oberon," repeated Veronica. "We had already broken up, so it doesn't count as cheating," barked Oberon, folding his arms. "And now you want him back?" asked Veronica. "It was a mistake, a stupid, impulsive mistake," repeated Oberon. "Like father, like son," said Veronica. "And not like my father," barked Oberon, and he had a growing sunburn. "Me throwing Kane out of my home and breaking up with him. It was a completely different from when my own father threw me out, and Kane, he... You can't believe whatever helps you sleep at night," mused Veronica. Everything she did and said was now focused on her long-term goal of reuniting the family, and she was tired of living two separate lives, one with her brother and the other with the rest of her family, and she fancied that if her father and brother reconciled, then the others would follow in suit. Oberon grew somber, and the more he thought about it, the more he fancied that he was just like his father, and his father had rejected him because of his sexuality, while Oberon had rejected Kane for showing resistance to him in the bedchambers. "I'm just the worst," said Oberon. "No, you're not. It is human to sin, big brother. I am not perfect and you are not perfect, but that is all right, and as long as there is love and the desire to change, then there is hope," said Veronica, placing her hand on her brother's shoulder, and she picked up her cell phone before saying, "I am going to call Kane for you, and can you give me his number?" Oberon gave Veronica Kane's number, and after 5 hesitant ringtones, Malik answered the phone. "Veronica?" "Hey, is Kane home? I heard from my brother that he's a computer guy, and I'm trying to log into my computer, but it's not accepting my password," like Veronica. "Did you try opening it up in safe mode?" said Kane, who was listening since the cell phone was on speaker. "On what?" asked Veronica, pretending not to understand. She continued to pretend to be confused, and in the end Kane said, "And if you bring your computer over to Malik's house, I can have it fixed for you in a jiffy." "Oh, thank you, Kane, and you really saved my hide, and there's some important Word documents that I need for Monday," said Veronica, hamming in the lie. With this lie, Veronica got the address from Malik's home, and she got in the car, and her brother hid in the back seat. and she changed the password on her laptop in order to turn her lie into a reality. And Malik took an instant liking to Veronica, and she found him amusing as well. And she liked his intense green eyes. While Kane fixed the computer, she casually flirted with Malik, and she was reminded of her mission when she saw her cell phone vibrating. I had to go to the bathroom, and can you show me where it is? Asked Veronica. I can show you to the bathroom, said Malik solicitous, and he added, giving a sly smile. And while we're there, I can show you other things as well. Honestly, brother, said Ariel, shaking her head sadly, I will show you to the bathroom. Ariel took Veronica's hand to guide her to the bathroom, and as soon as she was alone, Veronica went to the front door and she unlocked it. And Oberon tiptoed into the house, and he smiled when he saw Kane in the living room. And if possible, he wanted to have a conversation alone with him. Intruder! Yelled Ariel at the top of her lungs. What, where? Barked Kane, bringing out his revolver. And from the other side of the hallway, Malik showed up and then she his bat. Oh, it's just you, said Malik, lowering his bat. False alarm, it is just a tick. I'm sorry for tricking you, but you understand me, don't you, dear Malik? And I would do anything for my big brother just the same way that you would do anything for your sweet baby sister, said Veronica, lowering her head and crossing her fingers. She did this whenever she was pretending to be sorry for what she did, and only Oberon knew that she wasn't being sincere. No harm done, said Malik, laughing. And when Malik and Veronica chatted, Oberon and Kane went to the patio to talk, and the first thing that Oberon did was return the jacket. And Kane fidgeted with the jacket nervously before setting it down on the lawn chair, and an eerie silence followed. And Oberon was the first to break the silence by asking, When you gave me that ring, what was it supposed to mean? The ring was supposed to keep you in suspense, said Kane, turning his gaze. And when my grandpa started dating my grandma, he gave her a ring with no explanation. And one day she asked him if it was an engagement ring, and he told her that the ring could mean whatever she wanted. And my grandma took it as an offense, and she didn't speak to my grandpa for almost 3 months. That is a long time to hold a grudge, said Oberon, laughing sheepishly. It was a different time. People took longer to court and get married, said Kane. So how long do you plan on making me work for it? Asked Oberon, drawing closer. Just until you gave me irrefutable proof of your devotion to me, said Kane, taking a step back. And pray do tell me, what type of proof do you require? Said Oberon, giving another step forward. Oberon, I think we should see other people, and it was a nice dream we had, but it was time we wake up before any feelings are hurt. We function better as friends, said Kane before his back touched the wall. I like us better as lovers, said Oberon, placing his hand against the wall, and he had Kane cornered, and this greatly excited him. You only like me because you haven't had me yet, and as soon as you sleep with me, you will lose all interest in me, said Kane, turning his head. I'm not here for your body, Kane, said Oberon, caressing the swayed limbs he found so tempting, and he kissed them before saying, I like the food you make for me, I like how you pamper me whenever I'm sick, and I like sleeping inside your big, hulking arms, and I like the way we dance, and I like watching boring movies with you. I like talking sweet nonsense with you, and I like that you read to me whenever I'm having difficulties falling asleep. And as for the other things, I see it as a cherry on top of our relationship. The cherry isn't the most important part of the sundae, said Kane before gulping, and wouldn't we be better off if we removed it completely from the equation? Owen took a step back before asking, why don't you like sex? It isn't that I dislike it, it is just that I haven't had the same lover that has enjoyed sleeping with me. I haven't had a single lover that has enjoyed sleeping with me, said King. Eugenia dumped me because she got bored of me, and she was far too experienced, and she didn't have the patience to teach me what she liked. And with Karina, it was more of the same, and she left me as soon as Bruno showed her a good time. Karina isn't a succubus, said Malik, popping his head into the porch. And if you keep talking about her behind her back, I am telling on you. I'm sorry, said Kane. Well, you should be. You are not the most easy person to deal with, said Malik, scratching his raven hair. Yay, go easy on him. He has been through a lot, said Oberon, defending Kane, and he placed his hands around his boyfriend's shoulders protectively. As have we all, and it is a miracle we made it to adulthood. And you should be thankful that the biggest problem in your life goes by the name of Oberon, said Malik, trying to put it in perspective. And the fact of the matter is that you're afraid or repressed or both, so stop using Karina and Eugenia as excuses. Do you still have the whatever ring? Asked Oberon, placing his hand on Kane's pocket. And Kane trembled since Oberon's searching hand had caressed something else. And Oberon giggling continued to search in that same pocket, and he found it amusing to see Kane's face turning as red as a tomato, and Kane's eyes then turned glassy. And he held on to Oberon's hand before hissing, "There are children in the house, control yourself." "Ah, you're no fun," said Ariel, who had her face glued to the glass. "Adults are talking," barked Malik. "But I do think we should get it out of the way already. And if I fail to please you, we can go back to being friends," said Oberon, taking his hand out of Kane's pocket. "I suppose that is what it all comes down to," said Kane, sighing with frustration. "And we don't have to do it today if you don't want to. Just test me if you're ever in the mood this century or the next," joked Oberon, and he extended his hand before adding, "Are you ready to come home, baby?" Kane took the hand before drawing Oberon into an embrace, and as long as he was inside Oberon's arm, everything felt alright in his world. And he brought out from his back pocket the ring, and Oberon wore the ring, and he examined it under the sunlight, and he was feeling particularly lucky tonight. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 18, King of Wands. The couple left Malik's home, and Oberon drove around Miami with the intention of romancing his boyfriend to make him more complacent in the bedchambers. He wanted to take Kane to the first restaurant they had ever visited. Alas, the place could only be visited via reservation. Oberon chose the second best option, the Cheesecake Factory. Kane had a lot of happy memories associated with the place, though when they drove past the restaurant, Kane didn't seem happy. "How about if we try the nice Italian place we always drive past," said Oberon, pointing to North Italia. "I could go for some pasta," said Kane, smiling thinly. Oberon parked, and then he opened the door for Kane, and based on his glassy eyes, Oberon guessed that his boyfriend's mind was elsewhere. He needed to bring him back to the present somehow. He attempted to have a conversation while the two were walking towards the restaurant. "So, that pamphlet I saw in your pocket, you were planning a little vacation, were you?" "A vacation just for the two of us?" asked Oberon. "I was. I don't know why I ever bothered to plan anything. Nothing ever works out the way I want," said Kane, sighing sadly. "You didn't cancel the reservation, did you? 'Cause you won't see your deposit money back," warned Oberon. "I didn't cancel anything because I didn't do anything. It didn't seem wise to plan a vacation without your input. And I saw what happened with Jeremy, and I didn't want to force you to visit a place that you didn't want to just because I already paid for everything," mused Kane. "That is very considerate of you, but truth be told, I don't care where we go as long as we're together," said Oberon, placing his arm around Kane's waist. "Get a room," you said a stranger before saying something offensive. "Hey, fuck you, asshole," responded Oberon, raising his middle finger. "This is a free country." "Just ignore him, Oberon," said Kane, walking ahead. "That's easy for you to say," said Oberon, catching up with Kane. "You don't have to put up with just like that every other day." "I went to public school, Oberon. I am used to being teased, and while I was in middle school, I became a target of similar insults, all because I gave a Valentine's Day letter to Malik," said Kane. "So you and Malik?" asked Oberon, shocked and delighted. "Why am I just hearing about this?" "Because it isn't a happy memory, and the stupid letter caused a family crisis, and it almost ruined my friendship with Malik," said King. The string of the conversation was interrupted when they arrived at the restaurant, and Oberon said, "We don't have reservations, but we're starving." Since most of the tables were empty, they were allowed within. Oberon ordered spaghetti and meatballs, while Kane had a bolognese, and for dessert they shared Italian donuts. Oberon attempted to return to the topic, but Kane kept dodging the questions. "I am sorry," said Oberon during dessert. "I know it isn't easy to talk about being rejected by your family members for liking men." "I wasn't physically attracted to Malik. I was a jealous brat who was angry that Malik was spending more time with his girlfriend than with me. And at the time, Malik was the only friend I had in the entire world. And we spent a lot of time together, and then one day he has no time for me because he's smooching with this Karina I never heard of," said Kane before munching on the donut, a cop's only weakness. "So tell me, Oberon, have you ever been in love?" "Just once. I wouldn't repeat the experience," said Oberon, being a little too honest, and he added, laughing nervously, I kid. I wouldn't mind falling in love with you, baby." King smiled sadly before taking Oberon's hand into his own, and he squeezed it a little before kissing it with reverence. And a nearby jerk said they were coming, but neither heard it, and they were at peace in their own little world. They paid the bill before returning to their car, and on the way the king noticed that he was being followed, and he stopped a moment to bring out his revolver, and he checked to make certain that it had bullets, and he then returned it to his original hiding spot, and he laughed gleefully when he noticed that his stalkers were gone. "Bunch of cowards," said King, turning his head. "Let's just go home," said Oberon, unlocking the car. "Your home or mine?" asked King. "I prefer the privacy of my home," said Oberon. "But my bed is more comfortable," said King, and what he wanted to say was that my bed is cleaner. "I will change the bed sheets," said Oberon. "You only have one pair of bed sheets," protested King, getting inside the car. "We will take them to the laundry, we will clean them, and then we will soil them again," said Oberon, turning on the ignition key and driving away. The drive to Oberon's apartment was slow, and since it was Sunday, they had a limited time to fool about, and the first thing Oberon did was pick up all of the dirty sheets and the pillow coverings, and he left King at home getting toasted while he went to the laundry. And during that activity, Oberon kept thinking about the things he wanted to do to King, and in the end he felt that he needed to treat his partner like a virgin. If he rushed through things again, there was a chance that he might spook his prey. And as for King, he spent his time cleaning Oberon's apartment. Try as he might, he saw filth in every corner, and he pouted when he saw a female undergarment underneath Oberon's bed. And here was the proof that Oberon had cheated on him the day before. Et tu, Oberon, sighed King before crying most bitterly. He threw the evidence into the garbage can, and his only consolation was the fact that he had not left Oberon much of a choice. Oberon had need. "Maybe that has been there for a while," said King, lying to himself. "It is not as if Oberon never cleans beside the bed." He convinced himself of that lie, and he was able to greet Oberon with a smile. Oberon pouted when he saw King's puffy eyes. It was obvious that he had been recently crying. "Do you miss me that much?" asked Oberon, smiling warmly. He caressed King's cheek. King kissed the hand before saying, "Yes." "It wasn't my intention to take so long, but look, the bed sheets and the pillow coverings are pure silver, and once I set them up, we can taint them red and blood with our love juices," giggled Oberon, showing the pillow covering. "Ew," said King, narrowing his eyes. "Sorry," said Oberon, sticking his tongue out, "and that sounded a lot more romantic in my head." King did the bed while Oberon showered, and he heard King say, "And wash your hair too." "Yes, honey," said Oberon, getting out the shampoo. And he giggled with delight when he felt two masculine hands in his head. And King said warmly, "You're not doing it right. Let me show you the proper way to scrub that head of yours." And King's dexterous fingers cleaned Oberon's head, and Oberon trembled with delight when he realized that King had entered the shower, and he took a step back to confirm what he already suspected. The following morning, Oberon awoke sore from head to toe, and he giggled with delight when he saw the ring, the wedding ring. Yes, he wanted to think it was a wedding ring. And last night he had consummated his union with King, and in the shower no less. Well, this wasn't exactly true. They started in the shower before moving to the couch, and King just had to keep those nice bed sheets clean. It had been a delightful turn of events that King had acted dominant, and when he set up, his nether regions began to hurt, and he had allowed King to split him in half, even though he didn't like to take away the lightning shine. Oberon got dressed for work, and on the way he began to meditate on the night before. After all the build-up, the experience had been more painful than pleasurable. While waiting at a red light, Oberon said, "I really should have told him that I didn't like to take away the lightning shine, but he looked so enthusiastic." Oberon arrived 2 hours late for work, and like every morning he went to report to Eugenia, and he was surprised not to see her by the pool area, and instead he was greeted by a note. "I went to the doctor to try to get a look at the gender of the baby," wrote Eugenia, "and Mom needs to know what color to paint the nursery, and here's your assignment." Oberon watched the family pets, and once they were exercised and they had done their business, he took the dogs to be fitted in their new dresses. Jeremy's cat Tibor had started a fashion in the rich neighborhood, and his cat was always dressed in a different outfit, and when he couldn't make something new for the cat, he added a little tie or a silly hat. When asked why he was tormenting his cat, Jeremy would say Tibor likes wearing dresses, and he doesn't have fur, or the sun wounds his sensitive skin. He acquired the dresses before driving to Michael's office, and he shrunk into his friend when he walked into the meeting room filled with serious men in tuxedos. I can come back later with the dog, said Overton. We're on break, said Michael. He needed a diversion to keep himself from strangling his accountant. A familiar cat jumped on top of the table, and T-Bone meowed and the dogs barked, happily recognizing their friend. Did you get your own cat? Asked Overton, amused, and he picked up the cat before adding, he looks just like T-Bone. Wow, they don't like when they see the money, that with money you can get everything. Oh wait, this is T-Bone. And did you buy Jeremy's cat? I am surprised he sold it. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much when you're nervous? Commented Mally. I'm not nervous. What reason do I have to be nervous? Laughed Overton nervously. We have some vocational schools and some colleges who wanted you to look at, said Michael. Hey, wasn't T-Bone the name of your boyfriend's cat? As soon-to-be-fired executive. For the last time, I don't have a boyfriend, barked Michael, punching the table. I only cheat on my wife with women, and with Cuban women to be more precisely. In my private life, it's none of your business. Michael was technically speaking the truth. Jeremy was his former lover, not boyfriend, and his mouth sadly was staring at T-Bone, the meowing witness to other affairs. The cat certainly liked to watch, thought Michael, and the moment he got busy, T-Bone just had to jump to a good vantage point. But your daughter Dorothy recently said another soon-to-be-fired gossiping janitor. Who gave you permission to listen to my daughter's conversation? His Michael pointing. And listen, both of you are walking on thin ice, and I will not hear another word of it. But we should still do a press release explaining your non-existent relationship and your bizarre way of communicating via cat pictures, said Mally. T-Bone taught me to like cats, and I had always seen them at a distance, but I grew to admire and respect felines after getting to know this little rascal, said Michael, extending his hand, and T-Bone jumped into his leg to make himself comfortable, and now Michael resembled a James Bond villain. Malik left the table, Malik, not Michael, to busy himself with Overton, and the others were going to draft the official lie to explain why Michael tested so often with his dog walker. And someone had leaked their text messages to the press, and the gossip magazines claimed that he fired Jeremy when Onisa discovered their affair, and the public had to know the truth. Is Michael a liaison gay? Overton followed Mally to his office with the dog tagging along, and Overton felt both stupid and useless, and he missed his job as a bouncer, and due to his height it was difficult for a club owner to believe that he knew how to fight. And Malik sat beside his desk with Overton facing him. Why didn't you finish school? Asked Malik. I was thrown out of the house, said Overton. Were you homeless? Asked Malik. No, I went to live with Natasha, but it became difficult to finish high school with all the teasing, and my grades during my senior year was subpar, said Overton, sighing wearily. Obviously, and with your father putting your sporting careers above your grades the moment that you stopped being useful to him, he casted you aside like a broken toy, said Malik, huffing. Have you been drinking again? Asked Overton, trying to change the subject. Not recently, no. I am merely, what is the word, projecting. I know what it is like to have a father that doesn't love me. And one day, for no reason, my dad stopped loving me, and at least you have an answer, a stupid answer, while till this day, I don't know why my dad hates me, barked Malik. And he added while tapping the table nervously, and he only pretends to get along with me for my sister's sake. I am sorry that your father doesn't love you, said Overton wearily. Though he was happy to know that he was speaking to someone that knew what it was like to be rejected by his father. It was like a switch had gone off, and how could Overton's father have grown to hate him in less than 5 minutes? You know what, Overton? Fuck my dad, and fuck your dad as well. And if they don't want us, they can go to hell, said Malik, cheerfully sitting up. The two men ranted about their terrible fathers, and it would have been easier for them had their fathers been truly awful, and the sad fact is that they had been great up until one point, and this made the loss of affection all the more scarring. The conversation eventually shifted back to the matter of the education, and Overton couldn't spend his entire life as a PTM bouncer and clown. He needed to find a stable employment, and it didn't have to be something he liked, but at least something he could do for 8 hours without falling into desperation. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Pentacle, Chapter 19, The Hangman. He sighed wearily before clocking out, and he drove back to his apartment, and during the time Kane was away, Overton worked out to kill time, and around 8 his boyfriend made an appearance, and he had taken longer to arrive than he had anticipated. I'm sorry for being late, but my grandma insisted that I eat dinner with the family, said Kane apologetically. And why don't you not hanging out in my house? And did my father or grandma say anything to offend you? No, they are polite, said Oberon, stating a fact. He just didn't like how they would analyze him like he was a germ under a microscope. I see, said Kane sadly. It is just, well, I wanted to ask you to, but... Yes, I would love to, said Oberon without hearing the entire sentence. And he hugged Kane before gravitating to the Tupperware with his dinner, and he had worked up a big appetite. I wanted you to move in with me. I enjoy spending time with you, and I love to wake up with you every morning, said Kane, speaking his unfiltered thoughts. Do you really hate my apartment that much? Said Oberon, narrowing his eyes, and he took a bite from the steak before saying, Of course, my home seems small in comparison to your castle, but I rent every inch of it. And I do not need to make excuses to anyone. Unlike you, I am a master of my domain, and if anything, you should move in with me. And don't you think it is time for you to leave the nest? Kane laughed heartily, and Oberon narrowed his eyes, feeling offended. And Kane explained, What need have I to move out of my own house? I left the nest 2 years ago. But your father and your grandma, asked Oberon. My grandma has her own house. She just likes to live with her favorite grandson. And as for my father, things are complicated with him, and I will tell you everything later, said Kane. As you like, I won't press you for answers, said Oberon, taking Kane's hand. And with that gesture, Oberon got Kane to talk about his complicated relationship with his father. And one thing became perfectly clear. Oberon needed to learn to get along with Grandma Esther and Jack Sanson if he wanted to be Kane's boyfriend. I was thinking, Oberon, and you don't have to move in with me 100%. You can just hang out with me for a couple of months. And you can save up money, and then you can pay the down on a good apartment and abandon an apartment that you can call your very own, said Kane. How much are the downs? Asked Oberon, enamored with the idea. And if he ended up liking living with Kane, he could just rent the place. It depends on the area, and we need to do research, but right now it's a good time. The bankers are giving home loans to just about anyone, regardless of credit history, said Kane. And I know this because my aunt is in real estate. The one from New York, asked Oberon. And what does she know about the housing market in Florida? I call Uncle Gen's wife Stacy aunt, said Kane. I guess she is technically your aunt, mused Oberon. And then either you spent it packing up things, and Oberon wanted to terminate his loan tomorrow to avoid paying for March. And after driving about and moving the furniture to the storage, the exhausted youth fell asleep in each other's arms. And the following morning, Oberon was delighted to see Kane was still there. Is there a holiday I don't know of? Asked Oberon. I asked for the day off for my peace of mind. At least that is the official lie, and my boss didn't bother to question considering what I went through, said Kane. And the first thing Oberon did was give the notification, and he had to be out of there in 7 days. And the friends packed up the bed, and they drove to the storage, and in the morning Oberon was able to get a better look at the spacious rental area that had formerly belonged to Kane's grandpa. You can almost live here if you want to, said Oberon, admiring the roominess of it. Some folks do live here, said Kane, saluting one of the neighbors. Has anyone ever stolen anything from here? Asked Oberon, becoming paranoid about losing what little he owed. I'm going to move your things behind the Iron Maiden, and now whoever sees her thinks that she is haunted, and nobody would dare approach her to steal your things, said Kane, dragging the bed and placing it behind the Iron Maiden. Oberon got a good look at the Iron Maiden, and the face was definitely spooky, and the red rust color under the eyes made it seem like it was perpetually crying blood. This Iron Maiden was never used. A guy named J. Ickenhauser created the device to display on the World Columbian Exposition, but don't tell anyone. It is funny for people to think that this little lady actually killed people, giggled King. And most Iron Maidens were created around the 1800s, and by then the Grand Inquisition and their devices had gone out of fashion. Though you have a torture device that was actually used, as Oberon, possessed by morbid curiosity. This one was my grandpa's favorite, the Pear of Agony, said Kane, showing off the deadly instrument, and he explained. You stick it up your orifice, and then you expand it until, well, you get the idea. And have you ever gotten freaky with one of these things? Asked Oberon, picking up a whip. And Honey asked me the same thing once, and no, we don't get freaky with Grandpa's things. And these are antiques, not toys, and if you want a whip, you will have to buy a new one. And plus, why would you want to use something used and rusted and gross when Cain taking the whip away? Don't need to buy one when I have one, said Oberon, removing his belt. And don't even think about it, warned Cain. And Oberon cracked the whip before attempting to give Cain a good licking. And Cain swiftly dodged past the whip before putting distance. And Oberon gave Cain the runabout inside the storage unit and tried in mind he could never get within striking range. And when he got tired of running, Cain asked, "Are you done fooling about?" "Just about," lied Oberon, running up the whip. And said Cain wasn't drawing closer, he put the belt back on. Cain returned to Oberon's side, and Oberon playfully pinched Cain's behind, and Cain rolled his eyes before sitting down in the driver's seat. And during the drive home, he started to question his decision of allowing Oberon to live with him. And the whip and the pinching scene was something he didn't like, and if it was just a playful pinch, the pain reminded him of his mother. And every time a lover reminded him of his mother, it made Cain desire to end the whole affair. He opened his mouth to speak about the matter, but he kept changing his mind. He didn't know how to phrase the problem in a way that Oberon wouldn't become offended. And the silence followed them all the way back to the house, and Oberon was too busy testing Natasha to notice that his boyfriend had become distant. "It is too soon for you to move in together," tested Natasha. "And what do you know?" tested Oberon. "And you have never been in a committed relationship." "Neither have you, stupid," tested Natasha. "I was one," tested Oberon. "That relationship doesn't count, and it's wrong, and it was wrong, and I can't believe you still defending that prick who took advantage of you," tested Natasha. Oberon's first boyfriend was a coach assistant who was 3 years his senior, and the two had secretly started dating when he was 14, and their relationship continued for 2 more years. And everything ended when his father found the two of them in the bed together. And to avoid obvious complication, Oberon's boyfriend stopped seeing the youth, and it confronted his claim that it had only happened once. "And nobody forced me into anything," Natasha tested Oberon. "Fine, whatever, forget it," tested Natasha, frustrated. "And just so come crying to me when Cain pushed you out of the house for something insensitive you did." "What? I never," tested Oberon, offended. "I'm just saying that when the lower head gets excited, the top one stops sinking," tested Natasha before closing communication channels. Oberon closed his cell phone and he turned to look at Cain, and since he looked pouty, Oberon gave Cain a kiss on the cheek. And Cain blushed in his mouth shyly, and he was going to forget that pinch. And when he opened the door, he found when he saw the entire family visiting, and Oberon saw the strangers, and he shrunk into his frame. The scene was starting to look a little too familiar. And Jack was the first to enter the stage, and he was wearing his father's Vietnam War camouflage vest. "You disappoint me, son," said Jack in mimicry of his father, and he was taking all of his willpower to keep himself from laughing. "And whatever possessed you to sleep with a man, and with a female fish is not biting, honestly, my son, if you truly like men, that would be one thing, but this just reeks of desperation." "I am sorry, Dad," whispered Cain, staring at the floor. "But this is my house, and if I want to sleep with a man, you have no business butting in." And much to his surprise, everyone started clapping, and Uncle Ken, laughing, said, "So you finally matured. Good for you, Cain. Although the next time you stand up for yourself, raise the volume by a few decibels," advised Stacy. "I had trouble hearing you from the kitchen." "And don't apologize," said Esther. "You have done nothing wrong." "Do you have anything to say?" asked Cain to the maiden that was sitting beside Uncle Ken. "I just came here to drink coffee with my brothers, and this Oberon thing is news to me, and therefore I haven't formulated an opinion," said the maiden stoically, and she added, and by, it is the way you choose to greet your favorite aunt." Cain hugged his aunt, and he lingered on the embrace, since it had been a while since they had last held one another, and she felt shorter, or maybe he had grown taller, and he took her by the hand to have her stand before Oberon. "This is my Aunt Elizabeth, and she's the self-proclaimed favorite aunt," said Cain, presenting his aunt. "And she lives in a shoebox in the Big Apple." "My apartment is not that small," lied Elizabeth. "And how long are you going to be visiting for?" asked Cain. "Do you want to get rid of me already?" asked Elizabeth, giggling. "No, Auntie, I would love for you to stay with me for as long as you want," said Cain, smiling shyly. And he would speak with her sporadically on the phone whenever her busy schedule allowed her to give signs of life. Oberon noted Elizabeth's ashen eyes, so similar to Cain's. And Elizabeth was the middle child, 2 years older than Jack, and she had elegant cheekbones, red hair, a long aquiline nose, and full lips, and she had come there to meet and silently judge Oberon, and she looked with her icy silver eyes for Oberon, and she found him hiding behind Cain. "Well, don't be shy. Say hello," said Elizabeth, extending her hand. And Oberon, feeling rather foolish, left his hiding spot, and she shook hands with Auntie Elizabeth Sansom, and she had an imposing height for a woman, and she was only a few centimeters shorter than Cain. "Hello, Elizabeth Sansom. I am Oberon Mender, and it is a pleasure to meet you," said Oberon stoically. "Nice to meet you too," said Elizabeth. "And I have news for everyone, and my boss opened a store in Miami, and a store that she wants me to manage, and the prodigal daughter is coming home. Also, this reunion wasn't to complain about him," as all came pointing to Oberon. "No, sorry, honey, but we were bored, so we decided to prank you," joked Elizabeth. "I am moving in with Cain," said Oberon, placing his hand around Cain's waist. "We know," tattled Jack. "And Natasha already warned us about you." "Did she now?" asked Oberon, narrowing his eyes. "I'm going to start dinner and put your things in my closet," said Cain, donning his apron. Oberon went to the bedroom to get his things inside a bag, and he opened the closet, and after pushing the closet aside, he noticed the roominess, and it only appeared full because Cain would space out his office a lot, and Cain wasn't a fan of buying clothing. And Oberon stuffed his attire on the left side of the closet, and he took his toothbrush and paste in the bathroom, and he placed his protection inside the drawer, and next he searched for a place for his undergarment and for his loot toys. He rummaged through the nightstand, and the first drawer was overstuffed with undergarments, and there was a photo of Grandpa Raphael with his arms crossed, and the other was Hindu, and behind him there was the Taj Mahal. "Wow, Grandpa Raphael got around," commented Oberon. "He certainly did," said Elizabeth, entering the room. "So where are you putting your things?" "I was wondering that myself," said Oberon nervously. "If Cain didn't make room for you here, you know what that means," said Elizabeth with her silky snake-like voice, "and she always ran her S's." "No," said Oberon. And before she could say more, Cain entered the room to say, "I'm going to my grandma's house to borrow a drawer. I will be right back." "Before you go, measure to make certain that you actually have room for it," said Elizabeth. Cain ran back with a ruler, and during the interlude, Elizabeth commented, "So let me get the facts straight. You slept with my nephew once, and the next day he lets you move in with him." "He asked me to move in with him, not the other way around," said Oberon defensively. "And you readily agree without giving it a second thought," said Elizabeth dryly. "Auntie, please be nice. You don't know Oberon like I do," said Cain with tears rising into his gray eyes. "And he took care of me after the incident. And he patiently fed me and washed me and lulled me to sleep during the nights I couldn't summon the energy to rise from bed." "I see," said Elizabeth, and she added, narrowing her eyes, "What I don't understand is why you waited so long to tell us what Eric did to you." "Shame," said Oberon. "Fear," said Elizabeth, and based on the way Cain flinched into his gaze, it was obvious that she had guessed right. "And every time you have a problem, you fear that it will turn into a family crisis. And you can relax, Cain. Dad is not here anymore to blow things out of proportion." "I know, but I really wish it was. I really wish it was," said Cain, covering his face to cry. And he sobbed into Elizabeth's shoulder, and Oberon watched the scene extremely perplexed. And he looked at the drawer that had Raphael's photo, and even in death, he still casted a long shadow over Cain's heart. "I'm going to get the drawer, and you stay here and make me my dinner, and you dry terribly whenever you're upset," said Elizabeth, cleaning Cain's face with a handkerchief she brought out of her pocket. Oberon opened his mouth to comment, but he chose to remain silent, and Cain went to the kitchen to make dinner, and with nothing better to do, Oberon sat at the dining table to force himself to interact with Cain's family, and they were part of the whole package. That's chapter 5. Chapter 20, Seven of Wands. Since nobody was speaking to him, he read out a deck of cards from his pocket. He was going to practice some sleight of hand card tricks, and when he looked up, he noticed the twins. What were their names? "It's Hannah and Anna," reminded Anna. They were the 9-year-old nieces of Cain. Hannah and Anna had their mother Stacy's blonde hair and their grandpa's ashen eyes. "Did you always want to be a magician?" asked Hannah. "No, it was just something that I did with my best friend," said Oberon, thinking of his first boyfriend. "He taught me most of the tricks I know, and over time I invented a few of my own." "Can you pull a coin out of my nose?" asked Hannah. I can do you one better, said Oberon, pulling out coin after coin out of Anna's ear. She clapped with the light once she had 8 quarters, 7 dimes, and 2 pennies. And this was all the pocket change that Oberon had on hand, so he couldn't summon more coins even if he wanted to. And he sighed wearily while he thought of the good old days. How did you do it? Asked Anna. He didn't sleep. He is wearing a tank top, noticed Anna. And where did you hide so many coins? Asked Hannah, taking Oberon's hand to examine it. And try as they might, they couldn't figure out the trick. And Oberon performed all the sleight of hand coin tricks to amuse the girls, and soon he had an audience of 2 other kids. The older boy was Kyle, the brother of the twins, and the other kid was Jeffrey, and he was the son of Jack's girlfriend, and Jeffrey's mother was the only person in the room who had issues with Oberon, and she kept buzzing about Oberon in order to make certain that he wouldn't do or say anything weird to her kid. And Oberon sighed with frustration when he became aware of Lysandra, and here was another woman who suffered the same condition as his parents. He moved his performance to the center of the living room, and now nobody could say that he was up to no good. And dinner time came, and the family gathered around the table to gorge themselves, and the only persons who talked were Lysandra and her son Jeffrey. And Jeffrey attempted to converse with Anna and Hannah. If you're talking, then you're not chewing, said Anna with her mouth full of food. We can talk later, said Hannah. Your food is getting cold. Okay, said Jeffrey before pecking at his food sadly. And normally the girls would talk to him during dinner, and why was today so different? Anna finished her meal, so she turned to face Jeffrey, and she put her head uncomfortably close before asking, so what was so important that couldn't wait till after dinner? Nothing, said Jeffrey, turning his gaze, and I forgot what I was gonna say. And came brought a dessert, fruit tart, strawberry crisp ice cream, and key lime pie mousse. And he said the children first, followed by Oberon, and the fact that he was served before the other adults made him feel important. The others were served in order of importance, starting with Grandma Esther, followed by Uncle Gan, Jack, Elizabeth, and all of the others. Conversation resumed with the third, and Kyle explained. Back when Grandpa was alive, we would eat dinner like so, and the main course was quiet time, and during dessert we were allowed to talk. Okay, said Jeffrey sadly, and he asked with a trembling voice, but isn't your grandpa, Dad? We know, and this is just a weird way of remembering him, and we say things that he would say, and we abide by his rules during dinner time, explained Kyle. And by acting like he's around, we miss him a little less, you know? Okay, said Jeffrey, still not understanding it, and he was going to need his mother's help to comprehend the Sanson family's morning ritual. The dinner party slowly died down, and Uncle Gan and his brood were the first to leave, and they should have had school tomorrow, and Lysandra attempted to send her son with them, but the boy was not in the mood to spend night with the twins, and she was forced to return home with her son, and Grandma Esther left to roost in her bedroom while Jack left the house in order to go jam with his bandmate, and more than playing music, he wanted to discuss Oberon with his friend. When Oberon found himself alone with Kane, he said with a naughty smile, "Alone at last. I just remember my aunt finished installing a new drawer in my bedroom, and it will have more than enough room for your socks and undergarments," said Kane, making his way to the bedroom. "Kane, hello, and what part of alone at last don't you understand?" said Oberon, folding his arm. I know what you mean, but by alone at last," said Kane dryly. He entered the bedroom to tidy up, and he opened the first drawer to place inside Oberon's undergarments, and he neatly folded them before pressing them down. And with the socks he had a more difficult time, and most were missing their other half, and he matched whatever sock he could find, and the rest he rolled up into different colored balls. And in the third drawer he stashed Oberon's toys, and the phallic objects he organized by length, and the others by color. And Oberon watched this proceeding with mild amusement, and his past lovers would either comment or ignore the items, and this was the first time he had seen someone make a serious attempt at organizing them. "Did you find any that you liked?" asked Oberon, wrapping his arms around Kane's waist. "I don't know," said Kane, biting his lower lip, and he had never used them on himself or anyone else, therefore he felt nervous about the new experience. "But you have seen them before." No, he had never used them on himself. But you have seen them before, asked Oberon. Yes, Eugenia will sometimes ask me to get creative with her collection. And her collection is much bigger and varied than yours, Oberon. And then she will get frustrated because I kept hesitating and asking for feedback every 5 minutes, said Kane before sighing wearily. I am jealous, Kane, protested Oberon. Every 5 minutes, is Eugenia this, is Eugenia that? I don't talk about her all the time, said Kane shyly. When we are together, the only name I want to hear coming out of your mouth is mine, said Oberon. All right, mine it is, joked Kane. You know what I mean, barked Oberon, and I got in that shower and removed the stench of meat and come back here in 5 minutes. Kane went to do as he was told, and he was expecting for Oberon to enter the shower, and when he didn't, he sighed wearily before departing the shower. And Kane was a creature of water, and he felt most at ease when surrounded by liquid. And he sighed wearily before trying to guess what Oberon had planned for him. And the first time he slept with Oberon, he hadn't been afraid because he was acting dominant. And now that Oberon wanted to take charge, he felt frightened by the unknown. He left the shower dripping wet, and he frowned when he saw that Oberon wasn't there. And Oberon was showering in Jack's bathroom, and Kane sat on the bed, and he waited for Oberon to come. And he looked at the time before frowning. It was almost 12. And Oberon arrived wrapped up in a bathrobe, and his wet feet left little marks around the way. Do you not know how to dry yourself? Asked Kane wearily. I do, said Oberon dryly, and he lowered his bathrobe to reveal his shoulder. And Kane, instead of pouncing on his maid, went to the kitchen to get a mop, and he mopped out Oberon's footprints before returning to the bedroom. God, you're such a neat freak, said Oberon, folding his arm. Call it what you will, but I am not going to risk having my grandma fall and break her neck just because you couldn't bother to dry your feet, hissed Kane. I'm sorry, Ish, said Oberon in frustration. Do you still want to sleep with me? Asked Kane. I'm no longer in the mood, lied Oberon. Suit yourself then, said Kane before changing into his pajamas. And he set the alarm before going to bed. And Oberon too went to bed, and all the while he kept hoping and waiting for Kane to pounce on him, and when it didn't happen, he closed his eyes before falling asleep, and that night he had a night terror about being thrown out of his house. And Dad, please, begged Oberon in the nightmare, don't throw me out. If you want to fool around, you will not do it in my house. Is that understood? Barked Francis. Dad, please listen to me, repeated Oberon. Listen to me. What? I'm listening, said Kane, waking up. And Oberon awoke from his nightmare around 3 a.m. and he snuggled deeper into Kane's strong embrace. And at times like this, he drew much comfort from the warm body sleeping beside him. And his arms crawled into Kane's pajama, and he wanted to touch, to melt, to feel alive once again. And Kane stood still while he allowed Oberon to do as he will. So if you're not in charge, you don't get inspired, asked Oberon while playfully biting Kane's earlobe. And please don't bite me so close to my neck, said Kane as his body was suddenly overcome with a trembling feet. Oh, I forgot, sighed Oberon with frustration. Anything else I should avoid? Don't hold my hands over my head, said Kane. And is there something I did you didn't like? I don't like to take it where the light don't shine, said Oberon, resting his head on top of Kane's chest. But Arden told me you really liked it, said Kane shyly. And you believe that true? Man, you're dumb, laughed Oberon. Yes, I am dumb, agreed Kane. Hey, don't put on that face, and what I really meant to say was that you are, said Oberon. Credulous, said Kane. You are a what? asked Oberon. I believe easily what others tell me, said Kane, patting Oberon's hair. That's good to know, said Oberon, smiling warmly. And that night Kane allowed Oberon to take control, although he wasn't brave enough to try the toys. And Oberon made Kane feel many strange and wondrous things, but sometimes terrifying things as well. And when Oberon's instrument sliced through him, he felt shame and pain in equal parts, and he was also surprised and frightened by an unfamiliar sensation. And more than a month passed after this first bump on the road, and during the first week, Oberon was still on edge whenever he was in the presence of Jack and Grandma Esther, and he didn't know what to make of their politeness, and there was no affection but no hostility either. And by April 1st, for Fools, he got used to the idea that this was how they were always going to treat him. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. And as far as affection goes, he got more than enough from his doting boyfriend, and Ken was often hyper-focused on Oberon's mood, and if he looked unhappy, Kate would feed him and take him to dance, or he would offer to mate with him. And today, after getting off work, Oberon drove to Natasha's house in order to ask advice, and she made tea and cookies for her friend. I think Grandma Esther and Papa Jack hate me, said Oberon, sighing. And laughing, she said, and what do you expect? You only started officially dating Cain less than 2 months ago, and somehow you already weaseled yourself into his house. And they think you're a mooch. I'm not a mooch, protested Oberon. I just haven't been spending much because I need to pay the down on that nice condo. That is all a bad look for you, my friend, said Natasha, sipping her judgmental tea. And they're probably thinking, why is this mooch looking for an apartment if he already lives with Cain? And he's probably going to leave him as soon as his financial situation improves. It is not as if I want to move out. I am quite comfortable living with Cain, said Oberon, stating a fact. He had all his needs met. What Cain lacked in experience, he met out with eagerness to please, and Oberon startled Cain before reporting of his whereabouts, and he sat beside Natasha to take a selfie with her, and Natasha rose the middle finger before sticking her tongue out, and she did it so quickly that Oberon didn't notice that she had ruined the picture, so he just sent it, assuming that it was alright. Cain got the photograph, and Natasha's mocking expression didn't humor him. At least he knew where Oberon was, and as of lately he would get jealous of stars whenever Oberon wasn't within his line of sight. And Oberon had already cheated on him once. Well, it didn't count as cheating since Oberon had broken up with him. Cain arrived home around 4, and this gave him 1 hour to kill before starting dinner. And he showered before plopping himself on top of the couch with his PlayStation 2 and his laptop, and he was following a guide to recruit other non-humans from his Radiata story elf routes. And Oberon arrived half an hour later, and he saw Cain so hyper-focused on his game that he decided not to interrupt him. And he sat on the couch while he pondered what was so amusing about that game. And at the moment Cain was running over the elf forest, talking and doing non-battle side quests, and Oberon found himself loudly yawning in spite of himself. If you're bored, there's a TV in another room, said Cain, not bothering to see who was yawning. Or I can just leave, seeing as though you found someone far more interesting than me, said Oberon in an exaggerated display of anger. And he was just pretending to be offended to see how Cain would react. At least Gil loyally stays by my side once I win him over, Cain pointed to the lighthouse character in the party, and he doesn't abandon me at a drop of a hat. God, I was just half an hour late, and I even told you where I was, said Oberon, starting to get angry for real. Forget about it, this is a stupid argument, said Cain, puffing with frustration. And he said his progress before turning off the game, and he was no longer in the mood to play. And he went to the kitchen to start dinner, and Oberon noticed that Cain had left his laptop unattended. This was his opportunity to snoop. The first thing he did was check the search history, and it only had the most recent search, Radiata Stories, How to Recruit All Non-Humans guide. And as someone who wasn't a gamer, he didn't understand why recruiting other than a human was important to Cain. And then he looked at the elf character, Gil. He was certainly handsome for a PS2 sprite. Was Cain into fairies? And Oberon shrugged his shoulders before thinking, it isn't the weirdest fetish I have run into, although I could dye my hair green if it would make Cain more feisty. I am going to run an errand, said Oberon, getting up. And Cain opened his mouth to ask about the errand, but he chose to remain silent. He was still in a mood, and Oberon drove to the nearby Publix in search of a green hair dye. And when he didn't find any, he returned home. And he appeared just in time for dinner, and Cain served everyone mechanically. And Jack and Esther and Oberon got a full meal while Cain just had a salad with a bit of meat, and this was the bare minimum for maintaining his weight and his muscles. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Bye-bye. The Lover's Pentacle 5, Chapter 21, The Hierophant. Are you not feeling well? Asked Oberon. And he remembered that Cain ate very little during the days following his assault. I'm fine, said Cain dryly. If you're fine, then you can eat a little more, said Oberon, slicing a piece of steak and placing it within Cain's salad bowl. Cain's mouth sized shyly before munching on the piece, and he got up to serve himself a little more. And once dinner was concluded, Cain served dessert. Jack was the first to speak. So, how long are you going to continue eating dinner that style? Asked Jack. Until Cain starts missing his grandpa, or so I wager, mused Oberon, resting his hands on his cheek. Not that I mind, and if you want to eat your meal in silence, then I won't bore you with my conversation. I particularly like the sound of your voice, so you should speak when you're in the mood. That goes the same for the rest of you, said Cain, looking at his grandma and his father. Lysandra has been asking me when you're going to move out, said Jack before taking a bite from his cheesecake. Honestly, son, why haven't you told her that this is not your house? Asked Esther. A house is a status symbol, Mom, and women are allowed to live with their mothers, but men are not allowed to be poor, said Jack before taking a few more bites. Are you in love with her? Asked Kane. Love? I don't know. I never felt that emotion. I love my family, but romantic love? That is just something that is alien to me, said Jack. I can't imagine myself being so obsessed with someone so much that I would throw my family under a bus. There always has to be a balance. Family always comes first, in my opinion, said Esther. But what if your family doesn't approve of the person you like, said Oberon. If a person is in agreement, or you had no other choice but to sit back and grit your teeth, said Jack, stabbing the cake. If you don't want me here, just say so, said Oberon, feeling alluded to. Would you leave my son alone if I asked you to? Asked Jack. We don't know until you ask, hissed Oberon. Please, let's not do this, said Esther, rubbing her temple. And she didn't have a headache, but she was playing the part of evil old woman to defuse the situation. I'm sorry, Mom, said Jack, shrinking into his seat. Apologize to Oberon as well, ordered Esther. I am sorry, Oberon, said Jack between his teeth. I'm sorry. Just FYI, what do I have to do for you to approve of our relationship? Asked Oberon. All you have to do is love my son, said Jack. And what do I have to do for you to perceive that I am loving your son? Asked Oberon. Enough, this is a stupid argument, said Kane, ending the conversation for good. With dinner concluded, Kane sat down to watch telenovelas, and during the commercials he would test Karina. And while Kane was busy as those, Oberon would go to the porch to practice his clown act. He couldn't practice his jump and flips, but he could perfect his magic tricks. Kane had his video games, and he had his little hobby. After 10, Kane handed the controller to his grandmother for her to watch the news, and he went to the bedroom to prepare himself to mate. They didn't always mate, but it happened so often that it was better to be ready than to be caught by surprise. A curious Oberon peeked to the window to see how Kane prepared himself, and the first thing that Kane did was shower, and then he stretched his elegant limbs before getting into the yoga meditation position, and he then lay down on the bed to stare at a photo while thinking sad thoughts. And if the photo had a frame, it meant that he was thinking of his grandpa, and if he was looking at his cell phone, he was probably looking at Eugenia or Karina. Oberon pressed his face against the glass before making faces, and Kane laughed when he noticed Oberon. And Oberon ran to the bedroom, and the success of his goofiness had put him in the right mood. He pounced on Kane without much preambles, and when it came time for the climax, his hand reached for the nightstand, and he frowned when he felt to find protection. I told you to buy new ones today, said Kane. I forgot. Next time write me a note, said Oberon. I did write you a note on your cell phone, said Kane, showing Oberon the message he sent. Oh, buy preservative, said the note. Oh, that's what you meant when you told me to get preservatives, said Oberon, face-palming himself. And what do you call them, that? 'Cause that is what they're called, said Kane. Maybe like 50 years ago, but in the modern times, preservatives are called condoms, corrected Oberon. Oh, well, I guess you can use my hand, said Kane, sitting up. Or we can just not use preservatives. I trust you, said Oberon. Don't you trust me? I trust you, but you slept with Arden less than 2 months ago, and well, as you just proved, when you get hot in the head, you don't mind taking unnecessary risks, said Kane, averting his gaze, and he didn't trust Oberon. Oberon was about to protest, but when he realized that Kane was aware that he had slept with Arden on the night he had terminated the relationship. It is fine. You have broken up with me, so it doesn't count as cheating, said Kane dryly. Did Arden tell you? Asked Oberon. No, I found his undergarments while cleaning your apartment, and by the smell of them, they were fresh, said Kane. You smell them, asked Oberon, raising an eyebrow. I smell all the clothing to see if they're dirty, but not too close to the face. Oh, God, what am I saying, said Kane, face-palming himself. Now I'm the one who's jealous, laughed Oberon. Ha 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 ha. But without preservatives, I'm not allowing you to mount me, said Kane. Boo, you're no fun, whined Oberon, extremely deflated. I'm sorry, said Kane apologetically. The night is still young, and you want to do something else? No, said Oberon, rolling to the side of the bed, and he signed before asking, "Is this how it's always going to be? Are you always going to remind me of every little mistake I ever made?" "I'm sorry," said Kane apologetically. "Are you ever going to trust me?" asked Oberon. "Do you trust me?" asked Kane, trying to dodge around the question. "Yes, I have complete faith in you, Kane Sanson," said Oberon, turning around to face Kane, and he placed his hand on Kane's cheek before adding, "I know that you will never cheat on me." Kane kissed the hand and said, "I'm sorry, Oberon. I wish I could feel the same about you, but now it changes the fact that you broke up with me because I wasn't ready to sleep with you, and I wasn't gone for even an hour when you invited Arden into your bedchambers. And put yourself in my shoes, Oberon, and tell me how would you react to a similar situation. And yet, in spite of everything, you still asked me to move in with you, and you told me that you loved me," said Oberon, drawing Kane into an embrace. "And maybe your dad is right, and maybe you're just seriously desperate for companionship." "No, that isn't it, and you're often so sweet and attentive, and how can I not fall in love with you?" said Kane before kissing Oberon on the forehead. "It doesn't take much to win you over, does it?" said Oberon, smiling sadly. "You will be surprised to know how many people cannot seem to do the bare minimum. You are the first person to ever commit to me, and you are the first person to ever make me feel loved," said Kane before kissing Oberon on the lips. Oberon fell asleep after listening to Kane's tirade, and that night he dreamed of his first boyfriend, and he even spoke the man's name in his dream. Kane, who was a light sleeper, heard Oberon declaring his love to a man named Sean, and the following morning came, and while having breakfast, Oberon noticed that Kane's eyes were puffy, and it was obvious that he had been crying again. "What did he do this time?" asked Jack, pointing to his son's eye. "Nothing," said Kane dryly. "We agreed last night that we would not have any more secrets," said Oberon. "Who is Sean?" asked Kane. Nobody," lied Oberon, regretting that stupid promise. "Did Natasha tell you about him?" "No, but last night you spoke his name, and you even told him that you love him," said Kane bitterly. "Sean was my first boyfriend, and we dated for 3 years, and I sometimes feel something for him once in a blue moon. In the same way that you bring up Eugenia every other Tuesday," said Oberon dryly. "Why did you two break up?" asked Jack, pretending to be interested. "My father found us in the bed together, and Sean lied and said that it was a one-time thing, and that was the end of our relationship," said Oberon. "And this was the abridged version, and he had tried to get back with Sean, but the man gave him some money to go away." Kane gave a comforting hug to his boyfriend, and Oberon smiled sadly before kissing Kane on the cheek. At least Kane hadn't kept his relationship a secret. The couple went their separate ways to work, and on the drive there, Oberon realized that Kane didn't talk about work anymore. And when he mentioned this to Eugenia, she suggested that he should go there to change things out. "And how am I going to get inside?" asked Oberon. "That's easy. I will print this big fat check donation, and they always let rich donors go wherever they feel like," said Eugenia, giving a sly smile. "How about if we do something a little less expensive?" suggested Dorothy. "Donuts. Let's bring them a bunch of donuts." "And what if they just take the donuts and don't let me inside?" asked Oberon. Good point," said Dorothy, overthinking the matter. "You could try a pint of honesty," mused Eunice, "and just tell them that your wife recently started working there, and since she hasn't spoken about her job and she looks unhappy, you are naturally worried about her, so you came in there to see how her co-workers are treating her." "But Kenny isn't a woman," said Oberon. "That is why I told you to use a pint of honesty," said Eunice, "and borrow one of my husband's tuxes, and they will let you pass if you look like you can sue them into poverty." Eunice brought over one of her husband's tuxedos, and they were a perfect fit with the exception of the lines of the sleeves and legs. And Eunice gave them a quick man before letting Oberon borrow one of her husband's scarves. And before heading out, she placed a pin on Oberon's breast pocket with a handkerchief. "And with this, we will be able to see and hear everything," said Eunice, and she brought out an earring. "And if you wear this, we'll be able to speak with you." "I don't need a co-pilot," protested Oberon. "All right, we will be quiet," lied Eunice, "but remember that in a police station, everything you say can and will be used against you." Oberon in the end agreed to wear the earpiece, just in case he needed a quick legal advice, and a part of him suspected that his rich bosses were using him as a source of cheap entertainment. And he arrived to Kane's job pretty quickly, and he was relieved to see that Kane's patrol car was there, so the guy should be inside his office. Oberon told the official lie to the receptionist, and he whispered, "My girlfriend was recently transferred here, and she looks positively miserable, and she refuses to speak of her work. And do you mind if I have a look around the office?" The officer looked at Oberon from head to toe, and he noticed the ring that Oberon was using in his ring finger. "Are you two engaged?" asked the officer. "Yes," said Oberon. "Mazel tov," repeated the officer, "and I'm still going to shake you for weapon just to be safe." "Do as you will, I have nothing to hide," said Oberon, stretching out. The officer patted Oberon, and when he was certain that he wasn't carrying guns or knives, he was allowed within. And a different officer began to shadow Oberon, and as a new face, he was naturally arousing suspicion. And when Oberon saw Kane entering the office, he ducked into a cubicle, and the officer shadowing him also did the same, and it was a slow day, and Oberon was providing a much-needed diversity. "Did you see your wife?" asked the officer. "Yes," said Oberon. "Is she the woman that just walked in?" asked the officer. "Yes," repeated Oberon. No, yelled Denise. "They just caught you in a lie." "No," said Oberon. In fact, he said, "This is stupid. I don't have a wife, I have a husband." "Now I see why you're being so secretive," said the officer, rubbing his chin. "And women officers are rare, but it's even rarer for an openly gay man to become a police officer. And our boss has zero tolerance for homophobia, so you have nothing to worry about. We're taking good care of your little wife, as you like to call him." He saw that Kane was in his desk typing in his computer, and Oberon changed hiding spots to have a better view of the action. And the officer stalking Oberon sent a group test, and not everyone was aware of Oberon's presence. And Kane's co-workers altered their behavior to be sugary sweet to him, and little by little Oberon drew closer and closer to eavesdrop. "Here are the documents you requested, Mr. Sanson," said Arden, coming in with a file. "Thank you, mister," said Kane before looking at Arden's name tag. "Mira, huh? And why are we suddenly in a last name basis?" And Arden drew closer and close enough to whisper, "Oberon is here." "Here where?" asked Kane, standing up. "Did he get arrested?" Sit down, said Arden, gesturing with him. "And he's watching us right now." "He is?" asked Kane, smiling happily, and this was the first time Oberon had come to visit him at his workplace. "And why was he here?" Bored curiosity, and he asked, "What is he wearing?" "An elegant tuxedo," said Arden. "And do you think he's going to pop the question?" asked Kane, fiddling with his pen nervously. "I could go find out," suggested Arden. No, don't go. "I want to be surprised," said Kane, not desiring to know the answer. And he gave a deep sigh before opening his file to resume his work. And Oberon had failed to overhear the conversation, and from where he hid, it looked to him that Arden and Kane were rather cozy. And this made sense considering that they worked together, and 2 hours rolled by with Oberon watching Kane's work routine. If he wasn't typing on the computer, he was fixing a co-worker's laptop, or he would hack into a computer belonging to a perp. And the only break in the routine was when he was asked to do a wanted poster based on a witness description. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 22, The Emperor. Lunchtime came, and Oberon's stomach growled so loudly that Kane was forced to comment, "And are you going to spend all day spying on me, Oberon?" "And since when have you known that I'm here?" asked Oberon, coming out of his hiding spot. "I had nonsense now," lied Kane, and he added, "And your stomach grumbling made me realize that you were watching over me. You look nice, by the way." "Yeah, thanks. Onice allowed me to borrow this outfit, and she claimed that it would get me inside, and it did," said Oberon, scratching his head. "I see," said Kane, lowering his gaze, and there was an air of resignation in his voice, and he had gotten his hopes up over nothing. "And why haven't you told me about your work?" asked Oberon. "And are you involved in a secret investigation or something?" "Nothing of the sort," said Kane. "It is just that there isn't anything interesting to tell. Same work, different day." "And when are you going to become a detective?" asked Oberon before coughing nervously. "Not every cop can become a detective," said Kane, "and I need more experience in the field, and once my boss thinks I'm ready, he would ask me to take a promotion exam, and if I pass, then I can become a detective." "Does working in a desk count as field experience?" asked Oberon. "No," said Kane. "Then why are you doing desk job?" asked Oberon. "Because I do as I'm told, and if my boss thinks that I'm only capable of managing a desk, who am I to question his wisdom?" said Kane dryly. "But you used to do patrol until," said Oberon. "Until, well, you know. The least said about it the better, and maybe it's just my imagination. And just look at it this way, if I am here, I am not getting shot at, and I still get to go home with a juicy check," said Kane, smiling warmly. "Ah, good point," said Oberon, smiling happily. "See you at home then," asked Kane. "See you home, honey," said Oberon before departing. And Kane narrowed his eyes, and he left his post to chase after Oberon. And before Oberon reached his car, he felt a familiar hand on his elbow. And as he was turning around, Kane closed the distance to steal a kiss. And once he had gotten his goodbye kiss, Kane returned to his post. And Oberon touched his lips with delight, and he hadn't kissed Kane out of fear of causing him unnecessary problems at work. However, Kane had been brave or foolhardy enough to do what he did in there. The couple went their separate ways, and Oberon returned to run his stupid errands for Eugenia while Kane did paperwork. And the work they concluded uneventfully, and on the drive home, Oberon thought of what he wanted to do with his time on his world. And now that he was no longer struggling to survive, getting a degree in any sense seemed possible. And before he had gotten exiled, he thought about becoming a doctor. And the only reason why he wanted to be a doctor was to make his father happy. And he had worked hard as a gymnast just to see him smile, and everything he had ever done had been for him and nobody else. Why couldn't he just let me have that one thing, thought Oberon, and he sighed before musing. I guess nothing I ever did was good enough for him. And to think of all the time I wasted jumping about, to think of all the pain and humiliation I endured just to make him happy. And everything I did was for nothing. It was all for nothing. And he cried in Eugenia's parking lot for half an hour, and once he was in control of his emotions, he returned home. And he frowned when he saw his sister's car parked outside. And he took a deep breath before opening the door. And the first thing he said to his sister was this: "You know, sis, had I known that father didn't love me, I wouldn't have wasted my time practicing and working out so much." "Hello to you as well, Oberon," said Veronica, sighing with frustration. "Are you deaf, my dear sister?" What part of I wish my father had told me sooner that he didn't love me, don't you understand?" barked Oberon. "Father has never once said that he hated you," said Veronica sadly. "So he threw me out of the house because he loved me," laughed Oberon bitterly. "And tell me another joke, sis." "Dad, he's from another time, and he can't help thinking the way he does, but he's trying to understand, he's trying to change. And feels guilty about what he did, he really does, and even if he's not ready to say it. And I am certain that if you two sit down to have an honest conversation without snapping, I am certain that you both will find your peace," said Veronica, holding her hands in prayer position. And Oberon narrowed his eyes before opening the door. "And clearly you have chosen him over me, and why else do you keep defending his reprehensible actions? And do me a favor, Veronica, and don't ever bother me again." "Oberon, please," begged Veronica, reaching for her brother's hand. And Oberon flinched away from her touch, and he was about to say something mean-spirited, but he stopped when two hands wrapped themselves around his shoulder. And Oberon closed his eyes to get lost in the sensation of being wrapped inside Kane's embrace. And once he was calm, he opened his eyes again. He sighed wearily before saying, "To what do we owe the visit?" "I ran into Grandma Esther the other day, and she told me that you were window shopping for a career," said Veronica. "And whatever you decide to study, I want you to know that you have my full support." "You mean Mother as well?" asked Oberon, smiling as his face lighted up. "Mother, well, our parents divorced while you were away, and one day she just up and left. And she won't even answer my phone calls, and I could tell you more, but you're not interested in the lives of those who turned their backs on you," said Veronica. "But I am interested in your life, my dear baby sister," said Oberon, coming over to the couch, and he beckoned his sister to sit beside him. Veronica proceeded to tell her brother of all of the family drama he had missed, and their cousins Jennifer and Joshua had left the nest, and Joshua was touring Afghanistan while Jennifer had to move to St. Augustine to help her husband man his sword shop. And their mother Aura had divorced her father shortly after Oberon was exiled, and Aura wanted to throw away Oberon's things, but Francis didn't let her. And as Veronica explained it, their father felt guilty about what he did. "And what do you think, Kane?" asked Oberon. "I think, well, I don't know, my mother," said Kane. "What about her?" asked Oberon, and this was the first time Kane had spoken about his mother to him. "And when I was small, she sent me to the hospital," said Kane. "And were you sick?" asked Veronica. "No, she gave me a royal beating and then sent me to the hospital," said Kane. "And my dad naturally divorced her, and she was given $5,000 to disappear." And it was part of her divorce settlement, said Jack. And the slut originally wanted $20,000 to go away, but considering what she did to you, she's lucky she didn't get 5 years in the slammer. One day she returned to our life, and she claimed to have changed, and she wanted visitation rights. And during the hearing, I told her that I wanted her to leave me alone, said Kane. And the thing is that even though she showed herself remorseful, I wasn't able to forgive her. And what you're saying is that I shouldn't forgive my father, as Oberon searching for an excuse to avoid the confrontation. No, it is just that I don't know your father to formulate an opinion about him. And if you feel that you must see him, then go, and it's not allowed for things to continue as they are, said Kane, lowering his gaze. Or maybe put it in writing, said Jack, and sometimes it is easy to communicate in letters. And this would stop both of you from saying something thoughtless that you might regret. Oberon wrote his letter, and once he finished writing his piece, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Veronica neatly folded the letter before placing it inside her purse, and the rest of the night was spent in peaceful amicability. The weekend eventually came, and Oberon awoke close to noon, and he stretched his hands to feel for a warm body. And he found when he noticed that Kane was not there, and Kane was an early bird, and even when he slept very little, he was up and about at the crack of dawn. And Oberon couldn't help but admire his boyfriend's stamina, and he had given Kane quite the workout the previous night. He had even drawn blood, and more than blood, he had made Kane cry. And Oberon lifted the bed sheets, and the side on Kane's bed had a towel, and the blue towel had some of the distinct red markings, and underneath there were the white sheets stained red. And Oberon jumped out of the bed, and he took the towel and the white sheets, and he threw them into the laundry bin. And he added bleach to try to remove the red stains, and he was thankful to know that at least the mattress wasn't stained. And he went to the kitchen, and he found a note in the refrigerator. And you look tired, so I allow you to sleep. And he went to the beach with Karina, and you can join us as soon as you wake up. Good, so he's not mad at me, said Oberon, breathing a sigh of relief. Everything's good, everything's fine. He yelled when he heard an unexpected knocking on the door, and he cautiously looked through the peephole, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jeremy with a box. What are you sending us, Oberon? Cats, said Jeremy. Tiba got the neighbor's cat pregnant, so she gave them to me as soon as they got weaned. Oberon was thoughtful, and if King had a cat, there was a chance that he would pay the kitten more attention, and he wasn't in the mood to share King's affection. And after thinking of a plan, Oberon opened the door, and he smiled when he noticed that the kittens had fur, and he proceeded to sneeze in order to pretend to have a cat allergy. You're a real piece of shit, you know that, Oberon, hissed Jeremy, looking into that act. And you wonder why your father doesn't love a selfish prick like you. Jeremy placed his cat inside the passenger seat of his bike before driving away. And while he drove away, Oberon pondered how Jeremy knew that he had daddy issues. He must have overheard me talking about it with Dorothy, mused Oberon. And Oberon closed up the house before driving to Miami, and he found Esther and Jack sitting under an umbrella. And Karina and her family were beside them having a picnic. And Oberon searched with his eyes for Kane, and he found his boyfriend splashing about in the ocean while carrying Bruno's nieces. And the smile in Kane's face immediately faded away when he saw Oberon. I guess he's still mad, said Oberon, pouting, and he took refuge underneath an umbrella. And Karina said, I heard that you were window shopping for an apartment, and Bruno has a nice one that he has been renting, and he will sell it to you at a friend's price if you allow Balthazar to continue living there, and you can even charge him rent. How many rooms does the apartment have? Asked Oberon, switching to business mode. I will send you the photo, said Karina. And Oberon looked at the pictures, and Balthazar had everything neat and tidy, and Bruno added, It is a little far away from Eugenia's house, but it's close to Miami-Dade College. That is all well and good, but I don't think I'm going to move out of Kane's house, said Oberon. So why were you looking for an apartment? Asked Karina. Just in case, said Oberon, being evasive. Just in case of what? Asked Karina, not getting it. Just in case Kane throws Oberon out of his house once he gets tired of him, finished Bruno. Bingo, said Oberon. Son, I guess Kane already told you about my father throwing me out of the house, and I mean, I like living with Kane, I thought, but considering what I suffer, can you blame me for preparing for the worst case scenario? I get it, Oberon. We all need a backup plan, said Karina. Do you own any property? Asked Oberon. I live with my mother, so no, said Karina. And I thought she lived with you, and the same as that Jack lived with his son, said Oberon. I am a doctor, said Ola, and I can afford 5 mortgages if I had a mind to get into real estate. Mom, stay humble, said Karina, reminding her mother that it was rude to flaunt wealth. If you want a quick, easy money, get into X-ray, said Ola, and you only need to press a few buttons and then you're done. It is a high-paying, low physical intensity job, and the more licenses you add, the more money you can get. And on average, you will make $28 an hour, and you only need to study for 2 years, and we can even hire you as an intern while you study. And this will make it easier to find a job after you graduate. Oberon rubbed his chin while he counted the money in his head, and he had never considered medicine that so seriously, and since he had felt that he wasn't smart enough for it, then again, an X-ray technician didn't sound too difficult if it only took 2 years to master. Only attested Oberon the pertinent information of this career path, as well as the name for a night school with cheap tuition, and the more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea of becoming a technician. And Oberon made an attempt to look into it for later, and he turned his attention to Karina, and she was Kane's best friend. If there was anything wrong with him, she was bound to know. That chapter was manga. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 23, The Hermit. When you saw Kane today, how was he like? Asked Oberon. He was in pain, but I remedied the problem, said Karina. And he should have come to me sooner, but he didn't want to wake me up. I am surprised it didn't happen a lot sooner, commented Bruno. I'm not surprised, said Karina. Why? Asked Oberon. Isn't it obvious? Asked Karina, pointing to Oberon's reproductive organ. The speedo that Oberon was wearing left little to the imagination, and narrowing his eyes he hissed, "Look again, Karina." And he jumped from the sandal, and he came to stand before Karina, and from a standing angle, Karina had a better view of its dimension. It wasn't small, just below average, and Oberon turned his attention to Kane, and he was coming out of the water while carrying Bruno's nieces, and Bruno left the sand to go swim about with the girl, and the fake smile in Kane's face disappeared when he saw Oberon. "I'm sorry," said Oberon, turning his gaze. "Don't worry about it," said Kane dryly. "Accidents happen. You're not the first person to draw blood in my bedchambers." "That honor goes to me," said Karina, raising her hand proudly. "And we were bored and we decided to try something new, so he tied me up." "Please, Karina, there are children present," said Rebecca, curbing Karina's look conversation. And Karina brought out her cell phone to test Oberon, and she wrote, "Kate tied me up and I told him to whip me. And since he was hitting me a little too soft, I tied him up and I showed him how hard he had to hit me. And after one strike, he said he never wanted to play with me again. And while I was untying him, I saw that I had drawn blood, and that was the end of that sort of affair." "I guess roughhousing is off the table," said Oberon while shifting the sand with his left hand. "So it seems," said Karina, a little disappointed. Kane sat down on the sand, and he shifted uncomfortable to lie on his side, and this motion alone made it obvious to everyone that he was still hurting. And Oberon brought a towel from his backpack, and he rolled it out to make a pillow for Kane. And Kane smiled slightly before breathing a sigh of relief. "And you look a little somber. Here, let me apply some cream," said Oberon, reaching into his pack. And he refreshed Kane's sunblock, and it was then when Oberon noticed that Kane's lips looked a little dry, so he brought his boyfriend a bottle of water. "And can you get me a croquette? And I will get up to get one, but I'm too comfortable," said Kane with a weepy tone in his voice. Oberon left his seat to fetch the food, and Jack covered his mouth to restrain his laughter, and he could tell when his son was malingering for attention, and when he was small, Kane would only malinger to his father, since Jack was the only one to take his petty complaints seriously. And Jack sighed sadly while he thought of all of the little things he had missed due to his past drug addiction. And Kane continued to malinger, and Oberon was none the wiser, and as far as he knew, he had seriously damaged his boyfriend's nether regions. And Jack drove his son's car back home, even though Kane was capable of sitting up just fine. "And do you want me to carry you inside?" asked Oberon. "No, I can walk just fine," said Kane, shifting in his seat, and he felt that he had malingered enough for one day. "And what do you want to eat?" "Whatever you cook is fine, really," said Oberon, and he didn't want to be a bother. "It's fine, don't worry about it," said Kane, getting out of the car without assistance. "While you could, I'm going to need to borrow your laptop, and unless send me a book she wants me to read," said Oberon. "I can read it to you if you like," offered Kane. "It is a book on X-rays," said Oberon. "Sounds cool," said Kane. It isn't. It is a medical textbook, and I can't spend the rest of my life as an errand boy or a bouncer, said Oberon sternly. And if you need me to help you with anything, just tell me, insisted Kane before going to his room to shower off the sand. And Oberon read the medical book, and from time to time he would yawn, and the only thing that urged him on was the promise of making $28 an hour in 2 years or less. And he stopped torturing himself as soon as he smelled dinner, and after 2 hours he had somehow managed to read 10 pages. And it had been a slow progress with the constant checking of the glossary in order to make sense of the writing. The family had dinner, and Jack and Esther had finally seen the side of Oberon that Kane was so enamored with, and Oberon too had noticed a change in both their attitudes, and they hadn't worn up to him yet, but they were no longer politely indifferent. That night, since Oberon had been so nice to him, Kane decided to reward him, and without much preambles, Kane locked Oberon into the mating embrace before sinking into the bed. And after kissing him, he asked, "And what do you want to do tonight, my love?" "Does it still hurt?" asked Oberon, still worried. "It's fine," lied Kane, and he added, giving a sheepish smile. "It still stinks, but I think I'll be alright as long as we don't use your playthings." If you didn't like them, If you didn't like them, you could have cried uncle sooner, back Oberon, kissing Kane's forehead, and Kane shifted in the bed to rest his head against Oberon's chest, and Oberon proceeded to absently mindedly caress Kane's back. Back rub. Kane sighed with contentment before saying, "I love you." And Oberon wanted to reciprocate that sentiment, but he wasn't able to. He felt a lot of things for Kane, but love wasn't one of those emotions. And Oberon continued with those caresses until he finished lulling Kane to sleep. And while Kane slept, he started to overanalyze his relationship with Kane. He had become possessed by a singular thought. What if Kane didn't like sleeping with him? And he dismissed that idea altogether, and men were not like women, and if a man didn't like sleeping with someone, he would not get inspired, and a woman could easily fake arousal, but not a man. And just as he was falling asleep, Oberon thought, but men can fantasize about others to get in the mood, and is Kane thinking of another person while he's with me? And the following day came, and he started with a visit for his sister and his father Francis. And the man had read his letter of so Veronica claimed, and he was there to hear his son's side of the story. "Kane, can you come with me to speak with my father?" asked Oberon. "Okay, but I wouldn't know what to say," said Kane, "but maybe." "You want someone close to Francis' age to act as mediator," said Jack thoughtfully. "And this is how Dad will handle it, and whatever you say, Kane, your words will not carry this say anyway because of your age. And how old is your dad, by the way?" "I am 25, and my parents married when they were 22 or 19, said Oberon, doing the math. "So 22 plus 25 means that my dad is 47. "I guess we could ask Uncle Gen to mediate," suggested Kane. "My brother needs to relax, and he's emotionally preparing himself to take you to your pre-trial," said Jack. "I can go there by myself just fine," said Kane, and he didn't want to be a bother. "Are you testifying?" asked Oberon. Kinda. "It is a pre-trial for Eric," said Kane. "And the least said about it, the better. I am trying not to think about it, and I will deal with it when I deal with it." "I'm going to have an emergency meeting with my brother and my sister," said Jack, locking himself in his room. "Do you always operate by committee?" asked Oberon. "We used to be a dictatorship, and if Raphael was around, he would be leading the charge while we cheer on all of his terrible decisions," said Esther, laughing sadly. And she gave a big sign that illustrated how much she missed arguing with her dead husband. The Sanson family spoke over the phone, and at the end of the committee, it was agreed that Stacy would come along for the ride. And she was close to Frances' age, and she was more level-headed than her husband. And Oberon spent the minutes pacing about in the living room, and he was nervous about speaking with his father. And Veronica chose a neutral spot, Bayside. Oberon found his father sitting in a coffee shop that faced the harbor. And there was a cold breeze coming from the ocean, and Francis sighed wearily when he saw Kane and Stacy. And he was hoping to converse with his son in private, and father and son sat before one another not speaking, and Stacy was the one who broke the silence. "Oberon, tell your father how you felt when he threw you out of the house," said Stacy. "Betrayed," hissed Oberon. "And Francis, how do you feel when you saw Oberon in bed with a man?" asked Stacy. "Disappointed," said Francis. Why do you feel disappointed? asked Daisy. My son was keeping secrets from me and lying to me, and he thought that I didn't know, but I did. And I can always tell when you lie to me, Oberon, and I always knew that there was something fishy going on between you and Sean, and all I was missing was the proof, and I found it, hissed Francis. And why did you throw me out of the house? asked Oberon. To teach you a lesson that you sadly failed to grasp, and for that I do apologize, said Francis before sipping his judgmental tea. You are not a father, so I do not expect you to understand the difficult choices a parent must make to ensure the survival of their offspring. And just know that I did what I did in order to save you from yourself. I don't need saving, father, and there's nothing wrong with me. And you're the one who's sick, barked Oberon. Settle down, Oberon. And now why don't you tell your father why you are with Cain, says Daisy. Oberon opened his mouth to list all the ways that Cain was awesome, and Francis said nothing while he listened to this long tirade. And his silence only made Oberon more nervous, so he rambled more. And Oberon stopped talking when he saw his father placing his hand into his coat pocket. And Cain nervously felt for his revolver, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Francis bring out an envelope. My father abandoned me and my mother after I was born, and I promised myself that I was not going to be like my own man. So I married your mother after knocking her up, and I began to set money aside for your education starting on the day that you were born. And do with it what you will, said Francis before departing. Oberon reluctantly took the check, and he had been dreading this confrontation, and to be honest, he didn't know what to make of it. Was this a goodbye present or guilt money? And what was he trying to say with the story? And Oberon left the meeting with more questions than answers, and the reconciliation, if it was possible, wasn't going to happen after one lunch meeting. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Our Pentacle, chapter 24, 8 of Cups. Today is Tuesday, April 6, 2004, and on this day Cain turns 24. And just like his previous birthday, he wasn't looking forward to it, and it barely fell on a weekend, and there was always something happening in between designed to sour things up, and he couldn't remember the last time he had a good birthday. And he started the day by getting dressed in his police uniform, and he kissed Oberon on the lips until he awoke. And he had a light breakfast before driving to court, and on his way to the pre-trial room, he passed by the statue of Justice, and he gave it a disdainful glance before entering the room. And he searched with his eyes for the only two familiar faces in the room, and the faces belonged to Jeremy and Siddhanta. And neither Cain nor Jeremy had to testify, even so the prosecutor wanted the victim to attend all of the court proceedings. He had allowed Cain to miss the preliminary hearing since he was searching for Jeremy. And are you having cake in your birthday party? asked Jeremy. Shh, hissed Siddhanta. The judge doesn't hear me, whispered Jeremy, so it's fine. But he can see your lips moving, barked Siddhanta. Do you want me to go away again? asked Jeremy. I can disappear for a year if that is what it takes for you to finally respect me. The preacher continued at a leisurely pace, and Cain wasn't really paying attention to anything. He just wanted it to be over already so he could return to his life. And the only silver lining was that in the real trial he only had to appear to testify. And after 3 hours, Cain and company was allowed to continue with their lives. Do you think Eric is crazy? asked Siddhanta, the only person who bothered to pay attention. Define crazy, asked Jeremy. Is he suffering from a chemical imbalance that makes him act out of character, asked Siddhanta. No, said Jeremy after staring long and hard at Eric. Did you do or say anything to make Eric think that you were special, asked Siddhanta. Not really, said Jeremy. Then why did he beat you, asked Siddhanta? And they are going to ask you that in court, so you better prepare a good answer. And also the thing about Cain sounds like something you would say. Alright, so I told Eric that Cain was a descendant of an ancient vampire when he asked me about him. And I was simply big fish in his backstory, and I also told him that I was an ancient pharaoh who went by the name of Horsenack, said Jeremy. Did you tell him that before or after he beat you, insisted Siddhanta. I don't know, I don't remember. My head is still a little foggy from my latest episode. I'm not a credible witness considering my medical history, said Jeremy. And I think it would be better if only Kane speaks to the judge. So when is your birthday party? Today or on the weekend? Is cake the only thing you can think about? Just Danta finally exploding. Yes, said Jeremy. I do not see why you're so worked up about this Eric fellow. And he's a being of flesh and blood. He's nothing that I can't handle. And whether he goes to prison or not, he is irrelevant to me. Kay sighed wearily before he started walking away, and he didn't get far when Jeremy intercepted him, and he sighed before saying, "We are having 2 birthday parties, a small one today in my house and a big one in Karina's house." "Thank you," said Jeremy before skipping away. "I suppose I can blame him for only caring about cake. After all, I was only interested in him because I found his cat Tybalt so amusing." I miss Tybalt," thought Kane. And he made his way towards his patrol car, and there was a woman sitting on top of the hood of his car, and she opened her mouth to speak, and he shook his head in response before entering the vehicle. He didn't have the patience to put up with anyone today, and he arrived to work an hour before noon, and he checked in and then he checked out before going to the dining room, and his mouth shouted when he saw a birthday cake with his name on it. "Surprise!" yelled his co-workers. "Thank you," said Kane politely. And it was the first time his co-worker had celebrated his birthday, and in his old job, all he ever had gotten was a donut from his uncle. He blew the candles and then he sliced the cake, and he saved for himself a corner piece. And he took his cake to the corner of the room before sitting down with his meal. And since it was his birthday, it was difficult for him to go unnoticed. And Arden sat down before Kane, and he was the closest thing that Kane had to a work friend. And sadly, the only thing that Arden ever wanted to talk about was Oberon. "So what's today's plan?" asked Arden. "Nothing much. It all depends in what mood Oberon finds himself today," said King. And he was pretty moody ever since he started studying, and he no longer has the patience for studying or even reading. And if he studies something, I might as well study that as well, considering that I will probably have to read all his books for him. "Why do you decide to become a cop?" asked Williams, joining the conversation. He came over with his own piece of cake and food and came imperceptibly clenched his plastic spoon, and he found that unearned friendliness annoying. "He's probably being nice to me to appear to get along with the gay community," thought Kane. I wanted to make my grandpa happy, and I wasn't smart enough for college, but I'm good with a revolver, and I was decent enough in wrestling, and I figured I had all the skills necessary for being a cop," mused Kane. "We do more than just arresting and ticketing speeding old women," said Arden. "And have you ever thought about studying to become a detective?" "Not everyone can become a detective," said Kane. "And your point being," said Arden. "Why waste energy trying to achieve something that may never happen," said Kane gloomily. "Hey, things are not that bad," said Arden, smiling warmly. "At least you got the girl." "Yes," said Kane, thinking of Oberon. And after lunch he was allowed to go on patrol, and it had been ages since he had driven around the neighborhood. And he ticketed 2 speeding tourists, and he helped a lost old lady find an address, and it had been a productive day, or so he fancied. When he arrived home, there was more cake and celebration, and Veronica attended the birthday party as well, and thankfully she didn't get into a stupid fight with her brother. And one could almost say that they were getting along. And that day Oberon asked about his mother and what she had to say about his lifestyle. "Don't know," said Veronica, "and I haven't seen her since she divorced my dad. And she cheated on her dad, you know, and he never so much as looked at another woman, and she betrayed him." "He was probably taking out his frustration on you," mused Jack, "and since he couldn't throw out his cheating slut, he threw you out of the house instead." "In Florida, you can divorce without having your spouse sign the paper. Just having on a record of your spouse's refusal to sign it, you automatically get the divorce you seek," explained Esther. "And just how do you know so much about Florida divorce laws?" asked Jack. "You can be happily married for decades while you sometimes fantasize about leaving your husband," said Esther. "And there were times when I got really, really close to filing for divorce, but I never followed through with my intent. And it is impossible to have a long-lasting relationship without the occasional bump on the road." "Well, if Mom was interested in my face, she would have sought me out in Natasha's house," mused Oberon before resting his head on both his hands. "And maybe your reconciliation project is best aborted, Veronica." I don't know," sighed Veronica. "And let's say hypothetically that Father welcomes me back as his son. What then? I start attending all of the Thanksgiving dinners, and you know, sis, If you wanted me to come over to inconvenience the family, all you needed to do was ask, said Oberon. I don't know, I didn't want to put you in an awkward situation where you get thrown out of the house again, mused Veronica. If they throw me out, you can inconvenience them from the sidewalk. And the sidewalks are state property, so you can stay out there for as long as you like, said Kane. Veronica sighed wearily before inviting her brother to her birthday, and she fancied that her family and friends would tolerate her brother's presence as it was her special date. If anything, she would better be able to gauge their tolerance or lack thereof. And the mini birthday party proceeded at a leisurely pace, and from his grandma, Kane got a Resident Evil outbreak, and she had noticed that her grandson had a few Resident Evil games, and she saw a title that was not part of his collection. And from Jack, Kane got a new Guitar Hero game, and Veronica couldn't help but laugh seeing all of the infantile gifts that Oberon's boyfriend was receiving. For my gift, we are going to need to go out, said Oberon. Do I need to get changed? Asked Kane. Nah, just as you are, we're not going far, said Oberon. And Oberon drove Kane and Veronica to Jeremy's house, and when Jeremy opened the door, he said sternly, "It is too late. You already gave away all your kittens," asked Oberon, extremely disappointed. "You snooze, you lose, buddy boy," barked Jeremy before closing the door. Siddhartha opened the door this time, and he was carrying a box with 2 kittens, and he ushered the guests into the living room, and Kane sat down on the floor to better admire his would-be present. Oberon commented, "And the other 2? "I sold them," said Jeremy, "and Michael bought the only male cat, and the one that resembles T-Bot, and the other one I sold it to that kid. I forget his name, Farley's brat. The other 2 that are left are naturally T-Bot's children, and cats are able to have kittens of 2 different parents. And even if they're not related to T-Bot, he still raised them, and the kittens know how to use the litter box, and they will walk on a leash, but very slowly, since they are still kittens." Kane examined the kittens, and since they were not related to T-Bot by blood, he was uncertain about taking one as a pet. "You're going to have a kid soon, so maybe it isn't the best time for you to get a pet," mused Jeremy. What's this about a kid?" asked Veronica. "My ex-girlfriend Eugenia may or may not have my kid, and she was seeing another guy as well, and the paternity is uncertain. But I thought Santiago didn't want a DNA test," said Kane. "He doesn't, but his mom does, and she has been secretly pressuring Michael for an exam," said Jeremy. "And just how do you know about that?" asked Siddhartha. "Are you still seeing him?" "I never saw him, not in the way you think. And we're just talked, and you can't prove that we slept together," said Jeremy bitterly. "And he was the only friend that I had in the entire world, and I had to destroy our friendship for his family's peace of mind." Siddhartha opened his mouth to complain, but he closed it again, although based on the lines of his face, one could tell that he was internally imploding. It pained him that Jeremy no longer considered him his friend, and that after everything he did for the thankless bastard. "Can you give me one last card?" said Siddhartha, and considering Jeremy's more recent episode, I fancy that it's about time he sought a much-needed psychological help. "If you think it will help," said Jeremy disdainfully. He picked up T-Bot before locking himself in his room, and Siddhartha coughed nervously while the kittens meowed. "Are you taking one or not?" insisted Siddhartha. "How much do they cost?" asked Kane. "They cost me $20 a day on kitten food," exaggerated Siddhartha. "So you can take this plague with you for free, and if it was up to me, I would dump them in the middle of the woods for them to become someone else's problem." "Or food," corrected Oberon. "I can take one of your hands," offered Veronica, "and Jennifer has been itching to add a new pet to her household." "So which one do you want, Kane?" insisted Oberon. Kane looked at both kittens, and it was the first time he was going to have a real pet and not just a stray that he would feed whenever he passed by his backyard. And the kittens looked so delicate and fragile, and he thought of all of the worst-case scenarios related to raising a kitten, and he knew what to expect of T-Bot, but those kittens were strangers, and what if he raised them wrong, and then he would have to put up with them for 10 years, give or take. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Pentacle chapter 25, 2 of Wands. It's a tarot card. Since Oberon saw Kane starting to hyperventilate, he said, "Maybe this wasn't the best idea, and kittens are better given to children or to adults who are already used to pets. Oh well, I guess I'm stuck with them for another night. And if there's someone at work looking for a pet, give them my phone number," said Siddhartha, returning the kitten box to the garage. The party left the house, and King narrowed his eye when he realized that Veronica had lied in order to pressure him into picking a kitten. And this wasn't the first time he had caught Veronica lying, and he made a mental note to take everything she said with a grain of salt. And he also fancied that Jeremy was a liar as well. The kittens he was keeping were probably T-Bot's true descendants, or maybe they all belonged to T-Bot. Who could say for certain? Ken returned to his house empty-handed, and Jack sighed with relief. He didn't particularly like pets. He still had bad flashbacks of getting chased by marmalade all over the house, and his brother's Cocker Spaniel positively hated his guts. The party came to an end, and Oberon felt guilty about not having a present for Kane, and he should have thought of a backup gift, and even a terrible mug would have been better than nothing. He saw the clock slowly ticking, and he still had 2 hours to get a thoughtless present. What does he like? What does he like? He already got games for his grandma and father. Should I get him a video game? No, I don't know what games he likes. Maybe a book? Drawing supplies? He draws a lot, thought Oberon. I'm going now, said Oberon, making his way towards the door. You're leaving me alone, and on my birthday no less, whined Kane. I'm just trying to give you a present. I wasn't expecting you to reject the cat, said Oberon. The conversation was interrupted by a knocking on the door, and when they opened it, they saw Jeremy outside with a cat box. And this time there was only one kitten left, and by the look on his eyes, he seemed like he was crying. The black dog that sometimes breaks into my house attacked the kittens, and Tiba was able to push him back. But now I see that my house isn't safe for them anymore, and if this one annoys you, we can rehome him, but for now, please give him shelter, said Jeremy. If the dog is giving you trouble, just put him down, barked Jack, rolling his eyes. That is easier said than done, said Jeremy bitterly. And in any case, here's a little cat treat with a scratcher so he doesn't break your furniture, and his leash and his litter box, and some food, and an instruction manual. Do you need him already? Asked Kane. She sometimes answers to Julia, said Jeremy. But if you want to summon her to your side, you need to whistle like this. Jeremy began to whistle, and the kitten clawed all his way up his jeans, and Julia then nestled into his arms, and Kane found the little quirk extremely endearing, and he took the cat into his house before closing the door. And Oberon fancied that Jeremy had lied about the dog in order to make it easier for Kane to adopt the kitten. And that night, Kane played with the kitten, and he allowed it to fall asleep inside his bedroom. And with Kane mellowed out, Oberon felt like it was as good a time as any to mate. He locked Kane into a mating embrace, and just when he had Kane undressed, the kitten started meowing, and Kane left Oberon's side to busy himself with the kitten. Oh God, I knew this was a bad idea. What was I thinking? Barked Oberon, passing his hand nervously over his hair. I'm sorry. It is Julia's first night here, and I want her to feel comfortable, and it must be difficult for her to be separated from her siblings, said Kane. A pity indeed, but such is the life of a pet cat, said Oberon. It's getting late. I don't think we had time to do much anyway, said Kane, pointing at the clock. Why are you always finding excuses not to sleep with me? Asked Oberon. Are you even physically attracted to me? Kane turned his eyes to the left for a second, and he was overthinking a response. Just as I thought, said Oberon, pacing about the room, and never once have you ever told me that you love me while we sleep together, and just what is it that you find so awful about sleeping with me? I can take a critique, or is the fact that I'm a man that you find so revolting? I don't find you revolting, Oberon. I love you, and there isn't a moment where I don't long to be safe inside your arms, said Kane, extending his arms. And Oberon smiled widely after being reassured of their bond, and he gave his boyfriend a brief hug, and he took the box with the cat before dumping it inside Jack's bedroom. The kitten doesn't want to sleep alone, explained Oberon. And why is that my problem? Protested Jack. And why can't you sleep with the kitten? He whines every time I try to mate with your son, so, explained Oberon. Fine, the little furball can stay, but just for tonight, said Jack, sighing with frustration. Oberon returned to the bed, and his mouth was saw Kane under the bedsheets, and Oberon jumped into the bed before unceremoniously splitting his boyfriend in half. And unlike his previous engagement, Oberon began to ask for feedbacks. You like this, don't you? Asked Oberon. And Kane meekly nodded in response, as his face blushed a deep crimson. And every time Oberon asked, he gave the same silent response, and after 20 minutes, Oberon remembered that it was his partner's birthday, and he rolled in the bed to have Kane be on top of him. Since it's your birthday and now you can act dominant and do with me what you will, ordered Oberon. You can even ride me like a pony. Kane frowned without meaning to, and he had gotten used to Oberon being dominant, and it was so relaxing not to have to think of a routine, and he thought of the first time he slept with Oberon and the critique he received afterwards. "I'm sorry, but you told me you don't like being ridden, protested Kane before kissing Oberon's lips. "I can put up with the pain if it makes you happy," said Oberon. "Hurting you for my own benefit doesn't sit right with me," said Kane, kissing lower and lower. "I love you, Oberon." "So you keep saying," said Oberon, rolling his eyes. And he was about to say more, but Kane touched the most sensitive part of his skin. The following morning came, and everything seemed alright, but Oberon couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss. And he remembered that night that Kane had cried while the two made love, and he began to fancy that maybe Kane didn't like to take about the lightning shot, and maybe he was afraid of being honest. And as for Kane, the only thing he could think about was his own perceived failures in the bedchambers. And ever since Eugenia had dumped him, he had become self-aware, self-conscious about mating, and whether it was pleasure or not, it wasn't part of his equation. "And if I meet all of Oberon's needs, he won't leave me," thought Kane while he made breakfast. "Kane, we agreed that we were going to be honest with one another," insisted Oberon. "Are you not happy with the food?" asked Kane, struggling to change the subject. "It's fine, great even. It's just that why did you cry that night? I need to know the truth, and if there's something else that you don't like about what I'm doing, you need to tell me," said Oberon. "The toys you use to overcompensate do not amuse me," said Kane, finally being honest. "They are not for overcompensation," barked Oberon, becoming extremely offended, and he slammed his hands on the table for good measure. "Be honest with me," I said. "How dare you be honest with me?" "I'm sorry, never mind. Forget I said anything. It was a joke," said Kane, laughing nervously. "A bad joke, to be precise." "It's too early in the morning to be having this conversation," said Jack. "And put the argument on hold and go to work, both of you." "Yes, father," said Kane meekly. "And take your stupid cat with you," said Jack. "The kitty cat is not stupid," protested Kane, "and she already knows a trick." Kane whistled and he patted the side of his pants, and the kitty cat Julia clawed her way up his leg onto his arms. "And do you think they would let me take the cat to work?" asked Kane, petting the kitten. "It is not as if they have been sending me out on patrol much." "Don't ask me, ask your boss," asked Jack. "I will ask him when I see him," said Kane, placing the kitten inside his pocket. He also collected some kitty litter inside a Tupperware, and Jack made a mental note to never use a Tupperware ever again. And with the food in his seeds collected, Kane was able to go take the cat to work, and a part of him already knew the answer to the question. Even so, he felt like he wanted to push his luck, and he kissed Moody Oberon on the cheek before departing. And as far as he was concerned, the argument was a thing of the past. And as for Oberon, he was still pissed, and he drove to work grinding his teeth, and never in all his years had he felt so insulted. "Overcompensating, repeated Oberon. "And just because you're an elephant, it doesn't mean that mine is small." And as for Kane, he was regretting his sudden burst of honesty, and he said to Julia, "I don't know why I ever bothered to be straight with others. Honesty has never worked for me." "Meow," said Julia. "And do you miss your dad, Julia?" asked Kane. "Meow," repeated Julia. "I wonder if Jeremy found a job, and what of Tibble? What is he doing while his master is working?" wondered Kane. He arrived to work on time, and just as he predicted, his boss didn't allow him to bring the kitten to work, and they were going to tolerate Julia's presence for today. However, tomorrow Kane had to find a kitty sitter, and he fancied that maybe Oberon should take the cat to work. After all, he was walking Michael's path. And with his thought in mind, Kane drove to Oberon's work during lunch, and he was surprised to see that he was not there. "Where is Oberon?" asked Kane, looking about. "His sister got him a job interview," said Eugenia, looking up, and her dog Coco was resting her head on top of her belly while looking visibly worried. "Is anyone with you?" asked Kane. "I'm fine. I'm not a child. I can be by myself for half an hour," scoffed Eugenia, and he sat down beside her to wait for Oberon to return. And while waiting, he took a moment to reunite Julia with her brother Typhoon. Typhoon lived in quite a spacious little cat tree, and he was in a cage enclosure for the time being, and Michael was worried about the dogs playing too rough with the kitten and vice versa. And they only interacted during walks and supervised playdates. And Typhoon meowed with delight when he saw his sister Julia, and the kittens proceeded to play. And with his kitten in good claws, because he's with the other cat. He busied himself with Eugenia. About Eugenia switched into gossip mode. You have been a little distant lately, commented Eugenia. If you don't invite me, then I won't come, said Kane. I still remember how annoying you would get whenever I would show up uninvited. True, I sometimes forget, laughed Eugenia nervously. So, you are gay, and that explains a lot about our lack of chemistry. Define gay, said Kane dryly. Gay is to like men, said Eugenia, smiling thinly, and she found it amusing to see Kane's ears turning red, and clearly he found it embarrassing to talk about his relationship with Oberon. I like a man, not a man, so that definition does not apply to me, corrected Kane. But who do you prefer to sleep with, me or Oberon? Asked Eugenia. I prefer Oberon, since he's always taking the lead, and I do not have to stress about what I must do to amuse him, said Kane. And why didn't you ever bother to teach me? I'm not in the mood to talk about the past, and I would have tolerated anything you did as long as you looked like you were into me. And do you know what, if you know what I mean? Asked Eugenia, closing her magazine. No, I don't know what you mean, said Kane, folding his arm before sighing with frustration. You never looked like you were enjoying yourself, and then when you started having your little panic attacks, you really started to frustrate me, and you turned something that was supposed to be fun into a project, and you weren't having fun, and I wasn't having fun anymore, and I just didn't see the point in tormenting one another, explained Eugenia. Is that the real reason you dumped me? Asked Kane. Because I turned mating into a chore. I dumped you because I wasn't in love with you and you were falling in love with me. And your lack of skill was not the main reason I dumped you, said Eugenia. And besides, I think we function better as friends. And we shouldn't have even started dating, all things considered. And I am like my father. I don't fall in love, and I have never felt that emotion. If you're not in love, then why are you marrying Santiago? Asked Kane. Because we're childhood friends, and he knows me better than I know myself, and I know him. It is enough for me, said Eugenia, opening her magazine again. You also know me, Eugenia, and you are the first woman I open myself completely to, said Kane, struggling with his emotion. And he looked at Eugenia's belly before adding, but it's fine, I get it. Just because you love doesn't guarantee that you are to be loved in return. Hey there, cheer up, said Eugenia, placing her hand maternally on Kane's knee. At least Oberon loves you, and when we talk about you, you're always the topic of conversation. I am, asked Kane, forcing a sheepish smile. And what does it say about me? Only complimentary things, said Eugenia, smiling warmly. The former lovers continued to speak about Oberon, and an hour passed before Kane realized, and he always enjoyed speaking with Eugenia, and he could tell her about any problem, and somehow she had a way of making him feel better about his miserable existence. That's it. That's chapter. Bye-bye, and God bless. The Lovers' Pentacle, chapter 26, Six of Swords. With Oberon, it had become difficult to converse, and when he started dating Oberon, he didn't imagine that things would sour up so much. He got a call from his boss, who gave him a stern talking to, and he was about to head out when he noticed something that deeply alarmed him. Eugenia's pants were starting to get stained with blood at an alarming rate, and the dogs began to bark as well. Eugenia, barked King before hanging up his cell phone. He picked up Eugenia before rushing to the patrol car, and he speeded to the nearest hospital. And while she was in the emergency room, he spent it pacing about. And after half an hour, Eugenia was brought back in a wheelchair. The doctor simply said, all is as it should be, and bleeding during the second trimester isn't unusual, and this occurs as a result of interference with the cervix during sex. Pink or brownish mucus may also occur during the second trimester. I don't understand, said Kane, folding his arms in prayer position. She is fine. Take her home. Have her rest in the bed. Don't play so rough with her next time. And take this chill pill while you're at it, officer, said the doctor, giving Kane a chill pill. Kane placed the chill pill in his pocket before carrying Eugenia back to the patrol car, and she could walk just fine, and her nerves were still shaky, and she desperately needed a familiar face beside her. And she breathed a sigh of relief as soon as she entered the car, and she sat on the passenger seat. Kane returned the cell phone to the woman, and Eugenia frowned when she saw that nobody had answered her distress call or text. I could have died today and nobody would have known, said Eugenia, sighing wearily. It's alright, Eugenia, you're alright, said Kane, placing his hand around Eugenia's shoulder. Eugenia cried a bit on Kane's shoulder, and when she felt better about her assistant, Kane was able to drive her home. And when they arrived at her house, she was relieved to see her father home. Dad, said Eugenia, hugging her father. I love you too, sweetie, said Michael casually. And why are you home so early, said Eugenia, narrowing her eyes. Didn't you get my message? Michael looked at his cell phone and raising an eyebrow, he said, I just got it. Eugenia took her father's cell phone and she sighed wearily when she verified that her father had just gotten her message. And what happened? Asked Michael, eyeing his daughter from head to toe. A false alarm, said Eugenia, laughing nervously. Baby stuff, nothing to worry about. If it's not so serious, then I can return to my office, said Michael. I don't think Eugenia should be left alone, said Kane. She isn't alone. Oberon is keeping an eye on her, said Michael. I allowed Oberon to leave early, and Santiago was supposed to be here already, said Eugenia, clenching her fist. Calm down, honey, said Michael, hugging his daughter. If you don't mind the office, I can keep an eye on you. And what of the dogs and the kitties? Asked Eugenia. They will be the unpaid intern's problem, joked Michael. I had to head back to work, said Kane, smiling shyly. And you don't mind if Julia hangs out with her brother while I work? Sure, why not? 1 cat, 2 cats, said Michael, fetching the kittens and the dogs, and he added, siblings shouldn't be separated. Siblings should always stay together. Kane went to his patrol car to return to work, and as soon as he arrived, Arden asked him, everything alright with Eugenia? I'm sorry, I had a medical emergency, said Kane, and I had to drive Eugenia to the hospital, but she's alright now. Eugenia's the mother of your child, asked Arden. I don't know, maybe. And we will know once the kid is born, or as soon as Santiago's mother gets a DNA test from the fetus, said Kane. How would you go about doing a DNA test on a fetus, asked Arden? It is a simple procedure. While Eugenia is pregnant, her kid's blood circulates through her veins, and all you need is some of her blood and some saliva to find out who is the father, said Kane. If such an exam is so simple, why not do the test already, asked Arden. Santiago doesn't want to know the truth, and he claims that he will love the kid regardless of the identity of the father, said Kane. But what are you going to do if you are the father of the kid, insisted Arden. I will babysit him whenever Eugenia goes out, and maybe I will see him on the weekends, said Kane. I have experience dealing with babies, and Aunt Stacy even taught me how to change a diaper. I look after my nephews whenever she and my uncle need a break. Do you want a child? Asked Arden. Not really, but who in their right mind could possibly want a baby? Asked Kane. A lot of couples want children, but they can't have them, said Williams, jumping into the conversation to gossip. There is such a thing as adoption, said Kane coldly, and just because your child carries your blood, there is no guarantee that he will love you or that you will love him. Ironic, don't you think? Those who want children don't have them, and those that have them don't want them. This world is awful, and we should avoid bringing new life into it if we can help it. Your cynicism makes me sad, said Williams, frowning, and if you think the world is awful now, I am about to make it much worse. You took a much longer break than you are allowed, and I will either dock your pay or you can stay 2 more hours. Kane looked at the time, and he remembered that he had a fight with Oberon that morning, and to avoid a confrontation, he decided to work 2 more hours. His co-workers left and the night shift clocked in, and the person in charge of the night shift set Kane on patrol, and the crazies were always more active when dusk fell, and he didn't need to patrol for long to run into a crime. An armed robbery occurred within his route, and he looked at the map before calculating the route that the pair could possibly take, and he then ran into a vehicle that matched the description of his target. He sped after the vehicle before turning on the lights, and one of the passengers lowered the window and Kane ducked while reaching for his revolver, and after getting shot at a couple of times, he returned fire doing the reload, and the first bullet he shot destroyed the back window, and the pair shot at him again, only this time the enemy struck a civilian car when Kane moved his patrol car out of the way. He cursed his dumb luck as he saw the vehicle behind him make a sudden stop, and with a new gambit in mind, he rammed his car against the side of the enemy vehicle to derail it. And the trick worked. The pair's vehicle slammed against the concrete fence without losing a wheel and control, and he sped out of control before getting T-boned by a Hummer. And as soon as the enemy car stopped, He sighed with relief. He casually left his car with his revolver on tow, and a perp fell out of the car and Kane yelled and Mirandized before ordering, "Put your hands up and come towards me slowly." He handcuffed the first man while making certain not to turn his back on the enemy, and instead of putting the criminal into the car, he walked ahead with the cuffed man using him as a human shield. "Not cool, man," barked the perp. Like he's using the guy he just handcuffed as a human shield hiding behind him. "Tell your little friend to get out of the car now," ordered Kane, and he placed a revolver against the man's temple before repeating, "Do not test my patience. I had killed for a lot less." The empty threat had the desired effect, and the perp begged his accomplice to get out. And once he had the other man in handcuffs, he breathed a sigh of relief. He saw a few patrol cars coming over the horizon, and he cuffed the men together before going on to his patrol car. Wait a minute," said his colleague. "I already told them they're Miranda rights. I disarmed them and cuffed them. They are your problems now," said Kane before driving away. He returned to the office after completing his 2 hours of patrol, and he sat wearily on his drive back home. And the car sounded a little funky, and he wondered how much damage the machine gun bullets had done, and he made a mental note to fix it tomorrow. He will handle everything tomorrow. When he arrived home, he found Oberon sitting outside in a bench waiting for him, and based on his face, it seemed like he wanted to continue arguing. Oberon at first looked angry, but his face changed to a look of concern when he saw Kane approach, and when he got close enough, Kane triggered the automatic lights. This caused Oberon to yell, "You got shot!" "I did?" asked Kane, puzzled. "You got shot and you didn't even notice," yelled Oberon, "and we gotta leave immediately." "Oh, but I just got home," protested Kane. And it was then when he became aware of an acute pain in his shoulder, and with the adrenaline dropping, his pain receptors had gone into overdrive, and he looked at the driver's seat and it was a bloody mess, and for how long had he been bleeding, he knew not. "Why am I so unlucky?" barked Kane before sitting down, and the loss of blood was making him feel dizzy. Esther came running outside with a tourniquet and oxygenated water, and after examining the wound, she breathed a sigh of relief. He was a scratch, nothing more. A big scratch, mind you, but nothing that 8 stitches couldn't fix. And Ken got inside the car with Oberon and his grandma. "And where to?" asked Oberon. "To Karina's house," ordered Esther. Oberon attempted to start the patrol car, but it didn't budge, and it was then when Oberon became aware of the bullet holes in the windshield wiper. And they changed to his car, and he drove recklessly to Karina's house, and in order to avoid getting stopped, Esther had placed a mini siren on top of the hood, and this sufficed to help them ignore most of the traffic signs. And the party arrived in 15 minutes, and it was a good thing Karina lived within driving distance. The family was enjoying a peaceful barbecue when Kate walked in with a bleeding shoulder, and Barbara, who was the most skilled surgeon, went to deal with the problem, and she cleaned the wound before stitching it up. And Kane grimaced every so often, and each time he did, Oberon would flinch, almost as if he was in pain as well. Take 2 Tylenols every 4 to 6 hours for the pain, and do not let the pain build up, and avoid physical activities for a week. And to deal with the swelling, apply an ice pack every 4 hours, and on the first day we will keep it covered, and on the second day you may shower but not apply pressure water over it, and clean the wound daily with mild soap and warm water, ranted Barbara. And she typed all of the instructions on her old typewriter, and she knew that it was too much to memorize, and that she had bad handwriting, as all doctors do. Oberon took a photo of Kane's stitched up shoulder. "So you can take a month off work," said Oberon. "I'm fine, and it was only my left arm. I can still make myself useful," protested Kane. "A chicken scratch like this one will take about 2 weeks to heal," said Barbara. And she brought an arm sling before placing it around Kane's shoulder, and she added, "You look a little pale, and how long was that wound bleeding?" "I don't know, half an hour." "An hour," said Kane. Barbara went into the kitchen, and she came back with 4 bottles of water, and she ordered, "Drink all of it, but you can take your time with it as long as they are empty before you go to sleep." Kane started drinking his water, and he was also given a box of spinach for dinner. Spinach. And with the final measure, the party was allowed to return home. Oberon was somber the entire way, and he had spent the entire morning extremely angry at Kane over something that now seemed trivial. Cain has a real job, unlike me, and while I'm running pointless errands, he is literally getting shot at over them, and he doesn't need me to be stressing him out over something so stupid. The rest of the night revolved around making Cain as comfortable as possible, and he felt that his family was overreacting to a simple chicken scratch, and it wasn't the first time he had gotten stitches, and Oberon was especially meek and submissive. And when it came time for bed, the thought of mating had completely left Oberon's mind, and he simply limited himself to caressing Cain's head while the youth fell asleep. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle, chapter 27. Chapter 27, Queen of Pentacles. More than a week passed after that incident, and Cain was no longer in an arm brace, and his shoulders stung every so often. However, it was nothing that 2 pills couldn't fix. And the shoulder was healing beautifully, and at the most he would only have the stitches for a couple of more days. That Friday he found himself alone in his house, and with only his cat for company. And Jack had gone to fool around with his bandmate, and his grandma was visiting her friend Lorraine. And as for Oberon, he was checking out an apartment with his sister, and he had finally found a place that he liked. And he was going to use his father's check to pay the down, and this would lower the monthly payment to something manageable. With nothing better to do, Cain decided to visit his favorite psychic, Irina, in search of guidance. And in the past he had visited her to cry about Eugenia, and this time he wanted a legitimate psychic reading. And he jumped out of the couch with his thought in mind, and he placed his kitten Julian in her carrier, and he got inside his newly painted patrol car, and before heading out, he paused. The last time he spoke to Irina, she had been scouting for a new house, and he texted her to ask her for her new address, and sure enough, the woman had moved. And he was surprised to find out that she now lived a block away from Karina's house. And he drove up to the psychic's house, and he found her sitting outside the porch. And based on her abstracted eyes, she was probably meditating or having a vision. Cain sat down beside her, and he allowed the cat out of the bag. And Judah began to survey her new setting, at least as far as her leash allowed. And Cain extended the range to allow Julia to explore as far as 3 meters. And the kitten naturally gravitated towards a hibiscus tree she decided to climb. Cain, to what do I owe the pleasure? Asked Irina when she became aware of his presence. And what were you thinking about? Asked Cain. Were you having an augury? Yes, I was having a vision about the immortality of the crab, said Irina. I wasn't aware that crabs are immortal, said Cain. It is a Cuban saying. It means that I was thinking about nonsense, said Irina. And if you come to ask me about Oberon? Yes and no, and I need a good luck charm, Irina, and I've been having the worst of luck lately, and I was forced to change jobs, and my coworkers are constantly teasing me, and I got shot at, and Oberon already cheated on me, said Cain. My charms cannot keep others from doing what they want to, said Irina, and I do not have the power to force your coworkers to like you, nor can I stop criminals from shooting at you, but I can make a charm that will give you the common sense to stay out of dangerous situations. Irina went to the garage, and with Cain following behind, and she brought out 2 silver coins, which she melted into a mold, and the mold had the shape of a person, and as it solidified, she carved an effigy of Cain, and while he waited for his charm to finish taking shape, he got a psychic reading. If Oberon is cheating on you, started saying Irina at the end of her reading. I don't know that he is. I simply suspect, and he hasn't slept with me in over a week, and Oberon can't go a day without mating, and if he isn't getting any from me, he must be getting it from someone else, mused Cain. There's one way to confirm your suspicion, said Irina, or you can shelve your petty jealousy and actually enjoy the experience of having somebody who tolerates your presence. Cain chose option 2. And he returned home to prepare the house for date night. And when Verona arrived home, he was pleasantly surprised to see a candle dinner for 2. And Verona, taking the hint, returned from whence she came. And she was still peeved that her brother hadn't attended her birthday party at her house. And her brother was still part of her life, so she decided to be happy with that. You certainly have been busy, said Oberon, lightly touching the petals on the table. And the petals went from the dining table to the bedroom, and Cain asked, Did you find what you were looking for? I did, but I'm still uncertain about it, said Oberon. He didn't have a guarantee that Cain wasn't going to throw him out of the house in a fit of jealousy. And despite their promise to be honest, both men were avoiding having a meaningful conversation like the plague. Do you want rice with your steak? Asked Cain. I already ate, said Oberon, being honest. Oh, I guess I did all of this for nothing, said Kane, growing somber, and he began to pick up the plates. No, don't throw away the food, said Oberon when he saw Kane place a plate on top of the steak. Wasting food is a sin. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking, said Kane. Oberon took the plate from Kane and he secured the scraps and he cleaned the dishes, and once it was done, Oberon came to sit before his boyfriend, and he felt that it was time to have the conversation. I know that look, said Kane, alarmed. You're dumping me again, aren't you? Are you ever going to forgive me? Asked Oberon, exasperated, and he added after rubbing his temple with both hands, I'm sorry, I'm not perfect, but I'm trying, Kane, I'm really trying. I know you are, but I wish you didn't have to try. I wish that you truly wanted to be with me, said Kane bitterly, and the tears quickly rose to the surface, and before he groaned like a wounded animal. You don't love me, you don't love me. Do you think it is easy for me to sleep with you every night? I knew it, yelled Oberon, slamming his hands on the table, and you're not physically attracted to me. You're straight, aren't you? Well, am I right? Answer me. Kane struggled with his emotions for a few minutes, and Oberon sat there like a stone statue waiting for a response. And when he was able to speak, Kane said, It is required for a man to sleep with his partner. Whether I like it or not is not important to me, and I will do what I must to keep you happy at my side. And it is not as if it has always been unpleasant, and there are nights where I truly enjoy sleeping with you. But most of the time you're putting up with my eccentricity, said Oberon, narrowing his eyes. Mating has never been my strong suit, and I like the element called passion. And if you want to see someone else, that is fine. I won't be happy about it, but I won't stop you, said Kane while clearing his face with his napkin. If you truly love me, you wouldn't offer me such liberty, said Oberon, folding his arms. And Kane sighed with frustration before covering his face with his hand, and he said, You can believe whatever makes it easier for you to leave me again. And at this provocation, Oberon went into the bedroom to pack his things, and every so often he would turn his head to see if Kane was going to stop him from leaving. And when he made it to the front door, he stopped one last time, and Kane was still there with his eyes downcasted. And Oberon drove about Miami aimlessly, and every so often he looked at his cell phone, and the more time that passed, the more certain he became that Kane wasn't going to ask him to return. If he doesn't call me, I'm not crawling back, thought the proud Oberon. And his wandering eventually brought him to Natasha's house, and he knocked on her door, but his friend didn't allow him within. You are sabotaging yourself, Oberon, hissed Natasha. Go back to Kane and apologize. I don't see why I should apologize, barked Oberon, and he's the one who's repulsed by my touch, and yet he claims that he loves me. Kane cooks for you, he made a space for you in his house, and he takes you on nice dates. He is polite, he doesn't insult you, he doesn't hit you, and he sleeps with you whenever you feel like it. What more can you ask of a man, hissed Natasha. Did he ask you to tell me this? Asked Oberon. If the answer was yes, he was going to return. No, Karina called, answered Natasha, and she stopped talking when she heard Oberon go into the car. And with Natasha not backing him up, Oberon thought of his sister Veronica, and he had her address, and she didn't live in his old house, and so he fancied that maybe she had gotten a place of her own. And he drove up to North Hollywood for 2 hours, and he arrived close to midnight. And when he knocked on the door, he frowned when he saw his father Francis opening the door. And Francis saw the duffel bag, and he took it before Oberon had a chance to protest. And Veronica jumped from the couch to shower her brother with kisses, and her prayers had finally been answered. Did King finally throw you out? Did you cheat on him? Asked Veronica, assuming the worst. Veronica, your brother's tired. The questions can wait till tomorrow, said Francis, taking the duffel bag to another room. And Oberon sat in the couch beside his sister, and he felt nervous about the unfamiliar situation. And he whispered, Is Dad visiting? No, he lives here with me, said Veronica. And what happened to the old house? Asked Oberon. We had to sell it as part of the divorce settlement, said Veronica. Are you hungry? Do you want a sandwich? I'm alright, said Oberon. Is that the guest room over there? I don't know, you tell me, said Veronica, being cryptic. And Oberon left his seat and he entered the bedroom, and he was surprised to see his old room faithfully recreated in the new, smaller home. And there were his posters, his magic kits, his board games, his writing desk, his shelf with all of his movies. He saw the photo he had of himself and Sean on the nightstand, and it was face down, just as he left it on the night he had been thrown out of his house. Everything was there exactly as he had left them. I I never said that you were not allowed to return home, said Francis, and you could have returned at any moment as long as you explained to me why you were throwing your future away to fool around with a clown. Dad, let's not start this. It's late, said Veronica, trying to defuse the situation. And she could see the veins popping on the side of her brother's skull. Tiki, tiki, tiki. We can have this argument tomorrow. Oberon was left alone in his bedroom with his anger and confusion, and he just couldn't understand his father. And if Francis had thrown him out of the house, why keep his old bedroom intact? And he opened a drawer, and the clothing was freshly washed and ready to be used, and the clothing in the closet had similar treatment. Did my father miss me? Thought Oberon lying down on his bed. But if he missed me, why didn't he apologize? We could have returned to our old life had he begged for my forgiveness. He lay down on his bed, and it felt so familiar yet so alien. He sighed wearily, and his father was never going to ask for forgiveness as he didn't see anything wrong with his actions. He picked up the photo of himself and Sean, and the love of his life had abandoned him after the first bump on the road. And he thought of Cain, and he had done the same thing to Cain whenever things became remotely difficult. And when it was not as if Cain had explicitly thrown him out, and the longer he waited to return, the more difficult it was going to be for Cain to take him back. And his family was probably there right now telling Cain that Oberon wasn't worth it. And they are right, said Oberon, throwing the photo into the garbage can where it belonged. Cain deserves better. Oberon that night slept uneasily, and he would wake up every so often because he heard Cain crying in his nightmares. And in his last nightmare, he saw Ares sinking his fangs into Cain's neck, and blood poured from the open wound as the color and life left the limp body. Cain! Yelled Oberon, waking up for a third time. And Oberon left the bed, and he could see the glow of the sunrise through the window shades. And he had slept enough for one day, and he went to the breakfast table to wait for his meal, and from time to time his side was thinking of Cain. And he was distracted from his reverie when a plate of fruit was placed before him. His father had made him fresh toast with powdered sugar and maple syrup, and this was the breakfast Francis used to make for his son whenever the kid looked depressed, and Oberon ate his meal in silence without feeling any better. After he concluded his meal, he asked, "And when you had thrown me out of the house, had you seen me in bed with a woman?" "Yes," said Francis flatly. "I sacrificed everything to make you a gymnast star, and you just pissed it all away to fool around with a clown who saw you as nothing but a plaything. And I did what I did to snap you out of the delusion you call love. And had Sean truly cared about you, he wouldn't have encouraged you to neglect your studies and your practices." "But Dad, I didn't want to be a sports star, and I only tolerated a plain humiliation to make you happy," said Oberon, pouting. "Then you wasted your time, son. I haven't been happy in a long time, but not that it matters to you, my boy, because as a father, it falls on me to make all of the sacrifices and to put on a fake smile in the face of adversity. And I pray you are never unlucky enough to sire a child as ungrateful as you." Hissed Francis, finally dropping his stony mask. "And I rue the day you ever—" "Dad, please," said Veronica, interfering. "Don't say another word that you're going to regret. Here, have a beer, go outside, cool off a little." Francis left the breakfast table to get away from the creature he used to call son, and he sat in the porch with his beer while he regretted all of his life's choices. And Oberon tapped the table nervously with his index finger, and he pondered how his sister could put up living with Francis. And she even defended him, and Veronica had always been Daddy's little girl. "I have practice today," said Veronica. "Do you want to come watch?" "Is Dad going to be there?" asked Oberon. "Obviously," said Veronica. And Oberon decided not to argue with his sister, and he looked at his cell phone before frowning. Other than messages from Natasha, there wasn't a word from Cain. And the trio went to play tennis, and tennis was her father's sport, so he was also her coach. And with an applied task, Veronica and Francis hyper-focused on the practice, and then became completely oblivious to Oberon's presence. And while Oberon was busy reconnecting, Cain was in his house sulking. Alright, bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle, Chapter 28, Three of Cups. "Why the hell did you tell your boyfriend that you didn't like sleeping with him?" asked Jack. I don't know, pouted Cain. "There is such a thing as too much honesty," said Karina, and she had come there to offer moral support. Arina said the same thing when I pitched her the idea of being absolutely honest with Oberon, pouted King. But the alternative was to suffer another crying fit due to desperation. Wow, so he's really that bad, commented Jack before sipping his judgmental soda. No, but after 4 hours, you would think that he would get bored or tired, protested King while playing with his kitty cat. It almost feels like he's competing with someone. With whom? Asked Karina, and she found the situation amusing and she needed something new to gossip about. I don't know, with Sean maybe. I can share the feeling that he was doing to me what his ex-boyfriend liked. Or maybe I'm imagining things. I don't know, Karina, I just don't know, said King before arcing the cat one to make the kitty cat jump higher. You're not planning to stay here the entire week waiting for Oberon, are you? Asked Karina. Yes, said King, lowering his head. If you miss him so much, just call him, advised Karina. If he does that, Oberon's just going to walk all over him again in the future, and he needs to know that Ken isn't a doormat, said Bruno. And it is quite infantile to throw everything away just because of a little criticism. People have critiqued my woohoo hundreds of times, said Karina. Your woohoo? Asked Jack, confused. I got into playing The Sims, said Karina, and then it's like playing house but on your computer, and you should really play it sometime. It is the quickest way to forget about your significant other, joked Bruno. Hey, I haven't forgotten about you, said Karina, pouting. And I brought you along, didn't I? Karina pushed her cane into getting out of the house, and the first thing they did was to drop off Julia at Eugenia's house, and this had become her home away from home. And when they arrived, they found Typhoon with his other two siblings sleeping on top of Michael's belly. And Kane gingerly placed Julia there as well, like reuniting all of the kitty cat siblings. After making biscuits on Michael's bare belly, she closed her eyes to nap. Wow, so you finally transitioned into a crazy cat lady, joked Karina, seeing Michael with 4 cats sleeping on top of his bare belly. I don't tell you how to spend your money, said Michael disdainfully. Watching him with concern were his daughters and his wife, and Onis came tentatively to Karina and she asked, Is your mother an expert on crazy cat people? Come now, Onis, and you have 3 dogs, joked Karina, laughing. Yes, but this is also son, and I mean cats? Seriously? He has never shown an interest in having a pet, and now all of a sudden he has 3 cats. No, wait, 4, back Onis, worry. And this is all Jeremy's fault. It is so fashionable to blame the servants for things out of their control, said Bruno, placing his hands in his pockets before pushing his head forward. And pray do tell me, what did Jeremy say or do to turn your husband into a crazy cat person? He spammed my husband constantly with cat photos, said Onis. I have seen hundreds of cat photos and they have never turned me into a crazy cat woman, said Karina, laughing. And Dorothy and Eugenia echoed her merriment. And my dad is just going through a midlife crisis, said Dorothy, and he's at the right age for one. If it is a crisis, all you can do is show your love and support, said Kane, and he already fired Jeremy. What more do you want? And his main problem with the cats was that they were the spawns of Jeremy's cat Thibault, and as long as they were there, Onis was going to have a visual reminder that her husband had slept with a man. Not that she could prove it, but her intuition knew that it had happened. If it makes you feel better, Mom, the company's stock prices went up after that made public appearance while carrying Typhoon, said Dorothy, and the press has forgotten all about Jeremy. And once the cat gets bigger, he can pretend to be a James Bond villain, joked Bruno. I do so love it when people talk about me as if I'm not sitting here 5 feet away, growled Michael. The cats hissed at Onis to echo their owner's current negative disposition, and this was another thing that Onis didn't like about Typhoon. Whenever she tried to sit near her husband, the cat would scratch at her sleeve until she sat at a respectable distance, and at night Michael preferred to snuggle with the kitten than with his wife. Onis sighed with frustration before distancing herself from the situation, and she added herself to the party-goers, and that night she was going to head out with her daughters to the club. Eugenia fancied that everything was going to be alright, with Dr. Karina tagging along, and if anything baby-related happening, Karina was equipped to take care of the problem. The party went to Space Club, and whenever Eugenia wanted to dance, the party would form a protective chain around her, and they did so to prevent dancers from bumping into her baby belly. Karina danced with Eugenia and Karina, and he also danced with any other stranger the duo came out to dance. And while spinning around, he bumped into Arden, who was disguised as a woman. "Hey, Arden, you made it," said Kane, smiling shyly. And he had invited Arden to the party since they had developed a healthy working relationship. And since he was starting to enjoy Arden's company at work, Kane fancied that he was somebody worth befriending. Arden danced with Kane while maintaining a respectable distance. He eventually asked the pertinent question, "Why isn't Oberon with you?" "Because he takes criticism as a personal offense," said Kane, dryly, "but when he critiques my woohoo—" "Your what?" asked Arden, confused. "It is a stupid word I picked up from Karina, and I just like the way it sounds, you know. It's another word for mating, that's all, but that's not important. The long and short of it is that Oberon is allowed to call all of the shots in the bedroom, but if I raise one small complaint, he storms out of the house," said King. "And I often feel that he's just looking for a new excuse to dump me again. And maybe you should call him to see if he wants to sleep with you again." "I'd much rather take you out for a spin," said Arden, twirling King. "I'd rather you didn't," said King, growing somber. "But I just did, and I will spin you around again," jerked Arden, turning King around and around and around, and both men started spinning like a couple of toddlers until they made each other quite dizzy. And they both stumbled back to their seat, and they anchored their hands on the table as they struggled to recover their bearings. "Oh, God," when King was struggling to keep hold of the table. "Try some water," said Arden, moving the glass left and right. "God, are you too drunk already?" laughed Eugenia. "Not really," said King, grabbing the glass of water after much difficulty. After taking a sip, his dizziness and nausea increased. "I gotta go. Where's the bathroom?" Eugenia pointed towards the bathroom, and King stumbled left and right until he found it. And thankfully, by the time he made it, his nausea had passed, and when he opened the door, he was surprised to see Oberon. And Natasha had told Oberon that King had gone out to Space Club, and Oberon brought out from his wallet a heartburn tablet. "We met in the bathroom just like this one. Well, it wasn't as filthy as this one, but close enough," joked King before chewing out his medicine. "It feels like such a long time ago, doesn't it?" said Oberon. "It was more than half a year ago," said King sadly. "Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you stop me from leaving?" asked Oberon. "I was respecting your desire to leave me," said King, lowering his gaze. "If you truly loved me, you would fight for me," barked Oberon. "Would you have stayed had I crawled on my knees and begged you to stay?" asked King. "Well, you never know until you try," said Oberon, giving an impish smile. "This was a mistake," said King, sighing wearily. "And I miss the Oberon that you used to be before we started dating. And back then we didn't have trouble communicating, and I'm sorry for pressing you into a monogamous relationship, but I was jealous of Arden. I pressured you a lot as well, all to satisfy my lust demon," said Oberon, lowering his gaze. "And if I am not making you happy in the bedroom, then it's my fault for being so self-centered. And what do you want to do, King? And do you want to go back to just being friends?" "What do you want to do, Oberon?" asked King. "It depends on your answer," said Oberon. "Arden is in love with you, so he's a good substitute for me," said King before departing. "Arden is not even my type," said Oberon, closing the door. "That is so mean of you to say," said Arden, entering the bathroom. "And how much do you hear?" asked Oberon. "About everything. I'm a bit of a gossiper, don't you remember?" said Arden. "And do you really love me?" asked Oberon, grinning. "Nah, King just thinks that I love you because I'm always asking him about you. But I was just pretending to take an interest in his interest," said Arden, and he added, smiling coyly while twirling his blonde wig. "As soon as he gets over you, I'm going to catch him on the rebound, and you have been warned." Oberon sighed with frustration after seeing Arden depart. And King was an easy target, especially when he was on the rebound. And if Oberon didn't make up his mind quickly, Arden was just going to steal him for himself, or so he fancied. The truth was that Arden used to love Oberon, but he had gotten over it after being treated for so long as a source of cheap thrill. And all he wanted to do with King, he hadn't decided, and for now he just wanted to dance with him. Oberon frowned when he saw King slow dancing with Arden, and it looked like they were embracing from far away, and the reality was that they were just talking. "So you just drove off without realizing that you had gotten shot?" asked Arden, looking at King's shoulder. "Pretty much," said King, pointing at his band-aid. "And how did you learn to crash cars off the road?" asked Arden. I used to go to bumper cars often with my grandpa, and plus I take it a lot. And I had gotten used to chasing after speeding drivers, and they usually give up after 3 miles, said Kane. So where else have you gotten shot? Asked Arden. This is my first time, said Kane. And what about the beauty scar above your left eyebrow? Said Arden, petting Kane's almost imperceptible scar. I apply a lot of cream to smooth it out. It's still noticeable, said Kane, combing his hair over his forehead. Show it off. Women love men with scarred faces, said Arden, pushing Kane's hair back. Leave it. I can comb my hair in whatever way I please, said Kane, finishing his hair. And you don't see me messing with your. Don't even say it, said Arden, placing his hands around his wig protectively. The night progressed at a leisurely pace, and when it came time to go home, Kane found Oberon sitting on the hood of his car. I miss you, Kane, said Oberon. And I miss last year's Oberon, said Kane, pouting. I'm still me, but you can't expect me to be servile 24/7, barked Oberon, folding his arm. It isn't my desire for you to become my doormat, said Kane bitterly, but it would be nice if you thought of my needs at least every other Sunday, and I'm always trying so hard to please you, and yet you still left me. Tell me, Kane, are you even physically attracted to me? Insisted Oberon. When we first met, you told me that you value soul over body, and I fell in love with your soul, not your body, explained Kane. And that is just a fluffy pickup line I use on shy guys, said Oberon, scratching his head nervously. Well, it worked. You got your shy guy, and you use him and you abandon him like you do all the men and women who are unfortunate enough to like you, said Kane bitterly. Don't make this about me, just answer the question, retorted Oberon, jabbing Kane's chest with his index finger. Do you or do you not find me simply irresistible? If we're talking about manly aesthetics, Malik is far more beautiful than you, hissed Kane, and Oberon flinched as if he had been struck by a physical blow. And with Oberon moving aside from the car, Kane was able to drive home, and he found the entire situation frustrating. And why had he said that? He shouldn't have said that. Sunday came and things continued at a stalemate. That's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Our Pentacle, chapter 29, the sun. You know, like the sun, not somebody's kid. That night, Oberon got a text message from Kane. I'm sorry for saying that Malik is prettier than you. It is not as if I had the heart for him or anything, and I miss you. And if you will still have me in spite of my many faults, please come home. What faults, Kane? Said Oberon, speaking to himself. You have always been perfect. I feel guilty about sleeping with you if you're not physically attracted to me, tested Oberon. You have my consent. There's no reason to feel guilty, tested King. As for attraction, I do not become inspired by the sight, but rather by touch. Good, we're finally making progress, thought Oberon, and it was easy to have a serious conversation by text message. Why don't you tell me that you love me when we make love? Asked Oberon. The first time you tried to sleep with me, I told you that I loved you, or don't you remember? And you lost your inspiration immediately. That's why I was speaking when we make love, since I imagine that you find my voice distracting, tested King. Oh my God, I forgot, tested Oberon before putting the facepalm emoji. And that incident felt like it happened such a long time ago, and he asked tentatively, can you come over to my sister's house? Oberon, it's late, and tomorrow we have work. Pretty please, insisted Oberon, pushing his luck. And Kane looked at his empty bed, and his cat Julia was spending the night with her sibling, and Michael was probably going to end up keeping his cat, and Kane fancied that it was for the better. He didn't like the thought of being responsible for a creature made of flesh and blood. And he made a small duffel bag before heading towards the car, and his father sprung from his bed to stop him. If you go, he's just going to continue making unreasonable demands, hissed Jack. And you need to set limitations. But I miss him, said Kane sadly. And I will miss you if you get into a stupid accident, said Jack, taking Kane's key. Now get back inside the house and go to bed. You haven't had the right to boss me around, hissed Kane. I know, said Jack, lowering his gaze, and his eyes were quickly watering. But if Dad were here, he would want you to exercise prudence. I'm sorry, said Kane apologetically. He drew close to his father to give him a comforting hug, and Jack took his cell phone to text Oberon. "This is Jack. It is late. Jack off and go to sleep." And Oberon closed his cell phone with a huff, and he was feeling particularly skittish, and he had gotten used to sowing his wild oats on a daily basis, and his body missed Kane, and more so than his mind and his soul, and he hadn't gotten his fill yet, and there were still so many things he wanted to do to Kane. The following morning came, and Oberon was awakened by the smell of bacon, and the smell felt so close, almost as if somebody was dangling a piece of meat near his face, and when he opened his eyes he was delighted to see that there was indeed a piece of bacon near his face, and he frowned when he saw the hand that was holding out the piece of bacon. He reluctantly accepted what he considered a peace offering, and he jumped out of bed and he did his morning libations before getting dressed for work. And during breakfast his father asked, "Did you buy the apartment?" "I was going to, but I changed my mind at the last moment," said Oberon. "Are you studying then?" asked Francis. "I don't know," said Oberon. "So yourself," said Francis, closing his mouth. "And what is that supposed to mean?" asked Oberon. It means whatever you want it to mean," said Francis, being passive-aggressive. "God, you're both stubborn mules," sparked Veronica, rubbing her temple. And this was not how she imagined living together with her father and brother. "And you two used to get along so well, or do I need to bring out the home movies to remind the both of you of how things used to be?" "Oberon, you changed after you slept with a snake, and when I look at you, son, I feel as if I'm staring at a stranger," said Francis, dropping his mask of indifference. Francis left the table in a huff, and he had been raised to bottle up his emotions and to never show weakness, and he locked himself in the bedroom to avoid the situation by the name of Oberon, and Oberon grew saddened after hearing his father's latest outburst of honesty. This is no use, sis," said Oberon, sighing wearily, and he went to his bedroom to pack his things, and all around he saw reminders of the person he used to be, and he turned his eyes to a hanging photo, and the photo showed a small Oberon wearing a golden medal, and he had lost his first gymnastic tournament, and since he was sad at not getting a medal, his father had given him one, along with a laurel crown, and he opened a drawer to look at the gold medal that his father had given him. Now that he was older, he realized that it was made of actual gold, and he pondered sadly how many hours of overtime his father had spent in the factory to give him such a shiny consolation prize. He had loved his father very much, but that love had turned to hatred equally as strong after getting thrown out of the house, and perhaps things would have been different had he told his father about Sean, and he had only kept the relationship a secret because Sean had asked Oberon not to tell anyone. And it was not as if Francis had ever expressed himself like someone who was obviously homophobic. He was disdainful towards the community, just like he was disdainful to most things that didn't affect him directly. And his entire life had revolved around making his children into sports stars, and he thought he was meant to be, like vicariously living through his kid. Oberon went to his job at Eugenia's house, and he spent that time overanalyzing his father. "There are worse things than being a clown," said Oberon while working out with Dorothy. "Come again?" asked Dorothy. "My dad hates me for being a gay clown," said Oberon, pouting. "You're not a clown, you're more of an acrobat," said Dorothy, remembering Oberon's last performance. "My sister forced us to make peace, but it didn't happen," said Oberon, pouting. "You can't force reconciliations, it has to come naturally. You need to want it, and your dad needs to desire the same thing," said Dorothy. "Veronica seems to think that Dad is too stubborn to want to make peace, but Dad already says things clearly. He misses the old me, but not the person that I have become," sighed Oberon. "My dad also misses the old Eugenia," said Dorothy, "and the thing is that it is normal for adults to start loving their children as they grow up. Our parents are human after all, and they can't help but disliking a person that they find disagreeable, even if they are their own flesh and blood." "How can you be so blasé about your father not loving your sister?" begged Oberon before placing his weights on the floor. "You reap what you sow," said Dorothy caustically. "If you are bad to a person all the time, that person has the right to hate you." "Yes, that person does have the right to hate you," said Oberon sadly. "And I had the right to hate him as well." The workday came to an end, and Oberon picked up Julia to take her home, and he chose the long route back to Kane's house, and they gave him plenty of time to meditate on his feelings. And back at home, Kane too was overthinking, and when they were finally face to face, they came to a decision. It was that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. First Pentacle, chapter 30. Temperance. It was the first day of May, and that Saturday, Kane was hoping over to move into his new apartment. And this was the first apartment that Oberon owned, and during the negotiations he had gotten unexpected help from his father, and Francis had more experience in the housing market, and thanks to his meddling, the mortgage ended up being something that could be paid even if Oberon had minimum wage. Oberon felt at peace with the situation. His father didn't like him, but he was still acting like his dad. "Do you want the couch here?" asked Kane, moving the couch with Francis's help. "I think I want the horizontal," said Oberon, changing his mind. "If you put the couch perpendicular to the window, the TV is going to get direct sunlight," said Francis. "I don't watch TV in the morning," said Oberon. The party then brought in the coffee table, and Francis said, sit down on the couch." "Sure," said Kane obediently. "Not you," barked Francis, rubbing his temple. "Fine," said Oberon obediently, and when he sat up, he added, "I see your point. There's not a lot of room to move when you're at the coffee table, and let's move to that living room again." Francis leaned forward to lift the couch, and he dropped it before cursing profusely. "Dad, sit down," said Veronica, alarmed. "Here, I'm going to get your back creaming, and I told you to wear your back belt." "It doesn't fit anymore," protested Francis, and he didn't remember where he left. The reality was that he didn't remember where he left it. With Francis out of commission, it fell on Kane and Oberon to deal with the rest of the furniture. And unlike his first apartment, Oberon's new home had family pictures of just himself and his sister, and the bedroom was the most different of all. It was a perfect recreation of the bedroom he used to have back when he lived with his parents. And he had asked for his things, and much to his surprise, Francis had allowed Oberon to take whatever he thought belonged to him. And the move came to an end close to dusk, and Oberon dusted and cleaned everything with his sister's help, and meanwhile in the kitchen, Kane was cooking up something. And in the meantime, Francis was watching the news while sitting on the couch. "Hey, the vampire guy who beat you is dead," said Francis. "Did someone poison him, or did he overdose?" asked Kane, thinking about his dead mother. He didn't have proof, but as of lately he suspected that someone had killed his mother. He shook his head. He didn't like to think of her. He had been the one to find her overdosed corpse in the bathroom, and the memory was enough to make him shudder. She had hurt him a lot, and he wanted nothing to do with her. Even so, he didn't want the woman to die. And she was, after all, his mother. He concluded dinner was thinking sad thoughts. Bella had tried to restore the broken bond, and she had sent him to the hospital, but years later she had turned up guilty and repentant, and she wanted to do right by him, but she never got a chance to earn his forgiveness. He thought of poor Eric. He probably had an undiagnosed mental illness. He didn't deserve death, and he should have been sent to an asylum to get electroshocks or medication he desperately needed. The party ate their meal in silence, and every so often Veronica would exchange a few words with her brother. "Do you see anything good in the news?" asked Oberon. "The guy who beat your friend Kane is dead," said Francis. Kane and Oberon were no longer a couple, and they were now best friends forever. And Oberon was no longer going to pressure Kane to mate, while Kane was no longer going to pressure Oberon to be Eugenia's replacement. They were fine how they were before, and it was perfect even before they decided to overcomplicate things. And unlike his breakup with Eugenia, Kane was at peace with the current state of affairs. He still loved Oberon as strongly as he did before, but it was not tainted by adult desires or expectations. "How did he die?" asked Kane. "A dog bit him on the neck," said Francis, and he pointed to the left side of his neck. "He was bit in the same place that you were." "How do you know where I was bit?" said Kane, placing his hand to his neck. "And did you tell your sister about the bite?" "I mentioned it, but I didn't say what side you had been bitten on," said Oberon. The only way you will know is if you... My father dearest sometimes talks my brother to make certain that he's doing all right, said Veronica, sighing wearily, and she was about to say more, but her father shook his head to implore her to be silent. You could just man up and apologize already, said Oberon, sighing with frustration. Do I need to be on my knees? Asked Francis coldly. With your broken back, no, said Oberon, and you can apologize in whatever way you want, as long as you truly feel sorry for what you did. I am sorry that my disciplinary action made you feel that I no longer wanted you for a son, said Francis, saying his well-rehearsed apology. Oberon pouted his lips, and his father didn't think that he had done anything wrong, and he simply regretted how his son had reacted to his righteous actions. He sighed wearily. It wasn't the type of apology he wanted, but for the time being it was all he was going to get. The friends and the family went their separate ways, and Oberon slept in an empty apartment for the first time in a long time. He began to miss knowing that there was somebody else in the house with him, and he fiddled with his cell phone nervously. Who could he call at this ungodly hour? And after validating his option, he called Kane. Can't sleep? Asked Kane. No, I'm always fidgety when staring at a new roof, said Oberon, lying down on his bed. You could have continued living with me, said Kane, and the roof of my house is high enough to accommodate a bunk bed. I don't know, I didn't want to continue intruding, said Oberon apologetically. The only person who is intruding in my house is the musher of my own man, and unlike him, you were a welcome guest from day one, said Kane. Can you finish reading me that book? Asked Oberon. I will finish it if you can name it, said Kane. I think it was called Maud Flanders, like Ned Flanders' wife, said Oberon. It was Maud, but close enough, said Kane, fetching the book. That's like that Daniel Defoe book, Maud Flanders. Oberon fell into a heavy slumber after listening to Kane's soothing voice, and Kane closed the book when he heard Oberon snoring with his mouth open. Kane had difficulty falling asleep, and he kept running through his head all of the details pertaining to his mother's death, and nobody bothered to investigate it, and the incident was labeled an accidental overdose, and that was the end of that. And he jumped out of bed, and he opened a notebook to jot down everything he remembered about the incident. He had been forcefully taken by his mother to her apartment, and a social worker was there chaperoning the visit. What was the chaperone's name? He didn't remember. The incident had happened when he was 10, and he sketched the face of the social worker, and he returned to his bed. He carefully picked up his sleeping cat to place it on top of his chest, and he stroked her short-colored mane, and she had a black heart-shaped spot on her forehead, and she was such a darling. When he had finally consolidated sleep, he had a nightmare of Eric, and once again he was being bitten by the lunatic, and thankfully he could fight back. And when he pushed back the man, he saw Eric with a gaping wound on his neck. The dog had taken a big chunk out of him. The following morning came, and Kane jumped out of the bed with one thought in mind. He wanted a funeral mass for Eric to keep his spirit from haunting him. And while he was at it, he might as well do a requiem for his own mother. Afterward, he went to the first Catholic church he could think of, the Hermit of Charity, and it was the only church he knew by name, and he had gone there with Karina to see her aunt and uncle renew their wedding vows. Do you know Eric's last name? Asked the priest. No, I can't remember it off the top of my head. And you don't need his full name for a mass, do you? Asked King. No, I suppose not. As long as you keep his soul and his first name in your heart, God will know which Eric I am referring to, said the priest. I will say a special prayer for Eric and your mother this Sunday at 7, or would the afternoon work better for you? I wasn't planning on going, said King. Then how will you know that I said your request, said the priest slyly. Well played, said King, narrowing his eyes. And let's do it on the afternoon then, and seeing as though it is almost time for mass anyway. Kane sat in the back aisle to wait for time to pass, and he was distracted from his boredom when a warm body sat beside him, and he narrowed his eyes when he recognized his boss, Williams. I wasn't aware that you were Catholic, Williams, said Kane, raising an eyebrow. Not all gringos are Protestants, John Sansom. And when we're not at work, you can address me by my first name, Daniel, said Williams. I don't know. I already got used to calling you by your last name, but if I must, I will call you Daniel, said King. Good, said Daniel Williams, and he added, is it your first time at a church? I have been to one before when I was little, and my foster mother used to take me to church every day. Your foster mother? Asked Daniel. Didn't Uncle Glenn tell you? I spent a year in a temporary home because my mother couldn't admit to the fact that she gave me a royal beating that landed me in the hospital, said King, stating a matter of fact. I'm sorry, said William sadly. Don't be. I already made peace with the memory of the woman, and I even arranged for her a little mass in her honor. I am impressed. Not everyone has the power to forgive the sins of those who harmed us, said Williams. Well, it is easy to forgive someone who doesn't have the power to harm you anymore, said King, rubbing his temple. The mass began, and King did as the others, with the exception of participating in communion. He needed to have confessed recently to be allowed to drink the blood of the Lord and to eat his flesh. He couldn't help but muse a little while sitting on the bench, and after communion the priest said the prayer for the dead, and King kneeled down in prayer position, and Daniel was doubly surprised when the priest said the name Eric and Bella. Mass came to an end, and Daniel followed King to his car in order to converse. And Daniel said solemnly, it takes a lot of strength to forgive your enemies. Enemy is a strong word. My mother simply did to me as her parents had done to her, thus perpetuating an unfortunate cycle of violence. And I was surprised she resisted the urge to strike me down for so long. And as for Eric, he was a lunatic who wasn't given the chance to get the medical attention he so desperately needed, said King. That's debatable, but I will not stop you from believing whatever helps you sleep at night, said Daniel. Daniel was privy to all of the details regarding Eric's case. Eric wasn't a lunatic. He was a narcissistic predator who was slowly transitioning into a serial killer. And Jeremy and Cain were not his first victim, and Eric had trophy of his other past successful hunts, and if he had gotten away with it, he would have just attacked someone else. Ken returned home in time for brunch, and he ravenously ate whatever food his grandma placed before him, and in the television his father was watching the news. Come here, Ken, they are playing it again, said Jack, pointing at the television. And when Ken went to the living room, he frowned when he saw Eric getting attacked by a black dog, and the attack had been recorded by the gas station camera, and the day that Eric had made bail, he had left his house to put gas on his car. And while filling the gas tank, a large wolf-like dog jumped at his neck, and the gas station owner ran for his gun, and he shot at the dog who ran away, and by the time the paramedics arrived, Eric had bled to death. Doesn't that dog look familiar? Asked Jack, rubbing his chin. It is just a blurry image of a black dog. It could be any canine, said Kane, unconvinced. But doesn't Jeremy sometimes have a black dog? Mused Jack. Yes, what about it? Said King. Maybe he told his dog to kill, said Jack, rubbing his chin. Don't be stupid, Dad. Do you think Jeremy trained his dog to kill? This isn't Sherlock Holmes, and that dog isn't the Hound of Baskervilles. This is the real world, said King. I sometimes wonder, said Jack, down in his own reality. Is Jeremy trained a cat to walk on a leash? Mused Esther. Not you too, Grandma, said King, shaking his head incredulous. I'm just saying we should visit Jeremy today if he's nursing a wounded dog, said Esther. And you better take your gun just in case, said Jack, fetching the revolver. Kane rolled his eyes before packing heat, and he drove to Jeremy and Siddhanta's house just to quench his curiosity, and when he arrived, he saw that nobody was home. His next instinct was to call Dorothy, and she spoke to Siddhanta every so often. I haven't spoken to Siddhanta since yesterday, said Dorothy. And Jeremy asked Kane, did you see him yesterday? No, said Dorothy. I am at the house and there's nobody at home, said Kane. And the car's not there either. Maybe they went out, said Dorothy. Maybe, said Kane. Kane! Meowed T-Ball before scratching at the door. Maine! Repeated T-Ball. Now that is strange. Jeremy will never leave T-Ball by himself, said Kane. And Kane picked the lock, and he gingerly lifted T-Ball before rubbing the cat against his face. It was then when he noticed a little note. If you are reading this, please return the cat to this address, and if you are a thief, all my items are guarded by an ancient Egyptian curse. You may loot at your peril. Cain entered the house while carrying Tybalt, and this was his first time he had been inside Siddhanta's house unsupervised. And since Siddhanta didn't consider Cain a friend, the Jews had never seen past the living room. And before his curiosity got the better of him, the front door slammed open. Cain, perfect timing, hissed Jeremy. I need you to babysit my cat until further notice. My pleasure, said Cain, taking in Tybalt's leash. Stay in the living room, ordered Jeremy, as if guessing that Cain wanted to snoop about. Have you seen Siddhanta? Asked Cain. Yes, I saw him, and very recently, I might add, said Jeremy. And since you're a curious cat, I will enlighten you as to his whereabouts. Siddhanta's in the hospital. He got shot twice. I had no other choice but to return home to look for his insurance information because I do not know it off the top of my head. I don't know that chapter, but God bless. Pentacle, chapter 31. Jeremy proceeded to turn the house upside down looking for the insurance card, and Ken eventually pointed to the card that was on the fridge. If it was there, hissed Jeremy before adding, never mind, leave the house then, and I will lock the door behind you. Ken left the house with Tybalt, and on the outside he informed Dorothy that Siddhanta was in the hospital with 2 bullet wounds, and it was all the information he had that he was able to get out of Jeremy. He got inside the car to follow after Jeremy, and the Jews led him to the hospital where Siddhanta rested. I got his insurance card, said Jeremy, speaking to the first nurse he ran into. I am sorry, but I do not know whom you speak of, said the nurse, and she added, cats are not allowed. Tybalt is a therapy cat, like Cain, and I brought him here to cheer up the cancer patients. Oh, bless your kind soul, said the nurse, smiling sadly, and the patients are right this way. Before going there, can you see about helping my friend with his insurance information? And he's an officer like me, and he was wounded in the line of duty, said Cain. Through his intervention, Jeremy was able to sort out Siddhanta's insurance information, and Cain brought Tybalt to the sick patients who were currently getting chemotherapy. He placed Tybalt on the lap of the youngest patient he saw there, a lass of some 23 years of age. And the maiden cringed when she became aware of the ugly-looking cat, and she laughed when she saw the silly little dress he was wearing. Your cat is male, said the maiden. I know, and he belongs to a friend, and I had to lie a lot to get him to help him to sort through an insurance-related mess. So that is why I'm here with his cat, said Cain. So he's not a therapy cat, asked the maiden. No, he's a lifesaver cat. And if it wasn't for him, I would have gotten murdered by a psychopath with a vampire fetish, said Cain. A vampire fetish, asked the maiden, becoming curious. Just a wannabe vampire. The story sounds funnier each time I tell it, but when it happened to me, it was pretty scary. The long and short of it was that I was drugged and I was bit, and the cat led the cops to where I had been taken, and says to his intervention I was saved. End of story, said Cain. Cain spoke with the maiden for half an hour, and when the treatment ended, the nurse came to wheel her out of there. I didn't catch your name, said Cain. Let slaves things as they are, said the maiden, returning the cat to Cain. And since the woman thought she was dying, she didn't want to have a new friend to mourn her. And see you in my next life, stranger. Cain grew somber when he understood the meaning behind those words, and he handed the cat to another patient to ease his suffering, and he then went to check about Siddhanta. The man was in the intensive care, but he was awake, and he had recently awoken from after the operation. Jeremy was beside him, holding his hand. Did you see the person who shot you? Asked Cain. No, said Siddhanta flatly. Did you? Started asking Cain when he was interrupted. Cain, you are a police officer, not a detective, snapped Siddhanta before turning his head. Just leave him be, whispered Jeremy, and if he needs your help, he knows where to find you. Jeremy placed his hand in Cain's elbow to gently guide him out of the room, and Cain, feeling a bit offended, said, Why doesn't he like me? For the same reason he doesn't like me. You are annoying, clingy, and childish, and he wanted us to be friends, but since we never clicked, he now secretly despises you. It is stupid, but that is who he is. He's a stupid man. A very, very stupid man who only likes to hang out with the cool kids. And since you're not cool, he doesn't want to be your friend, and you're better off not associating with him, said Jamie before slamming the door closed on Kane's face. Kane sighed with relief before going to festival, and Jamie opened the door for a second to retrieve his cat, and since he wasn't needed or wanted, Kane returned home. And he was greeted by his little cat, Julia. At least she was loyal. Meow, said Julia. It's Kane. Say it with me. Kane, insisted Kane. Meow, repeated Julia. Meow, close enough, said Kane. He looked at the time, and with nothing better to do, he decided to visit Irina. He wasn't in the mood for a tarot reading, and she had been wrong as far as the big change that was going to happen in his life. And while driving there, he fancied that maybe she would have been referring to Eric's death, or perhaps she meant the complete breakdown of his non-existent friendship with Siddhartha. And it was stupid that he needed his psychic to be right all the time. When he arrived, he pouted when he heard Irina say, I was wrong. Wrong about your romantic dinner idea, said Kane. Yes, I should have known that you would both botch such a simple romantic gesture, said Irina, rubbing her temple. I think things are better now, and we were never meant to be lovers, and we function better as friends, said Kane. Irina lifted a card before placing it back down on her deck, and she laughed to herself, almost as if the tarot cards had told her a joke. What did the card say? Asked Kane. Nothing, said Irina, shuffling her deck. Eugenia's kid is mine, isn't it, said Kane. Now who's the crazy psychic giving wild prediction? Asked Irina, laughing, and she added, laying the card down. I could teach you to read the tarot cards, and with a basic meaning, it is enough to provide light entertainment at dinner parties. I don't know, said Kane, picking up a card. It was the Tower card, and he showed the card to Irina, who looked somber. Yes, you're right. It is not going to be good for you to learn the tarot, said Irina, before shuffling her cards again. And she drew 2 cards. Now, would it be a boy or a girl? I just hope Eugenia's child is born healthy, said Kane. I don't care about what it could be. If the child happens to be yours, what will you do? Asked Irina. Man up. My father was too busy working to be there for me, but I at least want to make the effort to see my kid once a day, said King. Doing the right thing with the wrong attitude sometimes stains your best intentions. Take Oberon's father, for example. He didn't want children, but he still raised his brood while secretly despising them. And over time that hatred festered, and now in spite of himself, it rises to the surface, said Irina. Sometimes the best thing you can do is to leave your child with somebody who genuinely loves them. Did you? Asked King. Yes. Angelica is not my only daughter, and I left my eldest son with some distant relatives, and I was suffering from postpartum depression, and for his safety and my peace of mind, I had no other choice but to abandon him, and he turned out alright, without my toxicity to weigh him down, mused Irina. So what you're saying is that I should distance myself from the Eugenia situation, said King. What I'm saying is that you should play things by ear, said Irina. Don't come into the situation with a preconceived notion, either negative or positive. Just hold the baby in your arms, and then see how you feel about it. If you like holding the baby, hold her for a little longer, and if she falls asleep in your arms and you find the sensation agreeable, rock her some more. Try a little bit of carpe diem, live in the moment, and so forth. It is funny for a psychic to tell me to live in the moment, said Kane, laughing. Life is like a finger pointing at the moon. If you look at the moon, the finger pokes you in the eye, said joked Irina. Irina, I don't mean to offend, but you're full of it, said Kane, getting out before walking to his car. He was finally going to live in the moment without stressing so much about the future. Alright, that's the end of the Lover's Pentacle. Bye-bye and God bless.